You see, that's a sign of a man
Hello.
who just gave up.
You didn't plan that out this time very well.
Your brain is amorphous, Raymond. That's what it is. Wait, can you
Never
hear us?
fails.
Can you hear us?
Never fails.
Chat, can you hear us?
I'm muted. How about now,
Raymond's
everyone?
Just
Can you hear
dancing,
me?
no vocals.
Testing,
we can hear
testing.
You too. Okay.
Pierre, happy to have been part of the prep for this. It was a fun time chatting. I've been looking forward to this talk as a whole weekend. I hope productive. Now you can hear the three of you, Kaiser. Okay, there we go. All right, I don't understand. All right, I need you guys understand. All right, I have two microphones set up in my sound mixer down here. I have my Shure microphone, which is my good one that I'm using currently, and my headset mic. I had the Shure mic was actually working. I could see it moving. My headset mic was also, I had that muted. But I set my settings so my headset mic is now taking the input from my Shure microphone, and for some reason now it works. I don't Streamlabs, you perplex me. Anyway, hi, I'm Celtic Phoenix, your host for today on the Team JYCT podcast. Joining me as always are, as I was saying, the amorphous young Kaiser and the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
You gave up.
No, I needed the catch up. Anyway, joining us today as a special guest host to discuss his, would it be comfortable saying controversial video?
I'd say it's up there in terms of controversy, certainly.
Is Anthony Gramuglia. Did I say that correctly?
Almost. No one gets it right the first time, so I completely understand. It's actually pronounced Gramuglia.
Gramuglia.
The G is, it's an Italian weird sound thing. I don't know.
Right. Okay.
It's all weird.
So, like, full disclosure, my brain kept switching around the I and the U, so I kept calling you like Gramigula, like you were some sort of vampire lord,
like the vampire bunny, the vampire bunny Banicula. That's what I became in your stream. Okay, that's fine. No, I've heard much worse. People add syllables all the time. It's kind of ridiculous. People are. It's not a name people can pronounce easily. But anyway, thank you for having me. I'm very happy to have this discussion with you all.
Yeah. I can commiserate with you on the name because my first name also has a silent letter in it, so nobody gets it right.
Oh my goodness, I can hear you there. It's awful. Yeah. Do they also add extra syllables? My favorite was the telemarketers. When I was when they still would call you on the phone to get those things, it'd be like, "Hello, is Mr. Gramuglia here?" I'm like, "How did you even get to that one? Like, what letters are you adding to my name to get to that answer, that pronunciation?"
I got like
when I was going to school
that people often mistake for Mexican.
Oh no, well my spouse is Cuban, so I have an idea. Anyway,
when I was going to school, it would be really frustrating because it's like I have a meeting with the teacher, so I go to the front desk and tell the secretary, "Hey, I'm full name, last name, and I'm here to see this teacher." And then they pick up the phone and then immediately say my name wrong.
Oh, great. Love it. Fantastic.
Dude, school people are the absolute worst with this stuff. Like, I have a very simple name, IRL. You would be so astounded by the many different versions of the name people can come up with for some dumbass reason.
Yeah,
there's always one or the
other.
It's
weird.
And it looks like a South Park Canadian.
Yeah, I was thinking that actually the whole time.
If at any time
standards like a mouth breather.
If at any time you want to adjust that, there are settings for how much you bob and jump up and down and such. You can adjust those. I'm pretty sure I've cropped out most of where your menu would be, so you should be able to adjust that freely.
All right, let me give that a shot right now. I'll adjust the bouncing. I've never used this app before, so I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, we can tell because a purple box pops up around.
How's it right now? Is that a little more manageable?
Now you're barely bouncing. Now you're just like.
Yeah, let me actually make it a little more bounce. A little more bounce is good.
There we go. That's about good. That's good.
Sure. There we go. Cool. A tasteful amount of Canadian.
I shall allow you to have some Canadian flavor.
That's valid. That's valid. I have Canadian
Right.
relatives.
She gives you the
so-
C pass. She gives you the leaf pass. Okay.
Some of my best
actually
friends are
would have been
Canadian.
if my grandparents didn't leave the country in like the 50s. My family was from Italy, and they moved to Canada, then they moved to America. So I'm stuck with New Jersey. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Joyzy.
Right.
It's a great place. I love New Jersey. It's like a Sonic the Hedgehog level. You go from Green Hills to in one block, and then block away it's all toxic waste dumps. It's fantastic. Just like Sonic intended.
Yes. Oh god, I just saw they had the little trailer for the Sonic X Shadow game that's coming out. They had a really good animated trailer. I'm like, what? Wait, who is cooking on Edgy the Hedgy over here?
So hard for no reason.
Do they have the same guy who did the I forget he's like a big name fan who did the Sonic I'm drawing a blank.
Generations? Not Generations.
No,
sorry.
it's
Mania?
it's not Mania animated. Did they have him work on it?
Probably.
I know he was really.
I think it has a lot of the same energy, definitely.
Oh, good. Yeah, he's a. I love it when fans get work. I love it when they get to work on the properties they love. It's
Yeah.
just so sasatisfying to see.
Yeah, Nintendo. Hey, isn't that great?
They're furries.
I'm looking at you, Pokemon Company. Isn't it great when
I know
you?
there were a few like a few big name fans still work with Pokemon, and then they just kind of let go.
I
Yeah.
the one that I remember the most was Toby Fox doing music for them. Which I mean, hey, based, but like that was the last time I heard about them ever doing. Because I think the Pokemon Company is still only like 200 people, right? It's
a small company.
It's like small company, big rewards, and absolutely zero progress in the last 10 years.
Well, the problem is when you make multiple
except for Ash
games-
winning the league finally, but
Yeah.
Well, the problem is when you have a company that makes two big major releases back to back without adding staff. The results are gonna suffer. You just don't have enough people, and you're doing it too quickly. It's I don't know.
Yeah.
It's disappointing.
Anyway,
A lot of people love Scarlet and Violet. I'm not one of them.
I don't buy Pokemon games anymore, not the mainline ones. I will only buy the spin-off games because those ones actually have quality to them.
You like New Snap?
Yes, I like it very much.
Yeah,
I
same.
was so happy that they finally got it, and the mystery dungeons keep being good.
Wait, they made new mystery dungeons? Actually, I feel like I'm behind.
No.
They just remade one of the old ones. I thought it was. Was that?
Yeah, they remade Mystery Dungeon, but it still works fairly well. They were very accurate with it and all that kind of stuff, and the graphics look amazing and all that kind of stuff. They updated it very well. In comparison to Diamond and Pearl, for instance.
Makes sense.
But yeah, for some reason they just don't really care about mainline Pokemon because it's going to sell anyway.
I wonder if it's less that they don't care and more that they're just being they almost feel like they have to make more. You know what I mean? Some companies are we have our flagship product. We got to put it out the door every year, every Christmas. The kids got to get it in there.
I wonder about that. That sounds
That's
more
what
like
a Capcom disease.
Well, is that Capcom disease or is that more modernly Ubisoft disease or Call of Duty disease?
Modern Ubisoft has a lot more problems than just releasing games every year. They have a big company culture problem too.
Oh yeah,
let's be blunt about it. A company releasing bad games is surprisingly now the least of a problem I have with some of these companies. Some of it's just ridiculous how these companies are managed and run. It's horrendous.
Yeah,
they're horribly cruel to their employees. They have days without sleeping. It's just not sustainable. I don't know. When it comes to workers' rights, I get really big on that. Sorry.
Understandable. So anyway, so yes, we're here today to talk about your video. YouTube critics are lying to you, which became a hot button conversation starter for the media criticism sphere on YouTube. I think how many views does it have now? It has 270,000. Damn.
Yeah, it got a lot.
Right.
The thing is, it just what the thing about it was it built. It gradually, it started with a few good views. It was popular when it came out, but it kind of just gradually continued to build and build and build and build. And I think the controversy around it helped it in many ways.
Absolutely. I remember when first showed up, people like sent it to us, like, oh, you should cover this on Jack. I'm like, okay, great. And so I added it to the pile. I'm like, we can cover this week. That's a very inflammatory title. We gotta get on this hot. And then the same week EFAP covers it, and I'm like, oh wow. So I intentionally did not watch that EFAP because I'm like, I want to go in with eyes completely open, want to be
completely blind. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I would argue you probably made better points than they did, honestly, but my unbiased opinion.
So actually, as a question, have you watched our stream covering your video?
I
know
did.
You wanted to watch a bit of it.
I watched in preparation for this, and like obviously you guys got a little heated at times, so but I can you have to take criticism as it comes. If you make public material, you got to be able to take criticism, I think.
Yeah,
and I'll get into this a little bit more later. I think, I'll tell you this. And again, if you have any questions, just tell me to shut up and I'll answer them. Don't worry about that. Or if you want to say something, tell me to shut up and I'll stop talking. But when it came to this, the last week, really, I really realized that I hadn't engaged enough with criticism of my points. Because online you get a lot of criticism that's not like good faith. You get a lot of criticism that's really bad faith. They just want to like laugh at you or whatever. And you kind of like, okay, you got a thick skin to it. You're kind of like, okay, this is whatever, who cares? Okay, moving on.
I think I know a name for the phenomena that you're talking about. It's called Twitter trauma.
I can get into that too. Oh, I have tons of that. I can talk to a therapist probably about that shit. But it's like, but the last week, obviously, this video is not the only thing I've made. I've had a few videos that came up recently were fairly popular about Lily Orchard. And the thing that struck me was how abstinent she was in the face of criticism of any kind.
Oh, yeah.
Like she doesn't just refuse to listen to criticism. She makes you the devil if you argue against her. And, that kind of, I was telling a few other people this too, it's like this mentality of like, if you make content and you receive criticism, you always go, well, okay, I'll listen to the good criticism and I'll dismiss the bad criticism, and that's all well and good. But, I was watching Lily respond. I'm thinking, like, am I just like dismissing a lot of potentially good criticism offhand? Am I just like ignoring it? Am I just like trying to push around it in that same mentality she's doing? I wouldn't say I am like Lily in any way, but like seeing her reaction
nowhere
made me
near. But
no, God, no. I mean, hope not. Anyway.
No,
not
even close.
You have been far more. I mean, like I admittedly, I had the fear that you were going to be along those lines. I mean, we see it a lot. Full disclosure, I am a big fan of EFAP. I actually really like watching their streams in the background when I do, a lot of different types of work. Or like when I'm doing my Gun Plus stuff.
And there have been a lot of people that they've covered
that have been,
had that sort of track record.
Yeah. No, what I appreciate about them is that, like, and I honestly, I would actually probably recommend to you, if you reach out to them, they would probably have you on. And they would, from what I've seen, they would treat you much the same way we've treated you. I know they have a reputation in some circles, but like if you ever thought you wanted to kind of hop on there and talk with them, I think they'd be up for it.
They're really good friends with JYCT.
That's all well and good. I'm not a particular fan of their style. I probably wouldn't. It's not. And here's the thing: what comes down, especially his continued association with Rags, especially has really that puts a lot in perspective for me personally. Given I'm not a fan of Rags at all. But that's one factor there. And I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm not trying to be like, oh, hey, how dare you? You like what you like, and that's, hey, that's yours. I don't think I would I don't think I would personally enjoy talking to Mauler and his crew personally, just from what I've seen. But that's not like a refusal to engage with his arguments. I think a lot of his arguments did have some merit, and I'm going to discuss in a stream tomorrow what I thought his particular arguments that made sense were. Okay. I just don't personally, I don't know. I just don't think I would enjoy that whole process. Because people have been like,
at the very least, though, you're here talking about the video at all and willing to address the criticisms anyway. So at the very least, that should be good.
Yeah, I was going to say, one thing I wanted to highlight at the very beginning of this is, no matter where this conversation goes, if maybe it all collapses horribly in a big old bonfire of us yelling at each other over media takes, I don't think it's going to be the case. Regardless.
No. Well, here's the thing. Well, listen, you almost made me start yelling at you with your Cowboy Bebop take.
But I was going to say, my first thing I want to say is thank you for coming on and being willing to have this conversation. No matter where it ultimately leads, I very much think that's an incredibly brave thing to do, and it's very respectable, and major kudos, man.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for having me on, because I think, I firmly, I've said this online hundreds of times, I think 80% of online arguments would not happen if they were held at a bar over drinks.
Absolutely.
I genuinely believe that. I think that if with the internet, it's the fact that people are so physically divided, not even politically, not even emotionally, but physically divided.
Yep.
If you can't hear a person's voice, you're already inclined to get angry. If you can't see their face, you're already willing to throw punches.
It's one of those things where people really underestimate how important facial expression, how important voice is. That's why I manage a substantially large project, and there's a lot of strong personalities in there, some of which don't communicate smoothly. They actually have real difficulty sounding soft at all. And it's not really, they don't mean that. They don't want to be harsh or bad. It's just that,
that's the environment.
The environment, and they don't do well, speaking. It's just the nature of talking over text is so limiting. I mean, the tone of voice and that sort of thing just gets completely lost. And so trying to be mindful of how people try to express themselves and try to give everyone I try to give everyone the most meaningful benefit of the doubt as possible.
The thing also is on that front too, I've had experiences with groups that you would consider hate groups essentially online. And the problem you have when your first big experience with online controversy is with those groups, you tend to go, that's where your mind jumps to, the fight or flight mode, right?
Yeah.
So if you're dealing with
Twitter trauma, right?
No, yeah, exactly, 100%. And so certain people, and I'm not saying they're hate groups necessarily, but I'm saying that they are very hateful people. I should more clarify. When you're dealing with really hateful people on a regular basis, that's where your mind goes to, You go, okay, this person's going to respond by attacking your appearance, attacking you as a person. And there's no, when that happens, there's no good in actually responding to that, There's good arguments and there's arguments and there's arguments, There's arguments that are worth engaging in and arguments that are worth, I'll just do something else.
Yeah.
And
sorry.
No, go for it. I'm sorry.
I think that there's a little bit of both, because I've been watching a lot of people like Boogie and Chris Chan and Lily for a very long time. It's one of the toxic little Jerry Springer things that I like to do, indulge in. But
you watched that Boogie documentary a few months ago?
Yeah. I've been following Boogie stuff for a long time. I've been following Chris Chan for at least the last 15 years, on and off. Just watching all of the little videos that people make on him and all that kind of stuff. But I noticed that there's a recurring pattern of a lot of the abuse that they receive online gets worse when they don't engage in a positive way with their audience or try to shut down the criticism at all. A lot of people become trolls specifically because that's the only way to get anything out of that person, because when conversation fails, you just turn to just going after them. And it was the same thing with me too, actually, because there was this person who used to interact with one of my friends, and this person was very just very rude in general, very I wouldn't really want to say narcissistic, but kind of in that ballpark of everything had to revolve around them and their stuff and their stories. Yeah. And my friend would be so just walking on eggshells with them all the time. She wouldn't even say criticism. She just would say I have trouble understanding what you're going for here, but maybe that's just me. And then they would freak out at her. And
that sucks. I'm sorry your friend went through that. I know people just like that. They're hard to deal with.
So I went onto their DeviantArt one time, and I gave them very harsh but fair criticism about their art, and they went after me. And then that's when I knew myself that this person just cannot accept criticism at all. So then I began to troll them a little bit and be like, I'm not gonna be nice to you anymore. I'm just gonna tell you straight up that I think that you're a horrible person because you abuse people who just want to try and help you.
But let me ask a question too, in regard to that. In that sense, is it really trolling, or is it more of a self-justified kind of takedown of them? Because
Yeah.
you say yourself, this person's not being a very kind person. They're hurting your friend, they're hurting you in response to you being kind to them. You're opening yourself up to them, and then they strike you back where it hurts.
Yeah.
Because I think giving good faith criticism, it's a place of trust, and they're breaking that trust. I think does it have something to do with it as well?
Yeah, a little bit. But I already had a feeling that this person would be like that because my friend had been talking to me about this for months, like months and months and months. They would send me her art, which looked like very muscular, what's his name? Peter Dinklage. Like she would draw all the characters looking like very overly muscular Peter Dinklages.
That's a very specific type. I mean, hey, it takes all types, but that's a very specific type.
I just watched a
so there
is even art, so that works.
I was gonna say I just watched a horror story about D&D about Dami mommies. So I mean okay, so trying to transition because we do have quite a few questions. Kind of wanted to.
I'm sorry. What?
Oh wow! Everyone just cutting out.
Some? Can you send them my way? I'm kidding.
Also, the person did was also very atrocious.
Did I cut out? Did you guys cut out?
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah. Sorry. I was gonna say so.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear words any of you guys just say. Can you say it again, please?
Testing. Are we all good? Scuff. Hello. Someone respond. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh no. I don't know if that's on me or on you guys.
Wow. Okay. Now I really can't hear you.
What is happening?
Good. I think we're okay.
All right.
Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, while we're having this problem, I can read out the super chat.
Wait, you can't hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. I think it's Kaiser.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you not hear us? What do you mean by the stuff?
You
guys can hear me.
It says
though,
I
right?
can hear them.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Well, we can all hear each other.
Go.
I think that the chat.
Yeah, I think we're all good. I can hear everyone.
Yeah,
else.
no, everyone can hear what I can hear. So you guys are cutting out sporadically. It's really weird.
Oh dear.
That's strange.
While this is happening,
you were kind of cutting out a little bit.
While this is happening, I'll read out Teddy Bear Paladin's next super chat. Funko Bear. Courage needs reason. Risk without cause is fruitless. Our cub feared the quiet cub, didn't see her as a friend, but our cub saw a quiet cub as a friend. Reason to try. Ask to earn if it wasn't so. Good to have.
Yeah, this is part of a whole saga.
They comment every stream with something.
Yeah.
It's
I see.
Just an ongoing story. It's wonderful.
It's all about Funko Bear.
I've been meaning to make a freaking compilation of all these at some point. I just haven't had the time to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, sorry for going off on that tangent about that one person.
Oh, it's fine. Though I do kind of I honestly I want to move into the main questions because I think we have been sitting here for
mic is low right now.
Kaiser's mic is low right now. You are a little quiet, but not the most. Thomas, you mean
I can hear you fine from my end.
That's what Mike. That's what Chad is saying. But y'all keep going. I'm
with stuff. Basically, the way kind of wanted to format this because there's a lot of different points, and we tried to hit everything in a line.
That's fair.
I kind of want to start off just talking general discussion about media takes and criticism and the like. The first major question on the list is, how do you define critical thinking? It's kind of a broad.
That's a
broad opening question. I know.
Opening with the big ones.
Well, we're going broad. Start broad, going narrow.
Okay, let me ask a clarifying question just to make sure I hit the right note you're asking. Do you mean critical thought in general or media critical thought?
Media critical thought is like the next level of question. So
okay,
kind of broad.
So critical
broad.
thought then. Okay, so you're talking like big ideas. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
Big ideas,
I would
yeah.
say critical thought is analyzing the hows and whys of why things and how things happen. And that there's two ways of looking at a thing. If you were to say flip a light switch, the light goes on. Oh, cool, the light's on. I can look around the room. I can see things. That's the first level of thought. Second level of thought is, okay, wait, why did that happen? And you go, okay, well, there's an electrical switch. It caused some reaction, and the light goes on. The filament in the light bulb illuminates. Okay, that's the second level. Then you go, okay, what had to happen in the switch to cause that reaction? What components in the electrical wire? How did that function? How did the light bulb function? How does the charge illuminate the filament? Okay, that's the third level. The fourth level is like, is the thinking of the problems that go in from there. And so critical thought is essentially that. It's going through the levels of the mechanics of how things function, but also it's going with what you can do with that, A light bulb goes off. Okay, the filament's illuminate. The first person who, because it's not Thomas Edison, let's just be blunt about it. Thomas Edison didn't really invent the light bulb. He just
Glory be to Tesla!
Yeah, he just stole patents he just stole inventions that people didn't patent yet and made the patents for himself. He's a businessman, not a scientist.
Just realized people are going to clip that and make me out to be a Musk fanboy.
Yeah, right. Oh god.
Nikola Tesla. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we be clipped
David
at
Bowie,
all,
No, but like the idea
we
is,
have yet to been clipped since this podcast formation, and I'm disappointed.
There's always a first for everything. But no, like so the idea of it going, okay, well, what's this? You have this filament, it illuminates when charged with electricity. Well, what can I do with it? Oh, we can put it in a bulb. Okay, what am I going to do with that? Oh, you can put it in a room. We can fill the whole room with light. Oh, that's a good idea. You can put it in like a little stick and hold it around so you can light up parts of the house that's dark. Or maybe outside in the woods. You go outside in the woods, you put a light at the end of a stick and you shine a light over all these logs. You know where you're going. Okay, it's kind of useful. And you go from there and there and there. You apply this information you now have to multiple different uses. So critical thought on one hand, to the TLDR version of what I just said, how things work, and what you can do with them once you figure out how they work.
Okay.
Application and mechanics. Those are the cores of all critical thought, I think.
Axerim says, can you explain, defend as unexplained editing? Look, there is questions on that later on. We'll get to that.
I'll explain. I'll be very candid about some of the issues with this video that I have, but I'll get to that later, I'm sure, when you ask the questions.
Okay, so
I'll be very upfront about those.
Going the next, that's a very good answer, I think. Next level down, what would you consider to be bad media criticism?
I would say criticism that is divorced from the media itself. That is to say, if you go into media criticism okay, let me take a step back. When discussing a thesis or an argument, you have to kind of formulate your argument based on the evidence provided to you. What some people do is they come into the evidence with a thesis already in mind, and they mold the evidence to fit the thesis. Now, that's not to say you have an idea of what you're looking for and you find proof of it. It's to say you actively twist the information at hand to justify your end result. That I would feel is bad media analysis. When you have to distort or contort or misconstrue the information on hand to justify your thesis. Now, that's not the same as making an error. Errors are errors. People fuck up. That's just life. Not everything is going to be flawless, and everyone's going to screw up at least once. I think screw ups are a great way to learn and to develop if you're willing to listen to criticism about your screw ups. But bad media criticism tends to be deliberate screw-uppery. The kind where you make errors and you're doing it for the sake of proving a point. And you try to replace the media in question in the minds of your audience. That to me is a big one. If you're misconstruing information and it's done to replace the version of the media in your audience's mind, that's bad criticism in my opinion.
Okay.
Essentially,
So-
that's again, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but that's
Yeah.
just
Would you say that
Mhm.
would you say that also could be defined as bad faith?
yes, but
Okay.
but bad faith is also a little different too. They overlap, but not quite the same thing. Bad faith usually is when you enter into a discussion, not willing to hear out the other side. You know, like you kind of going like, okay, I know I'm right. I know
Okay.
this person's wrong, and fuck them. Whatever they say, fuck them. Who cares? That's bad faith, in my opinion. Good faith is kind of going into a conversation, going, I might disagree with you, but I'll listen to what you have to say. You know, maybe you'll be nothing you'll say will convince me, but at least I'm willing to hear you out. That's good faith. You don't have
Okay.
to agree with the other person. You just have to be willing to entertain the ideas and take them, assess them as they are.
Right. So then, what would you define as mockery?
It's mockery.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a separate thing from the other two things.
Yeah,
'Cause mockery
I
can still be
honestly
good
like
faith.
I could probably swap that around because we added this one later. Like, I guess more related to bad faith and bad media criticism. What would you consider lying? Like, how would you define that?
Okay, that's good. That's a good question. I would say I open up with an example of in my video of direct lying, where CinemaSins just completely makes up an argument about Kong Skull Island, but it rains all the time in the movie when it really barely is any rain in the whole film. That to me is a lie, because if you watch past the first 15 minutes, you see there's no rain. So why say the whole film has all this rain in it? You know, and that's different from misremembering, because you know they're also actively editing the video as they can go along. If you're editing this video and you go, okay, well, there's no rain elsewhere in this video, I guess I can probably cut that last part out. You know, that doesn't land the same way as the other comments they make land. You know, something like that would be lying, because you have proven to yourself in the edit of the video that what you're saying is inaccurate. But that's different from saying necessarily like, maybe if you're doing like a off the cuff recording and you're saying, oh, I remember there being all this rain movie, it's raining all the. That's not quite the same thing, because you're not really editing clips of the movie back
But
into
yeah, because the fact that it is an edited video, it makes it a little less believable in your mind that it was just an accident.
Yeah, well, I firmly believe I can be reasonably convinced that maybe during the writing phase it was an accident, but the video is not done at the writing phase. You know, there's the editing. There's, you know, you have a lot of time to go back and go, you know, that joke didn't land. There's times I make comments where I'm like, you know, even in some of my later videos where I'll say a thing, I'll be editing the video and I go, wait a second, no, I screwed it up. I'm not right about that. That's inaccurate. And I'll cut out a comment. I did it just with the video I'm working on right now. I said something about a movie I saw like a month or two ago, and I had forgotten this one thing happened in it. I won't say specifically, but you know, I was wrong, so I cut it out. You know, because it was inaccurate. I didn't want to like betray my own sensibilities about it. Like, you're gonna mess up eventually, no matter what you do. Everyone's gonna mess up.
There is there room?
But,
I think Pierre Body actually a good
Go
follow-up question. Is there room for believably that the criticism was intentionally hyperbolic for comedic purposes?
Yeah. Oh, it happens all the time. But then the question becomes why. You know, that's where it gets a little trickier. Why was it hyperbolic? Why was it a joke? You know, with some things it's fair, like the famous bat credit card joke from the old Nostalgia Critic episodes. Like, it's like one fucking credit card. Who cares? But it's hyperbolic. It's memorable. Whatever. So that's acceptable because you're making a big deal about what really isn't a big deal at all. But it's also not implying that the whole film is just them going through a closet of bat credit card. It's a one-off gag.
I was gonna say, like, when it comes down to like CinemaSins in particular, we actually have a bit of a insight more into their creative process. We actually read the first novel written by Jeremy Scott.
Do tell.
Oh, yeah.
I am.
So basically, I don't think he was lying in this. If he recognized that they didn't have rain machines and the rest of them, I think he was too lazy to take it out. Like, I don't know if that still qualifies as lying, but basically he will make jokes when they don't even necessarily make sense. Jeremy is really weird, and he's not. One of the things that we kind of wanted to touch on when we finally get to talking about CinemaSins is you citing them here as critically reliable resources. I know there's a lot of general populace that cite CinemaSins, but anyone that talks
in terms of like within the YouTube
anyone that
space,
talks
like,
within the YouTube space and
Yeah.
actually discusses media criticism, no one takes CinemaSins seriously.
especially not in like the past 5 years, you know.
You see, I'll be honest with you. I don't understand why anyone thought they were a real serious critic at all. I just cited this because it was a historical event of a director calling out a critic online for misconstruing their film.
I suppose so.
Yeah, like that's one thing I got really confused by with the response.
I think
thought it was pretty clear.
Our
it was
more
not like,
our more issue when like in that particular instance is that you called it lying when it could just be any number of things that I think would be taken as a better faith understanding of what happened there. Not to say that he's right in these
Especially with
scenes.
the other two examples with them.
Yeah,
that
where
you
he
cited in the video.
He mixed up, I think, a
I
character,
think-
something like that.
Yeah. I think my.
I think where the
I'm sorry. Go
Sorry.
for it. No, I spoke before I realized you were talking. Go for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think where the confusion comes from with people thinking that you thought that Jeremy was legitimate criticism is there was no clear indication that it was just meant to be a factoid of a historical event. So, like when you're coming in with the video talking about media criticism, and knowing that there's probably something about like talking about criticism on YouTube and going after very specific individuals on YouTube, then like there should be like maybe a clear indication that this is just an example of an actual event of people like misunderstanding criticism on YouTube or in the online space and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you on that one. I think you know I might as well tell you my big issue with this video in hindsight, just so we can avoid going on this every a couple of minutes. I think we're gonna go. I think this is the root of my big issue with it in hindsight. That I think is going to be the root of your big issues with it as well. This video tries to be too many things at once.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
All right, that's a way off my shoulders. Okay.
Yeah, no, the video is attempting too much. It's too short. I made the entire thing in 4 days. It was way too quick of a turnaround for this video.
Wow.
Dude,
okay,
a 48-minute video. You made this in 4 days?
From scripting to editing, it was 4 days. Yeah, the whole thing was a 4-day
project. Do you
project.
sleep? You also work a full-time job. Oh my god, man!
I also worked a full-time job, and I was also conducting interviews for my LGBTQA videos that I did the next 2 weeks after. 2 weeks after. No, actually, it was the bad rep LGBTQA video, and then it was the comic one and the horror one, and those I conducted about. I think I conducted about a total of 6 or 7 hours of interviews around the same time. I did that the same week I did this video. So, you know, the problem was I bit off more than they can chew with one video. That was my big issue with it. And a lot of people will mention the editing errors. That's entirely because I was cramped for time.
Okay.
I had to get it out during a week. This video followed my Spider-Man and Batman video, which took way longer than I expected. So this entire video... I still didn't have my DSLR camera, so I was using a crappy webcam. You can even say my hair looks frazzled in it. I think my hair looks terrible in the video, quite personally. And that's the thing that stands out to me personally.
I've seen worse.
We didn't care about your appearance. It was fine.
Well, you know what? Maybe you don't care, but I do.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Is that why you're hiding the lower half of your body right now with your character?
Exactly, bro.
This entire you have to keep in mind this. Again, this is kind of based off of my previous work history before working with CBR. Before working with YouTube, I was writing for CBR, which is a website which I can go into so much about.
You've touched upon some of it, and dude, I am looking forward to coverage of that.
It was one day I'll do a video on it. Not soon. I want to see if anyone else I've worked with would like to talk with me too, but I don't. I think most people just want to move past it. It was basically a content mill. You're basically producing 7 or 8 articles a day, every day, to get a very ridiculous amount of money in return. A very ridiculously small amount of money in return.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, you get with that mindset of going, okay, you got to do 7 articles, 5 articles, whatever a day, this day. That puts you in the mindset of, if I didn't do enough production, you didn't do enough. And you have that sense of invalidation. So with this video, I just put it together. And right after this video died, my grandmother-in-law passed away. So my response was definitely not that great either, because I was, in and out of. At one point, I was basically responding to comments on my phone, and a few minutes later, I was carrying a coffin around a church. So, this was just a rough week for me.
Yeah.
I'm going to advise in the
All things
future,
considered.
in times of grieving, just disconnect. I think it's probably wiser to just not.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's what I should have done, but I'm an idiot, so I didn't. So there you go.
Well,
I mean, I had the same thing when my grandmother died. That was when I said something when I was going after fixing Ruby critics. I said something that wasn't like the most coherently thought out, because I was so distracted by my grandmother being in the hospital, and only hours after I had posted it, my mom came into my bedroom and said, "We have to go to the hospital. Grandma's just died."
Oh my god!
I was like, "Ah, shit."
That is depressing. I'm so sorry.
I did. Yeah, I did thankfully disconnect from the whole fighting with people about fixing Ruby on Tumblr after that. But yeah.
Well, the problem was, and I don't want to use the death of a relative by marriage as justification for any Twitter antics, but it definitely left me a little short-tempered with some people. I think JYCT especially saw that. But like beyond that, it's like, you kind of like, and that's no excuse for anything you say online. You say some shitty things and you got to deal with it. But like, the fact is, these videos have a very tight turnaround for me. I've definitely figured out better ways of planning out my research and writing by taking far, far, far smaller projects, essentially, and with more video footage than editing, which kind of speeds up the process slightly. Yeah. But again, this was a product that the biggest issue with this project was I put too many different ideas into a tight thesis. This should have been 6 or 7 different essays.
We're going to be getting, like, that's going to be the last question of this section before we move on to the accuracy of some of the things you talked about. I was going to ask, like, kind of using CinemaSins now as a jumping point, what do you consider mockery? Exactly.
Yes, you asked me that before.
Yeah, I think that it moves smoother now that we're talking about CinemaSins, because they do a lot of that kind of stuff too.
Well, mockery is just when you try to take the piss out of something without really thinking through what you're insulting. You're
not really engaging with it.
No, you're not really engaging with it. You're just kind of saying crap and you're throwing it at the wall, and whatever sticks is what sticks. Yeah. And some mockery is needed.
Yeah,
mockery is one of those things where it's like, you need that sometimes. Some things need to be mocked, and sometimes mockery can be very constructive. That's why I hesitate to kind of group it in. I'm sorry about that. With bad faith criticism as a whole, because quite frankly, some mockery can be constructive. It can be beneficial. It can have that kind of added benefit of illustrating something that is an honest truth. Like South Park does this a lot, where South Park is very crass, it is very vulgar, but behind the vulgarity, behind all that, there's usually a message that they're trying to relay. Yeah. Whether it's a good message is a different matter, but they're trying to relay a message, and that's something worth discussing.
I find it like whenever you were talking about that, I kept thinking about our live stream a couple of weeks ago where we went over a childhood book series of mine called Unicorns of Valinor, and we were just mocking the shit out of that.
That sounds really familiar. That's what I'm asking.
Mary Stanton is her name.
Okay, I don't think I've read it, but I think I saw the cover on like a library shelf when I was younger. It just sounds really familiar.
Yeah, it was really big back in the late 90s. Yeah.
If you can send me a cover of this later, I feel like I've seen this.
Better yet, check out our stream of it.
It's going to annoy me so much, I swear.
You can check out our stream where the last week where I was covering the assassin that gets reincarnated anime that's awful and written by the person that did Redo of Healer.
Oh God, yeah. I'm not a big
that last week.
fan.
It was so funny.
I'm not a particular fan of redo of Healer, not because it's disturbing. I like disturbing media. I just find it tasteless. It's my
no,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I put the picture in the chat for you.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have seen this. I have seen this series. This
Yes.
I've seen in my library or Barnes and Noble or something.
It is
I've seen that.
hilarious. It is hilarious.
It is hilariously bad.
It kind of reminds me of the old Mercedes Lackey covers, act. Like a little bit. You know what I mean? Like a little. Like I think it's like the border, like the colorful border on the side with the fancy image in the center. That kind of makes me think of Mercedes Lackey's old books.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
I wanted to get the super chat. Great
or
bar.
Tamara Pierce. I'm thinking of. Anyway, it's on point. Anyway, your point. Sorry.
I was getting to the super chat. Great bar. Hey, just joined. Not sure what was asked. Hope the stream is going well. It is going well. Great bar. At least I think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason why I was thinking about that was because like I mock Unicorns of Balinor a lot, and often I don't give context. I just say like just the thing that I want to mock it over, which can be many different things, because there's so many things to mock this book series for, whether it's, and I'm not going to spoil Kaiser or Raymond on it, but there's like the
No,
dialogue.
Please spare us the torture.
There you go.
The dialogue, the fact that it tries to build up tension, but it can't because the first chapter spoiled everything in the book for you, pretty much. All that kind of stuff. And sometimes I just don't give context for it because like I've went over these books, I've read them over and over and over again in order to like refresh myself on how bad they are and just go off on these out of context rants.
Oh god, she has chewed my ear off more times than I can count about Balinor.
Just talking about plot points that
She's
you're like,
brought
this
it up a
sucks. I
couple
can't believe
times,
this is
yeah.
terrible. Why did they write
we
this?
actually
That kind of stuff.
We just got a super chat for you from Great Bar again. Oh, I meant to ask Anthony on this. Did he watch the Bob's Vid video on sustaining stupidity with Cone Masons, and was that a good source of info on his video? Are you talking right now? I can't hear you. Oh no. Guys, can you hear me? Hello. Are we back?
I think.
Oh no. You guys are coming in sporadically. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you definitely. Oh.
One moment, folks. I am attempting to get us back on track here. Come on! Come on, Scuff! Am I gonna have to shut down Discord? Is that what I'm gonna have to do? How's chat doing? Everyone doing okay? Everyone? Hello? Oh. There we go. I'm back. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that.
It just came back. Good? I was in the red for a while. Yeah.
All right. So watch that.
All right. Are we back?
We are back.
Yeah.
You're a little mechanical sounding.
I am.
No. I'm sorry. I keep saying you. Kaiser is mechanical. I think everyone else is good.
Oh, that's the usual.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
If it's just Kaiser, that's mechanical. We can live with that. We've been living with that for the last year.
Yeah.
Valid. Okay.
That is why he's a robot.
It's so weird. It changes. The signal's changing from green to red for like the past few seconds. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay?
But so did you answer?
Now. Yeah.
Did you answer Great Bar's question about Bob's Vid?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So that's right. Bob's Vid. Yeah, I think I cited it in the video act. I know Bob's Vid did a couple videos.
Yeah, you did use a brief clip of it from there.
Yeah. I had watched that ages ago on CinemaSins, back when I was like still a young stupid child of 27. But yeah, no. I watched it ages ago, and it was really good. I think they were really I think their research was fantastic. My biggest issue is that CinemaSins privated or deleted all the videos that Bob's Vid cited. It was really unhelpful.
Oh wow,
really?
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I
He hit
forgot
hit
about that.
all
Yeah,
of
I
them.
heard about that a while ago.
You know, that is the thing that always gets me about CinemaSins. They always, and this is their trick, they always flip-flop between whether or not they're serious criticism or comedy. And they hide behind that
Oh, yeah.
constantly. And then when anyone calls them out, they're just chickens.
It's
Absolutely
super defensive
chickens.
mode, you know.
That is something if you're gonna hear this a lot. If I were able to redo the video that we're talking about, that'd be one thing I would directly discuss. You know, the flip-flopping between being a serious critic and a comedic critic.
Yeah, I think that would, in line with what you were trying to, push forth in the video, the general thesis of it, which I think to establish, I guess from all of us, is that we don't necessarily disagree with the thesis of the video. I think
the execution.
that of course. That aspect of CinemaSins is a much better illustration of dishonesty on their part.
Oh, 100%.
I think that's a much better line. There's a much more concrete line of logic that you can go through as to, okay, this is how they're being dishonest, put that together.
Axerman, no, there is not going to be a rewrite of Assassin Aristocrat Isekai. I look, just because there was some potential here or there doesn't mean I'm going to waste my time trying to squeeze blood from a stone, all right?
No, we already struggled.
There was a really good isekai I remember reading a while ago. I read the light novel. I was with CBR. It was a world where they got so many people isekaiing into their world. They had people to assassinate the people being isekai'd because they were like heroes.
Was that freaking was it about the two girls that become lesbians? Yeah. It was what was that called? That was all right.
I like that. What was it? It was
I know, I'm blanking on the name too. It only got one season.
Which sucks because the light novels were pretty solid from what I remember, because I read them ages ago. I'm really digging them.
I read a lot of isekais because I actually it's a guilty pleasure for me. A lot of isekai stuff. My first real adventure novel is it's a lighter novel.
That you're working on?
No, that I actually released. The Artificer. It's out on Amazon right now. Yeah.
Oh, really? That's incredible. Congratulations.
But yeah, it's an isekai. It has a lot of isekai going into it, and it's not a very complicated one. But I like isekai. There's something about being stranded in a foreign world and having to learn to adapt to it and that kind of stuff. That's one of the big problems with the assassin isekai is the main character doesn't struggle at all with his new surroundings. He doesn't have any connections back home that he needs to actually tie back to or take account to. It's like there's just all these different interesting routes to explore that are left completely fallow and barren and cut off because they don't ever build up to it. It's such a bad show.
That is hilariously bad.
By the way, it's called The Executioner in Her Way of Life.
I read the manga for that one.
The Executioner in Her Way of Life. Yes, you're right. That was a fine
Thanks,
one.
comments.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, if you want a really good isekai, go back to the 90s. There's so many.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say.
Isekais.
Escaflowne
here and there is one of
Escaflowne.
I rewatched.
Now and then here and there. Fushigi Yugi, even I think, even though it is flawed, is really.
I still need to see that. I've been recommended that one forever.
It's a classic shoujo.
The first and fourth seasons of Digimon are also isekai.
That they are. And Magic Knight Rayearth is also an isekai.
Oh, I've seen the first season of that. I heard about the remake.
No spoilers, it's on our list. Rayearth is on our list.
I can see I can see it being really good, actually. I'm optimistic about the Rayearth readaptation. I think the first season of that especially is like, it does shit you don't see anyone else.
Yeah, that
really
one was pretty fun.
Yeah. Like how it ends, that first season, how it ends, man. That's like, for
not to
a
spoil,
show aimed for kids,
baller.
that's intense. Yeah, right. It's intense for like a kid show.
Would AO technically be considered?
Oh, don't.
The little we talk about it, the fucking better, please.
I mean, technically speaking, Spirited Away is an isekai.
Yes.
Yeah.
I always liken Spirited Away to Alice in Wonderland, but like the Japanese role.
100%. 100%. I mean, Wizard of Oz is an isekai. I mean, they used to call them portal fantasies back in like your literary high school writing classes, because they say, Narnia, it's a portal fantasy.
Right.
It's the same concept. It's just a different word for it.
Right. So last question
Sure.
of the first subsection. Yeah,
I hear you.
we're an hour in.
No, yeah.
What
This is
do
gonna be a
you
long
what do
one.
you consider grifting?
Oh, that's the toughest one of them all. This is the one where like you say, oh, you ever hear the phrase, I can't define porn, but I recognize it when I see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know it when you see it.
That's
It's a
actually
little-
I
it's
think
a
a
little
legal
of that.
definition, honestly.
Yeah, right. It's a little of
Yeah,
that.
it is.
Grifting is kind of like just where you're saying crap just for the money. You're just doing it for the sake of, like, there's people who are called grifters, but you can tell they kind of they buy into their own what they're saying.
Yeah.
Like that's a little different. A pure grifter in the purest sense of the word is someone who is just saying inflammatory stuff as a business model.
Yeah,
they're just saying it to get the attention.
Yeah, I get that.
And there's no, and you know, hey, on one hand, we're all doing this for money in some extent. You know, we're all doing this as a job that pays, even if it's a secondary source of income. So it's not to say you're a grifter if you're doing anything for profit, but it's more
if it's like a significant factor, right?
No, if it's the only factor.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
That's the difference. It's like that's the key
Okay.
difference. That's
Interesting.
Why I want to be a little careful.
I want to actually,
you know?
I want to hold your feet to the fire on that one. If
Oh,
it's
no,
just,
no,
if
I
it's
fuck up my definition all the time.
well,
That's the thing. I
not,
try to be more careful about it, but I sometimes use it even carelessly as well. It's
it's
a term
more,
I think is very strong.
It's more
but
the
I'm careless about
absolute
it.
that if it's the only thing, because like honestly, I'm actually fine with that
Hmm.
definition, but I'm curious. So if it's like 1% good faith criticism, but 99% grifting, is it no longer grifting then?
No, I'd say it's still grifting. I think. Okay, maybe I'll revise my definition. Now you pointed out to go. It should be the biggest, the primary motivation. I should. Specify.
That's what
yeah.
I meant. Like that. Like that's what I meant by like significant. That is like the most important thing. Like it's like 70% or like of the motivation.
It's like Lily's
because
Lily's rule of like if your antagonist has killed over 10,000 people, they are no longer within your list.
yeah.
Fine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but also it's okay if they do that if their villainy was stupid. Was a stupid writing mistake. Yeah.
I'm never going to defend
i.e.
anything
this
rights,
elf
but...
chick from a dead MMO game I really like, you know.
That's a thing too. Like I know people love Warcraft, but like I don't know.
I'm right there with you.
I know, and it's not much.
The Warcraft, like the Warcraft area, like regular Warcraft or World of Warcraft, or I don't know if that's related actually, or Warhammer 40K, which I believe is like related also in some way. Like
Warhammer is connected to Warhammer. So there's Warhammer.
Oh right, sorry,
fantasy, and there's Warhammer 40K. That's one and that's another area I'm not like a super expert on either. So again, if I'm
regardless,
wrong,
they all kind of fall
wrong.
into like the same area for me. It's just sort of like I have no interest in interacting with you beyond some like weird stories that come out of there.
All my IRL friends fucking love Warhammer, and I'm like, oh yeah, that thing.
Oh my god, the number of times
it's my reaction to people who like Minecraft.
The number of times,
yeah, my friends have been into it.
I walk in to, I used to play D&D in person a lot more frequently. There's been a lot of drama in the group. Anyway, but like back when we were doing that regularly, the number of times I would walk in primed and ready for a really great D&D session. I would walk in, my friends would be in the middle of a massive Warhammer 40K like battle, one of those like miniature battles.
Oh, you're stuck there for the hours.
Yeah. I'm just like, okay, so we're not playing for another 3 hours. Okay, great. It's like, no, we're in the middle of it, so we're not playing for another 2 hours. Got it. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's so much better. No, my favorite is I mean, listen, when it comes to like the intense fantasy lore things, I already got like Lord of the Rings. I already got Tolkien. I don't know how many. I don't know how some people have like the entire universe in their heads. What's up?
Oh, I said it's a lot to catch up on potentially.
Oh yeah, because like Tolkien, I know enough. I'm not an academic with Tolkien. There's people who know way more than I do. We'll defer to them at any point chance I get. But like when it comes to like the gigantic worlds that like have so many all-encompassing components to it, there's only so many you can plug in your brain before you run out of space. You know,
My
Yeah.
mind is a very scary place then.
if you can fit like all of those universes in your head, good on you. That's a lot.
She will never
Yeah.
let you forget a minute detail that happened 3 hours prior, either in a
Hey,
story
you know what? We
or
need
in a
people like-
conversation you had with her. She is very scary in that way.
This is why I take notes, because
Well,
I know my
yeah,
memory and I know I'm not like
depending.
a flawless.
I've just given up.
Like the thing is, you
Yeah.
want to get me started talking about like classic literature right now, I'll go. You know, let's do it. But like you ask me about Warhammer lore, I'm like, you can tell me everything and ask me, okay, so just repeat back what I just said, and it's all slush coming out.
All right, so please explain to me why Jane Eyre, North and South, and Aurora Leigh are all the exact same story, just told slightly differently.
Well, they're all gothic romances about abuse, so there you go.
No, they are literally, like, if you actually read all of them, they are literally the same story, like,
No,
down
oh,
to
yeah,
specific
no.
details.
Believe me, I know. Especially Jane Eyre is the one I'm most familiar with, but the other two, yeah, they're all basically gothic romances about people who can't stand up for themselves being put in situations outside their control.
Well, no, it's like down to like, oh, the lover is a guy who has a wife in the attic who, like, he may or may not have tortured. Like, that's one of the details that fluctuates. But by the end, his entire fortune is gone. She's somehow inherited from a rich uncle, and he is, in 2 instances, gone blind. It's like there are so many. Like, I would be surprised.
Strangely familiar, right?
Yeah, it's like you guys should have sued for plagiarism. Did you have that back then?
Not really. You gotta keep in mind,
Probably
like
not.
this is back in the gothic romance movement where
Yeah.
they were all kind of sharing the same 5 ideas.
Oh,
Plus, I don't think that you would be able to get them on copyright anyway. Because there is like plausible deniability. All you have to say is, no, I never read that book before, or I never heard of that book before, and then you can be absolved of the accusation.
the author of North
Yeah,
and
plus
South is
copyright
sitting
laws
there.
weren't as serious back then. This is
Yeah.
pre-Disney. You gotta keep in mind.
Yeah, it was
But,
just
Yeah.
like the author of North and South just sitting there in like their study. The police are coming to interrogate them. It's like, have you ever read a book called Jane Eyre? And just casually, just like behind the back, throwing the book out the window. No, I've never had the book ever.
No, it's like that scene from Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah,
where it's like,
exactly.
You just
no,
missed
not
them.
really. You just I just missed that mail.
And also, like, another thing is with all these authors, they were extremely catty. You ever read the Bronte
Oh,
sisters'
yeah.
letters about Jane Austen?
I have not.
Well, granted, Jane Austen was dead for like 20 years before Jane Eyre was published, but the Brontes could not stand Jane Austen. They considered her to be like this generic, boring, dull sign of the establishment, and they were free and again, Gothic romance was all about breaking free of convention, so they were very, very breaking free of convention.
Oh yeah, no, I know about that one. I mean,
by establishing their own conventions.
the reason I learned about that is I took a feminist literature in the Victorian era. I think that was the class.
That sounds about right. That's a very specific niche.
Well,
of
those were the
literature.
3 stories that we read, other than The Portrait of Dorian Gray, which I'm just like, wait, what? What does that have to do with what?
What? Wait, what? As a feminist text?
Yeah, no, I read it.
certainly,
It's
why
great.
not?
It's a great book, but it's like, okay,
yeah.
I guess you can interpret some feminist themes from here. I guess it was looping in. I think because he was
Or
gay.
queer text and feminist text.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I could interpret a feminist text sort of in a book that came out in like the 1500s. It's called The Treasure of the City of Ladies, and it's all about this woman who got so fed up with this one douchebag who kept writing really misogynist books, and so she's like, hey, women aren't all garbage. I'm going to write a book telling you that you're full of shit and how great women are.
I love it. I love it already.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me think of Mary Wollstonecraft, Mary Shelley's mother. She was writing some extremely feminist texts for like the time she was writing them in. Like these were like radical texts. And I remember reading some of these stuff. Like this is a lot of stuff that at the time, even like 100 years later, would have been considered radical. Like now, of course, it's like, yeah, of course, you agree with it. But like, back then, she must have been like freaking burned at the stake. I can't imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in theory, not literally burnt at the stake. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
Well,
really
I was gonna say
actually,
like cholera probably got her before anyone else did.
I forget what killed her. It might have been cholera. I know that Mary Shelley was definitely another thing too that people don't realize, like with with Mary Shelley too, like she was obviously bisexual. Like she admitted to it. It wasn't like a secret. Like she wrote it in her letters about how she fantasized being with women. And you have Lord Byron, who was the bicon himself. And I'm just saying, there's no way Percy Shelley and Lord Byron, with their close relationship, weren't getting closer. I'm just saying, I think they were like, there's a story about how they were in the castle and they all decided to have like a challenge to write the scary story. There's no way there wasn't like a lot of sordid affairs going on in the castle. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I
I
love how we're
say
just doing all this old Victorian gossip right now.
Oh, yeah. Well,
did you hear, Lord Byron?
Regency era now. Get with the times.
Lord Byron asked Miss Shelley for a hint of ankle. And she acquiesced.
Well, she was pretty explicit about what she thought Frankenstein was about. She wrote it about men. I'm trying to think of the best way of putting it without YouTube demonetizing you. Let's just say shedding their seed.
How generous.
Oh.
The whole book is about Mary Shelley's thoughts on men thinking they don't need women for gratification. So that was her story about men giving birth, essentially. Without a woman.
That's interesting.
And why it's a terrible idea.
Very quickly, I do want to say, for the book that I mentioned, The Treasure of the City of Ladies, that's actually the sequel that was commissioned by the Queen, I think, or like a really high noble lady. The first one was called The City of Ladies, and that was all about all of the women that the lady thought were like considered like really good women at the time. Like she just wrote an entire book that was all like, these are all of the women that I consider good women throughout history, to tell you that women can be good. And then the sequel was like, and here's how you can also be a good woman. And it doesn't matter if you're a prostitute or if you're a princess. You can still get into heaven if you follow these steps. That's what the two books were about.
That's pretty neat, actually. That's interesting. Again, like the historical angle of it. I'll take a look at that. Again, that's something I have to ask you to tell me about after the beginning of that, so I don't forget. That's
I wanted to move on to our narrowing our scope a little bit now with more specific stuff. So, is it possible to enjoy a film with antithetical beliefs to your own?
Yes. 100%.
Is it possible to
dislike? Give you examples of them?
Well, I was going to say, is it possible to dislike a film with harmonious beliefs to your own?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Both of those are equally, I can give you examples of both very easily, of stories, movies, books, whatever, that were like, you would think politically I'd fully align with, but I can't stand, and works that don't align with any of my politics that I adore. One of my all-time favorite films, in fact, is a film that has ideas that I fully do not believe in and reject in day-to-day life. And I can even tell you it right now. One of my all-time favorite films is The Exorcist. I do not believe half of what that film says. I don't believe you can get possessed by demons, for one. I know, shocking.
You know what's hilarious about that is I have an artist in my my group, and she also is a major translator. She lives in Japan. And well, I don't typically believe in the supernatural, at least in that way. I'd like, there's all beside like the religion discussion. She talked about how she fears that she was nearly possessed, like not just the other day. And the way she described it was she was genuinely shaken by what happened. And I'm like, you have to hear her voice. It was one of the most fascinating stories to listen to. Like, I just thought it was kind of interesting that like you bring up The Exorcist. I'm like, oh, I just heard a story about possession like not even a week ago.
Well, the thing I always think about is Annalise Mitchell when I think of demonic possession. Like that really sours your opinion on whether or not you believe demons can possess the living. And I'm not saying I don't believe in demons. I'm saying I don't believe I don't believe in like that specific iteration of this of the hereafter. Yeah. But like, you think of Annalise Mitchell, like it's are you familiar with that story? Before I start,
I've heard the name. I probably have heard about it, but you'll learn. I've already discussed it. My brain is a sieve. ADHD has ruined my brain. So like things, they're in there. I have to like root around for them really a long time. So it's better off just explaining it to me.
Okay, that's a
Yeah,
fair point.
that's-
So Anneliese Mitchell was a girl who lived in Germany in the 1970s. Are we on? I'm not sure. It looks like
You're
it's
good.
acting up.
You're good.
It looks like the YouTube's acting up. I need to say on my end. Oh, we're good. Never mind. That was just me.
Oh.
So what happened is Anneliese Mitchell, she was a girl living in 70s in Germany. She had epilepsy. She had epilepsy. And she'd have these seizures and depressive spells and these delusions. And she was on medication for a while. And then the medication just didn't work for a while. And she started having these bad convulsions and seizures. And she was convinced that she was possessed by a demon. And her family, who came from an extremely conservative part of Germany, also believed that she had a demon. They ignored the medical experts, said, no, your daughter has epilepsy and she needs treatment. And they contacted the Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church sent an exorcist over there. They performed an exorcism for I think it was 177 days. I guess the first 70 days didn't work, so they kept going. And she died. She died of starvation and her injuries. She refused. I won't get too much in detail. There's a lot of images of her that you can find very easily of her in her most dire position. This is a girl who was, at the time of her possession starting, was about 130 pounds, 5'7", average size for a girl. At the time of her death, she was 65 pounds.
Jeez.
Like horrible. And the state sued both her family and the church for negligent homicide. So for me personally, I find movies like The Exorcist kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
Because it convinces people that this is a justified way to treat mental illness that needs medical treatment in hospitals. It is the 70s. It's gotten worse in many ways since then. Because while the Catholic Church no longer, after this case, they don't want to get sued against, they're not going to send, they need levels of proof before they send
Oh yeah, no, as someone who actually, came up Catholic, learning about exorcism in the church and just being yeah, you need 5-6 layers of approval before it needs to go up almost to the Pope to get an exorcist confirmed.
Oh yeah, they rarely do it anymore, and and they're more strict now because of this case, because they were too lenient, they were too eager to go, okay, that's fine. What can happen? Well, this can happen. But you get every dipshit who's who calls themselves an exorcist is now able to go out and exorcise demons from people without any backing, without any jurisdiction. They just go out and they do it, and vulnerable people will pay money for it.
Yeah.
The reason I bring any of this up is because I think The Exorcist helped inspire that whole micro industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's still one of my all-time favorite films because it's an incredible, moving, powerful film. And it deals with so many real fears. Genuinely fantastic character writing. It is paced perfectly. The film, there was no wasted second in The Exorcist. Every scene moves from point to point to point. The acting is incredible. I try watching it every Halloween. It is an essential watch for me. It's not just a good horror film; it's a great movie.
We have 2 super chats just came in. Great Bar,
of course, yeah.
saying, "Okay, I mean when I meant to ask. Speaking on grift stuff, have any of you guys seen or gals seen? I'm glad you've specified multiple gals in this call. Watch. I guess we didn't ask your pronouns, so I mean maybe.
It's all good. It's he. I'm a guy. It's
the Birdman or T3 Birdman, however you want to read that. Videos on him talking about grifters, videos. Especially his one on Critical Drinker. I have not seen any of that.
I have.
I haven't.
No, I haven't seen
fantastic.
it yet. I've seen a lot of the Birdman's videos in regards to his sort of CinemaSins light stuff. One of the things I will say is that I think there are pretty much almost every single channel that tries to emulate CinemaSins is better than CinemaSins in every way, and the Birdman is definitely one of them. Him, Char-I-5, God, I'm blanking on his name right now.
Wins definitely.
Okay, so I know you don't have a high opinion of EFAP, but they do this thing where they run both CinemaSins and CinemaWins up against each other for certain films. It's actually really interesting to see how effective they are. Which one stacks up. It was really bad when they did The Last Wish. They stacked up The Last Wish, and CinemaWins won in spite of itself. because the guy was just missing a lot of really, really good points that were not like mentioned at, like, he could have just gotten a lot of easy points, and in fact screwed up major points that lost him points. It's like, it's fascinating how those two are actually way more similar. I love CinemaWins as well, but like I also have to recognize they're not hitting quite the bars I had hoped.
Well, they're not really about hitting the bars. They're more about just gushing about things they like, or rather gushing with the positives. Like even they themselves say they're not there necessarily to give authentic criticism. They're there just to gush about the feeling of it. You know, so that's a thing too. Like there's different types of criticism, I feel like. Certain, and like I'll say CinemaWins is more, I think they hit the mark more for me personally, because I like to see people gush about things they enjoy. Sometimes more than I see them get negative. What was it?
I said, "Oh, you'd like my Digimon video then?"
There you go. Exactly.
I mean, you would love my World Trigger. You would definitely love my World Trigger video then.
There you go. I think the internet makes us so incentivized to like get angry all the time. It's nice seeing people get excited about things. So I find that very like a good draw personally.
I'm actually
in some ways quickly. I think in some ways, I think in the greater internet space, probably in terms of that incentivization. God, can't talk.
No, I know the feeling.
Yeah,
man.
that
I hear you there. I can't ever do that either.
Yeah, that definitely comes up. I think in terms of YouTube space, it's pretty easy to find like content of people just being positive about stuff, really. That's just for me personally. It's sort of the reason why, a lot of people who say, oh my God, guys, this video ruined the conversation around this series I really like, guys. And it's like, dude, if people really like that series, that this video wouldn't have gotten any views whatsoever. There are plenty of things you can watch that are very like charitable to it. You could just focus on that. What are you doing?
Yeah, there were some people who thought that Bleach was dead after this one guy made a video on it. No, Bleach is still going strong with its fandom and all that kind of stuff.
I was gonna say, like,
you mean the Super Eye Patch Wolf video?
I think so.
Yeah, probably that one.
Because even he thinks that video, again, that's another case where the creator goes back and goes, you know what, this wasn't, I fucked this one up, guys. I'm sorry. This wasn't
actually
what I was hoping it to be. And he made a whole video not even retracting, but like kind of going back through his own arguments and saying, hey,
you're absolutely
this
right.
is wrong, this is wrong, this isn't accurate, I misrepresented this information. And I respect that a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Izanagi.
No, it's.
I wanted to hop in here with the second super chat that came through. Izanagi saying, well, this is certainly interesting stream. For the current topic, I feel there are ways to separate one's critical opinion analysis and one's personal like preference politics. Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. The entire purpose of these questions is to establish the baseline with him, so that we can, when we get to other certain questions and we get to more specific things in his video, we can be like whether or not there is a contradiction there, or if it all lines up properly, or he can better explain himself what he means there. It's basically just us just trying to find a baseline in the conversation before we move on.
Well, I can give you a baseline. I have a very specific metric I use when discussing anything, with media especially, I should specify. One I've had since I was in grad school. It was a professor who told me this one, and it stuck with me because it's really reshaped how I analyze media. You got to ask yourself 3 questions. With any story, any book, any film, any whatever, the first question is, what is the storyteller or storytellers trying to accomplish? What are their goals? What's the goal of this work?
Yeah.
Or at least what do you perceive to be the goal of this work? The second question is, what do they do to further that goal along? How do they try to reach that goal? What tropes, what techniques, whatever do they use to get closer
what archetypes,
to
what etc.
Yeah, whatever it is, how do they get to their goal? The third question, what gets in the way of them accomplishing this goal? So any issues, any errors, any mistakes that you perceive, again, and you emphasize this method's entirely subjective because all meaningful criticism is subjective.
That actually flies right into kind of uncategorized question that I kind of looped in here as its own question. But during your video, you cover Blade Runner, and
Yes.
you give a very specific interpretation of space travel. Like, you talk about how space travel. I distinctly remember space travel being introduced in the film, and that's like a potentially contradictory against your point. But the last point,
the off-world colonies. Yeah.
The offhand comment you made at the very end was, "Who cares? It doesn't affect your enjoyment." Which was it was you offhandedly dismissing what you had thought was a contradictory plot hole. Now, again, I think that it's not actually a plot hole. I think it was a well-established piece in the lore.
But putting that aside,
but putting that aside, treating it as if it were a contradiction, you were dismissing the criticism offhand as though it wouldn't affect someone's enjoyment of the film. And so,
probably because it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well,
because again, the thing with Blade Runner lore is it's very nebulous in a lot of ways. You have the book, Do Angels Dream of Electric Sheep, which is a very different world than Blade Runner the film. In Blade Runner, in the book, it's the world's depopulated. Everyone's moved off world to satellites and nearby planets in the solar system, or even further, because Philip K. Dick was never really particularly. He was more of an impressionist with his world building. He kind of had like ideas that he didn't fully think them through. It was kind of like a half-remembered dream with some of his language and storytelling. In the film, we just know that the world seems overpopulated, overcrowded, and they got to ship people off. And these androids are off-world building stuff. But we never know where these off-world colonies are. They could be. They could have developed fast and light travel, but they're not really. We never see any indication that has happened yet in the story itself. It's kind of a vague sort of.
It's sort of vague there,
Right.
but it wouldn't necessarily qualify as a plot hole.
Yeah,
Of course, because there's like plausible deniability there.
Yeah. It's not a hard and fast rule. But unless they've established fast and light travel, they're not getting to the Orion's belt anytime soon. It isn't not even really a concrete idea that there is a belt there. I think the idea of that whole statement was that you can fall into the reeds about this. You could get caught up in like all the is there fast and light travel? Is this real thing? But my point really was, does this line of conversation really impact the emotional impact of the line?
What I was thinking is, if it were a contradiction, it would. Because suddenly it goes from something that this person witnessed, that is a human experience, this man reflecting upon his time in a very human way, which the entire purpose of the film is that the androids are becoming more human and the humans are becoming more robotic. In a film like that, and instead you're robbing that of him, and now I guess the presumption would be it's just a visual that was programmed in, or maybe, you could probably argue dreamed, and that could be a route to explore it, but it feels like you could get hooked on that. And the question that I formulated around this was, which is more valuable, short-term enjoyment of a film or long-term enjoyment of a film?
Okay, that's a trick. I feel like hang on.
I know that's a lot. I know that's a lot. Sorry.
I'm talking about a lot at once here.
Sure.
To address the Blade Runner bit, I don't think whether it literally happened or figuratively happened matters all that much, personally. I think it's more the fact that he believes it happened. That's the only thing that matters. The emotionality of it. The idea that this memory is lost in time. That I think... Oh, sorry. I cut you off there. I'm so sorry.
My apologies. I have a bit of an example of this. When I watched Moana in theaters, they made a meta joke in the film that just completely took me out of the film.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually hurt my enjoyment of the film for quite a while. It took me more than half an hour to get back into the film and forget that I'm sitting in a movie theater. Just by making that joke, and it ruined a lot of the experience for me.
Oh yeah, that right there though. But I would say, if I may presume, the issue there is it felt like it was outside the world logically, because it was forcing you to confront this is a work of fiction. Like, it kind of drew attention to how it was an unreal moment, right?
And I was thinking about that in the same way that somebody could be dragged out of the film of Blade Runner for the exact same reason. That,
or at least that moment to a certain extent,
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
possible. They definitely could. That's a subjective experience, and if for whatever reason that drew them out of it, that's fine. But and again, you got to keep in mind, I interpret all criticism in general as subjective. I do not believe objective criticism is really all that useful. So that's one thing I got to point out right there. Objective criticism is just saying the light was on or the shot was in focus or whatever. The subjectivity of media is what makes it so dynamic and interesting, in my opinion. So what takes you out of a story might bring someone else in, or someone else may have no care about it. I can only speak to my own experience.
Okay, I have
fair,
to.
Which
well,
is
no.
fine, but here's the thing.
I actually
go ahead.
don't think it's fair. I want to push back a little bit there.
Go for it, please.
All right.
What would you call a blatant contradiction of reality in a film? Would you not call that an objective criticism? If, like, the film says Philip has an apple, and then literally in the next scene the apple is gone, and everyone is like, I'm trying to think of like a good example of this. Like,
I can think of a few examples where it's like day for night, where it's like, it's like, oh, it's really dark outside, and you cut outside, and it's, obviously daytime, and they just tinted it slightly.
Yeah, it's like something like that, and it's like, and it's clearly not being done for an artistic reason. It's clearly a mistake in either the writing or whatever. Would you not call that an objective criticism, or would you still call that subjective?
Well, here's the question. What are we criticizing? If your criticism ends at saying the apple is in one shot and missing in the second, that's an objective criticism saying the apple's not there. The subjective part is adding meaning to that. So as to say, does it bother you? That part is subjective, and that's the part I find more interesting. Just pointing out goofs or pointing out technical errors, that's objective, sure, but it's not.
Well, it can go beyond objective, because like then you get things like contradictory character behaviors, like which admittedly
now we're getting into murky territory.
Yeah.
Now you get murky with this one.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a murky territory because characters can act irrationally, but I think there is a breaking point where the irrationality just makes clearly no sense. I know everyone goes to like, ironically, I'm going to actually kind of challenge my own point on this. Everyone goes to like Prometheus and the running away from things.
Moment. They go in a straight line as the big flat ship is like going towards them on an open field.
The thing is, I used to believe in that criticism, and then I saw a bunch of people, like a crowd of people, watch as a telephone pole got hit by a shock of lightning, and they were standing there looking right at it. No, they were looking right at it, and
they stood at it.
They tried to move out of the way, and the pole halfway down swayed in their direction and almost came down to crush them again if they hadn't moved right back to where they had been. And it's like, the more I think about it is, you never know how a giant thing like that is going to fucking move, because for all we know, it's a big rounded ship. It could just list to the side and crush our main protagonist. And what's her face? What is it?
Charlize Theron.
Charlize Theron just runs away unscathed. Well, she wouldn't actually run away unscathed. She'd be knocked over by the fucking shockwave. But
no. Charlize Theron's when he gets crushed. I'm sorry. It's the lady from Dragon Tattoo.
No, Naomi Rapace.
Yeah. I forget her.
Wait, she would be crushed, and Charlize Theron would have escaped. The more and more I look at that scene, I'm like, that's actually not that big of a criticism. That's actually like, I think just human nature is going to kick in. You're going to run a direction, and literally it's just flipping a coin where you land on that.
True, but the question then becomes, in that logic, why still, even though things can go wrong, if you want to say the characters acted totally logically, they would try to go in opposite directions, like a diagonal. Moving further away, but also moving in a certain way. Again, this is all a matter of subjectivity.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a much more clear-cut example, if I'm being...
people don't act logically in disasters, ever. I'm seeing a comment saying, if something breaks canon or established mechanics, it is objectively bad. Well, No,
Well,
no. The
we're
objective,
a little bit in the. Go ahead.
you
We're
know,
talking about characters right now. I was just pointing that out.
no, yeah, 100%. But I would say a canon's different. That's where things get murkier because there's tons of movies that break their own logic. Like one of the greatest films of all time could not happen if it didn't break its own canon. Citizen Kane.
Right. Who was there
whole
to
movie?
who was there to
Who
hear
heard him
Snowblood?
say Rosebud?
Oh yeah, and
exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, like, but no one cares because the movie wouldn't. Because without that plot hole, the movie wouldn't happen. You know, he's in an empty room and he says his last words, and someone heard it. Like who's there listening to him? It's one of those things where, like, yeah, it's a weird issue, but like, does it make the movie worse, or is it just something that you have to move past to get to the good stuff? What's the heart of the film?
the question
I
is,
think-
should you have to move past it?
And that's a subjective take. Some people will easily. Some people won't even notice it's an issue, and some people get hung up on it, going like, "Wait a second, why didn't they heard this?" You know, and that's where the subjectivity of this all comes in. You see, the objective element is saying a thing happened. That to me is less interesting than your reaction to it. Is the best way of putting it.
Which I wouldn't necessarily like completely disagree. My issue is in the way that you represented it in the video at the end of that Blade Runner section. It sounded way too
Dismissive?
It felt a little, well, not even just dismissive. It was a little bit dictating, kind of. Like, I know hearing you talk about this sort of thing now, I understand what you're trying to say, where it's all like, you know, it depends whether it affects your enjoyment depends on each person.
Mhm.
When you were talking,
Yeah.
and you were talking specifically about your experience with that supposed plot hole in Blade Runner.
Mhm.
But the way you said it made it sound way more general, and you can understand why I personally, among others, were very heated at that part of the video.
No, I
Yeah,
agree with
like-
you on that one. Again,
like-
that's. Oh, sorry, I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna hit the
Let me
restroom. I can
start
still hear
talking and I
everything.
hear your voice. I'm so sorry.
For the record, I can still hear everything, but I'm gonna hit the restroom. I'll be right back. But
No,
Okay.
go for it. I might grab an extra beverage just before long, so we get back. I'll do that. Well, your first question first. I'm so sorry. I keep cutting you off.
I was just like giving an example of like it's sort of like a death by a thousand cuts sort of thing,
Oh,
but
yeah.
also like how deep that cut is and where it's placed and all that kind of stuff. But also when it came to like the dismissal of the criticism in Blade Runner, that kind of brought me to like flashing back the last time that I watched one of H Bomber Guy's videos, and me getting pissed off at him saying the same thing. It's like, how dare you tell me what I should be offended by or not offended by or care about or not care about in a film. Like, that is so presumptive of you. How dare you, sort of thing. That I stopped watching H Bomber Guy because of that. And I'm like, if you're just gonna keep like telling me that my opinions are invalid because you don't agree with them, then like why bother watching you, sort of thing.
No, I hear you on that one. And you know what? That's a problem with the video essay structure as a whole. You know, we position ourselves when making essays to be an authority, even if we ourselves are learning the information as we're talking about it. You know, I personally have changed the method I use to write my videos after that because I was unsatisfied with ideas.
Mm-hmm.
That and that's not like you specifically saying it has changed my perspective on it. This is kind of me coming to that conclusion based on the collective response. Because yeah, some people responded very well to this video. You know, I'll tell you this right now: the video, the like to dislike ratio on this video is not as severe as people think it is. A lot of the plugins are very wrong on that front. So the perspective that the video has is controversial on that end is not accurate. But you look at what the people are saying who don't like. You go, okay, wait a second. You could take one response. You could say, oh, they're wrong. I'm right. I'm totally correct. They just don't get it. Yada, yada, yada. Or you can go, wait a second. Thing you said didn't work. Things that didn't resonate the right way. And that has kind of forced me to kind of go, okay, hang on with my statements. Let's take a step back here. During the drafting phase, you know, okay, are we saying too many things? Is there too much going on? Is there too many ideas and undercurrents? You're trying to all prove one to the next thing, the next thing. You're trying to move on to the next idea. The problem with the Blade Runner statement, that whole section, is I threw it in as an example, and I didn't give enough time to breathe. You didn't have enough time to cook in the oven. It was
Yeah.
too quick, too simplified, and I really included it just to move past it to get to the point.
I thought of an
And that
example.
mentality is a
yeah,
wrong approach to it.
That's the impression that I had gotten, and like I think another issue was that if I remember correctly, the purpose of you having that Blade Runner section is to sort of emphasize or have this sort of example embody the example of a critic who cares mostly only about the pure raw events of the film and is sort of like pointing out the supposed plot hole without even touching on the thematic points or character decisions or things that you say are outside of the film, quote unquote.
Well, outside the plot, I
think
specify.
outside the plot. Yes.
Yeah. It's all good. No, you're completely correct. 100%
right. So that was the part that I understand that purpose there. However, I feel that it probably would have been much stronger if you actually replace that section with an actual video that does that.
100% agree with you.
Kaiser, by the way,
100% agree with you.
Is your screen minimized? Your RahiTuber?
Yeah, you have stream pause on your end.
It's been that way for a while.
I haven't even clicked on it. I didn't even minimize it. I don't know what happened, but it's not minimized anymore. Is it good now?
No.
Oh dear.
I think Discord's fucking with you.
Might have to restart the stream of it.
Well, I was gonna say we might have to go biblically accurate guest host in a moment here.
If you vanish on me, Kaiser, no, you're completely. I agree with you entirely. Again, this is an issue with doing a video essay in 4 days. You're gonna compress your ideas a little too much, and you're not gonna be able to come up with a good explanation for everything. And that's something I've genuinely, in hindsight, that I didn't phrase that better. That's one case where, again, listen to criticism improves your videos moving forward. If you watch my later vids, none of them are that big of an idea with that little evidence in that short a runtime. The ideas have to be bigger. Or not the bigger. The video has to be bigger to fit the ideas. Or the ideas have to be
more defined.
Or more concise, too, is another thing. Yeah, that's it right there. You have to get to the point faster and more directly. And if you have to shrink your point to get to the point faster, that's better than having a big idea that you fail to articulate clearly.
Yeah.
I noticed that with my video, and we talked about that very briefly before the stream, of like, because Lily just talks about so many different things throughout her 12-minute video, and it's so hard to like break down everything that she says. And like, I didn't like do as much research as I could on Magneto, partially because like the only comics that I had read were like the 60s comics before I gave up, because I'm like, I've been spending like a week reading nothing but these comics. I want to take a break, and then I just never got back to them.
Yeah, you really should just read the Chris Claremont stuff. Like, like X-Men, like with X-Men, ignore honestly, with X-Men, ignore anything Stan Lee wrote. He was not a great X-Men writer. Just jump to Chris Claremont. Like that's where the X-Men are born, essentially.
Yeah. But like, it was sort of like this thing of like, how much research do I do on just Magneto in order to make this video, especially when I've already been editing this video for an entire month already. Exactly. I still have 40 minutes of editing left to go. You see my art style. Where it's just like all these pictures that takes so long to do, and now I have to like potentially read dozens of comics. Even if I just read Chris Claremont's version of it, that's still like probably dozens of different comics.
Oh no, it's 100.
100?
It's 120. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
But then, like, also the 1992 series, then X-Men 97. What do I go with X-Men Evolution as well? Like, where do I stop?
I will always advocate for X-Men Evolution, but not if you're looking for Magneto stories. He's barely in it.
Yeah.
I love Magneto in X-Men Evolution, but he's barely in the show.
Yeah, he's barely in the show, which kind of works for him. Like I had a similar thing going on with me and Periodic Pete's. I don't know if you've seen my video on Lily about Mary Sue's and stuff, but you know, we made a video about that, and we decided from the very beginning that, like, okay, we're gonna have my video, which just covers the big arguments that she has about the trope and dissecting that. And then Pete has his video on his channel, which we also collab with, where you know, not only do we go over the specific examples that Lily uses throughout the video of who she thinks are Sues or not, but also, you know, going over the fact that she purposefully lied about the trope. And that's a whole other thing. I suggest it's a good double feature. I suggest you watch it, but I'm just saying that's like a very similar thing. Like Pete had to watch, I think he had to rewatch like Legally Blind for the very first time in like ages in order to get
Wait, Legally Blonde or Legally Blind?
Legally Blonde.
Yeah. Well, that's not so much of a burden. I like controversial.
Oh, no.
I like Legally Blonde quite a bit.
Why is that controversial? It's a great
movie.
film.
It's a great movie. No. I'm not saying that's it because it's controversial. I'm saying it's because there are a bunch of movies he had to watch in order to actually get this together.
The amount of movies that I had to watch to do my first Digimon video, that was like a short 14-minute film from like the 1920s. I watched The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. I rewatched the 1998 Godzilla film. I watched the original Godzilla movie. And that's just for research prior to me talking about actual Digimon.
Oh, you just get background on monster films, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you end up having to watch honestly, one of my favorite. Actually, I can get into monster films is an autistic area of fascination for me. So I'll hold back on babbling about that.
Yeah, you guys can discuss that in the chat. Okay, we can leave you alone in a room for a couple of hours, just babbling about that. I think we've actually got a really good baseline. We could probably skip the other questions. I'm going to read out the other questions we had in like quick succession, but I think we've got them basically covered.
Cool.
With the exception of the last one, which is so the first one is it possible for a film to fail at conveying its intended message? If you suspect a film has failed to convey its message, how do you go about analyzing that? And I think your explanation of what your professor said, I think, is a pretty fair. What's getting in the way. I think that's a good way to put it. This kind of goes to. It's kind of a left field in consideration of a lot of things, but it's because we talked briefly about people putting blame on different people in the development. But it's like, who gets blamed for the poor choices a film's creation has? That's a complicated. That's a complicated one.
Basis.
And I was hoping for that answer because that is always like there's so many different people in line in the development of a film, as opposed to like an auteur who you can probably point back to for like a small film.
Well, even an auteur, you look at some of what's his name? I just said Citizen Kane, Orson Welles. They were demolished by the studios. Like he's seen as this great auteur. Right. Half of his movies were re-edited by the. Well, even now, you look back at them and you go, "Well, these are great films," but like, wow, the ending sucked. What happened there? And you find out later, it's because the studio went in, they reshot the whole ending, they made him change everything, and that's why that movie is flawed in some way. It's because his vision was, and again, then the question becomes, was maybe his original vision not that great either? You can't tell me because the studio changed it. You can't see the actual versions. You can't compare the two. So
there we are.
Then it's like
we're biblically accurate. Yay! This is why I call it, because like the Discord recording for the Streamlabs gets upset when people drop.
Oh my goodness!
This is we look. You can see. Yeah, you can see it on the stream. It's
this is heinous right now. But no, to answer your other questions.
Right. So that's kind of what I was hoping to hear. That was just that. Is it really not going to load him up?
This is why I use OBS. It's just
this is OBS Streamlabs. It is Streamlabs OBS.
Oh, there you go. Oh, never mind then. I'm mistaken. That's not helpful at all. My God, Harry.
Oh where did I put my notes? Still trying to figure this out. So now that we know that it was made in 4 days, this probably comes off as kind of insulting, but this is the opening into the accusations you make or the accuracy.
No, go for it. Fucking insult me. I don't care.
Was any of your video intended as parody?
No, it was not. Any issues you see of it that I would say are like, well, actually, no, that's not technically true. There was one parody-ish decision, one that I don't think panned out all that, but it was intended as a reference thing. I guess it's the closest I can think of it. But I would say it's so failed at that no one picked up on it whatsoever. So clearly, it's an error on my part.
I was gonna say, because at 26:15, you make a statement along the lines of, if they ramble on enough, and I think it's a reference mostly to buzzwords, but if they ramble on long enough, you forget the thesis of their argument. This was a moment that we all kind of laughed, because it's like throughout your video, we had kind of lost the plot on what you were trying to tackle, which goes to what you said. Like, it's trying to tackle too much in one go.
It bit off too more
time.
100%. It bit off way more than can chew. I agree with that. And again, ironically, you can point that to my own argument, my own criticism. I still think it's a fair statement that people do sometimes use too many buzzwords, and they get caught up in like saying, like, honestly, who I was thinking of with that was Lily. I was thinking of Lily Orchard when saying that statement.
Well, actually,
all of her arguments the same way.
What's really interesting. Well, I was gonna say what we'll find interesting is, like, you cover majority like either non-political, but you kind of label them into the right wing side of things. But what we kind of discovered is, as we were going through, you actually more often than not hit more accurately on Anita and Lily than you did on anyone else, at least by our analysis.
By design. That was intentional, that part. I'm glad it was relayed properly. Yeah, no. Because I wanted to be fair. It's easy for me to just go, I'm a leftist, I'm going to criticize the right wing. That's easy. It's much harder to go and say this same tactic is used by the left as well.
More so, like, let me clarify. Like, what I meant more so was, you were more accurate on them than we thought that you were with some of the other people that you ended up covering.
Well, that again, I think, is a matter of, I spent more time talking about Anita and Lily specifically in their tactics than all the right wing critics I was talking about. And I should specify, when I say right wing, I mean in the sense of conservative. I don't mean like a nebulous idea. I mean, I see left wing and right wing as very simple opposite ends of a discussion of keeping things the same versus changing. Falling backwards to what was good in the past, or pushing forward to some possible great future.
Okay.
You're back. Cool.
Hear me?
Yeah, we're back. Okay, no more biblically accurate. All right, we're back.
I'm not standing on Raymond's head anymore.
So yeah,
the rest what I mean. Sorry, I cut you off there.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, that's that makes some level of sense. Okay,
Like, I don't use the term right or left as demeaning. I use them as descriptive. This is right wing because it is trying to go back to the way things were. This is left wing because it's trying to progress past what currently is.
Right.
So you weren't even talking politically necessarily. You were talking about in terms of, like, what is the goal of, like, the criticism?
Literally the definitions of conservative versus progressive. Like, in that, like,
that's how I use those
definitions.
Yeah, okay. That's how I use those terms. I use them literally as in, this person is right wing because they are trying to go back to the way things are. Using literature devil, because I see him mention the comments as an example, his whole thing was, it was better in the past. That's right wing. I don't know any other way of putting it. That's a right-wing belief. That, simply put, using Anita as an example, things need to change because the past is bad. We can't be held back by what was and move forward. That's left-wing. They're just objective statements in terms of that's where their political ideologies are sitting.
I won't say I agree with you on that standpoint, because I think it's a little different, but I understand where you're coming from now. It makes your video make a lot more sense, if that's a thing. Yeah. So I'm glad we could at least get that explanation in there. Even if I don't agree with the usage of the language in that way, I understand, because it's a little bit like, the reason why is it's muddied with the culture war stuff that's been going on. It's like it suddenly it gives this tinge to your entire video that I don't think you intended.
I genuinely hate this discussion of culture war. Like the whole thing irritates me.
I mean, who doesn't at this point, you know?
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah.
people stop talking about the art. They're not talking about the media. They're talking about how it. Like, I won't get into it. I won't get into it. It annoys me so deeply. But like, that's one thing that like I get so frustrated by with any discourse of media. It gets caught up in like these really pedantic culture war like points. It's so frustrating because what I want to talk about is the art. I want to talk about what happens in the narrative, how it affects people, how it moves you. And instead we're stuck talking about like, oh, there's women with a hard jawline in a video game. Like, who cares? You know, like, and at the end of the day, does your life get worse because one lady has a slightly broader jaw? Like, who gives a shit? You know, it's like,
yeah, like there are certain like like I think it's, dude, it's so funny because before all this started, we got all this whole thing going on. I was watching, you know, the recent debate between the Ackman and Angry Pants game. I think Ant Pants Gaming or something.
Which I should say I know of but haven't seen. I have not seen that video.
I have seen basically a stream reaction to the debate, and it was really funny because and I think the words of the Ackman here are very poignant here. It's the boy who cried woke, as he described it. The boy cried woke.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of like really you know, there are a lot of arguments in regards to the implementation of, say, politics in media or just progressive politics in general that can be, you know, mishandled in a lot of ways. And there are definitely arguments for that. However, there, of course, are people who take that to a very extreme level, whether purposefully or not, which further muddies the waters because now it's an overcorrection on an overcorrection, and that never works out.
Super chat
kind of like how sorry,
I was gonna say Izanagi.
I was just gonna say
yo, and I'll get Isa. Okay.
Wow, you just keep getting interrupted today.
It happens a lot on these streams.
It is really hard. Like I wish I could see people face to face doing this because that tells you so much about when someone wants to speak and you can kind of time it out. Oh, anyway, Twilight.
Oh yeah.
Floor is yours.
Yeah. I was just gonna say quickly, like, with our review of the Netflix Avatar: The Last Airbender, like they made what could be considered like so many progressive changes, but like it was just progressive for the sake of what they considered progressivism at the detriment of like character development from the original show, like taking away Sokka's initial sexism and how that related to his relationship with Suki, for instance.
And his sister.
It's like, you got rid of the sexism, so he's not sexist at the beginning anymore, but you also made him a flatter character.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned this too in the video I actually made right after this, which I think is a much video. The bad LGBTQA rep. There's that one I feel is a much stronger video than this YouTube critics one, by the way.
So the two super chats, because we actually had a second one come in. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to say my point first? Do you want me to?
I'm gonna have because I wanted to get this right after Twi talked. So Izanagi just saying, thank you, God, the culture war nonsense is irritating. I see it in anime, video games, movies, and I just feel it's unproductive and getting us nowhere. Good observation. And then Excalibur. Sure. 2343. This female character doesn't have a triple D cups. How can I live with this woke nonsense infecting my life?
You say that, but I literally saw someone the other say something just like that.
Yeah, go to your point. Go to your point. You were going to say something.
No, so my argument was this. In that video, I talk about the book Simon versus the Homo Sapiens Agenda, which is a YA queer novel. It is a book about a gay teenager who hasn't come out yet. I think it's a great book. I think it's a really great book by an author, Becky Albertari, who at the time was a closeted bisexual woman. And the book the first half of the book is this kid is being blackmailed by this kid at his school who knows he's gay, but like wants him to do stuff for him in order to, like it's like high school bullying bullshit. But halfway through, the kid outs him.
Sure.
And the whole second half of the book is about the fallout of that, him dealing with harsh homophobia, his friends not knowing
Who's
how to
the author
respond
of that?
to him. Becky Albertari.
Okay.
She's a really good author.
Because
She mainly writes,
that
like,
sounds very no. Oh, what is I'm thinking? So
you might be thinking of the film adaptation,
No, I'm
which has
thinking
the same plot.
there's a book by Kiersey Burkhart, who went on to write for Ruby. That's how I know about this.
Oh, okay.
That
Oh, right,
she
one of
has
the worst
one of her
books, right?
earlier books I thought had a similar plot to that. I'm trying to remember. I know it wasn't anywhere near as well received or lauded as what you're saying. I remember that. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to.
yeah.
I had thought we were talking like you had mentioned something that I could chime in on. You
No.
continue.
Well, I'm sorry, I keep thinking up these examples, but you'll get my point when I get to the. I guarantee it.
Right.
So the film adaptation, Love, Simon, they basically took out most of that second half. They rewrote the end story conflict because I think it was 20th Century Fox who produced it. Now technically Disney owns it. They didn't want to go into like homophobic like bullying. They didn't want to go into that. So they boiled it into a simple 3-act romantic comedy structure. You know, they followed basic tropes that were familiar to audiences, but also robbed the story of the weight of that very honest, very heartfelt pain. You know, it dealt with a political issue, but it dealt with a real human emotion. It dealt with real human experience.
It was less sanitized, right?
Yeah,
they shaved off the edges.
When it comes to my like view on like what media, I mean, anyone can commit whatever media they want, but what I typically gravitate towards are stories that give us an experience that we could in no way experience on our own. If it be that another human experience that happens to someone else that just is not us, or an experience in a fantastical land that we can never appreciate. That's typically what I gravitate towards. I was going to say on my thoughts on the culture war stuff, just because I don't think it's wrong for people to criticize things that they disagree with in the culture war. I mean, this goes for both sides of the political aisle. It's just that like recognizing that in order to criticize that, you typically have to dive into the whys a lot more and actually explain your point on the political level to be thorough on it. You can't just say it's woke, therefore bad. You have to go the level deeper. It is woke for this reason, and woke as defined like this is wrong for this reason, or this is conservative propaganda, I guess red pilled or whatever you want to call it. This is for this reason, and this is defined this way, and the reason why it is bad is this. It gives this kind of like cultural. This infects the culture in some way, shape, or form that I would find to be a negative detriment to us. Like, there's a level of effort that needs to be gone on if you're going to go on to the political level of a discussion that a lot of people don't want to, and they must much rather devolve into buzzwords. And that's where we just get this cacophony of people yelling at one another. No one's actually talking about the nature so they can actually lay out their argument and actually discuss the problems at the heart. It's just
well, that's like in a lot of ways, for people that's way too hard in their opinion. It's easy
it's too much effort
to use that. It's too much effort because like by laying all your cards out on the table, you leave yourself vulnerable potentially. Potentially to being wrong, or for your for you yourself to face introspection by viewing another person's perspective. You know what I mean? There's a self-consciousness that you get from that experience that a lot of people just want to avoid. That's why we have these things there. And like I said, it's an overreaction to an overreaction, right? The ways in which, flawed or not, that what was it? Politics are being inserted more and more and more into relatively speaking, of course.
Kaiser, Kaiser
seems that way.
Work hasn't really been. Hello.
You're back. All right, you're back.
Cool.
We're off.
So I'll say this too in response to that. I think works are actually less political history. I think we've taken a nosedive in terms of actual politics and storytelling. If you look at works that came out 15 years, 20 years ago, they were dealing with much more. I'm saying as a generalization, there's obviously individual works that are very political. I think a great example of that is honestly movies like Parasite, very well-known stories that deal with actual political discussions. Filmmakers, I think, are so kneecapped by corporate interests that you're not able to get to the really complex, really interesting stuff outside of the low budget stuff, which is mainly horror. I think horror is the politically sound and clever genre currently making stuff, because they don't have all these studios who have to read the notes and kind of go, well, you're going to offend this demographic if you say this. And it's not so much about offensiveness, it's about sanitization of an idea.
Yeah.
I think like the problem that I've seen, and this is just like my personal interpretation, I think it's like the difference between like good writing and bad writing. So like I don't think that anyone would really have as much of a problem with like politics inside movies and books and TV shows and whatever if it was like written well. But if it's something that's like you're standing on the soapbox, you're hammering me on the head with like your whatever book that you're wanting me to read and stuff like that, I'm gonna get annoyed because you're just torturing me with this book on my head or whatever.
What I like to look at it when it comes down to media that I appreciate when it gets political is it's not. I mean, sometimes it can tell you which way you should be thinking, but it always leaves the door open for you just to think on the matter, as opposed like it gives you, it presents you a situation and it tries to do it in a way that conforms to some kind of logic, and it just leaves you to think on that and come to your own conclusion. And typically speaking, it does lean one way or the other about what it wants you to think, but there's always that kind of possibility that you're going to come to the wrong conclusion the film thinks, as opposed to now where I think there's a corporate level to this as well that I kind of want to touch on, but we're really derailed now that I think about it. But like there's a lot now that either they want to inculcate you where they're just like, no, think this way, bomb, I'm gonna bop you on the head, or the other one, which is even slimier, I find. I mean, the other one's honest if just not annoying. The other one's slimy where it's just kind of a corporate mandate. No, we must have this many minorities in our story. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense. I mean, like you can hear about the Lord of the Rings fans crying about the southern lands and how there's plenty of people of color in the world of Lord of the Rings, but like the Rings of Power comes in, populates the entire cast with a multiracial group, which kind of destroys the nature of it being a version of the English narrative. Like there's a whole discussion there that gets swept up in a corporate mandate, that sort of thing. That's a lot. I think a lot of what people take exception to is that like it's corporate soapboxing that's really just there to try and virtue signal. There's the word I'm looking for.
Okay, I'm going to have to offer a bit of rebuttal to everything you guys are saying.
That's fair. Go right ahead.
So here's the thing. I don't think representation is politics. I think it's just representation. Tolkien's world is just that. It's an imaginary world. Yes, it's based on, on England, but like he lifted from multiple different cultures outside of England, crafting them. The dwarvish language is based on Hebrew. The orcs, and this is based on his letters, he drew from the Mongolian Golden Horde when deciding the orcs and their battle formations and their wayabouts. He drew from, romantic languages with the elves. His letters are so detailed with his international sources of inspiration. So using Lord of the Rings as an example, is Amazon the best avenue to tell that story? No. And Amazon has a lot of issues. I have issues with Rings of Power, but the casting of actors is not my issues are more plot wise.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
No, we're not saying that this is anywhere near bigger issues.
Different issues, different stories of different severity.
Like the general topic.
This is more of a irritation.
I hear you. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you're saying that. It's like my issues are a little different with that. But going with the idea of the corporate mandate, I think that's more interesting. That's more interesting to me as a discussion point, because there's certain filmmakers who've made movies that I think are, I prefer the term heavy-handed than political. I think heavy-handed is a better term because they're not often very political. they're not often saying anything political. They're just using something heavy. An example I think of immediately is, and this is a case again. I think they didn't have time in the kitchen. The whole movie was made in under a year, from like scripting to release, under a year. But the most recent remake of Black Christmas, from 2019, 2018.
Oh God.
I think that was a very sloppy movie from a filmmaker who's made some really good movies too. But like, you know, you have a Blumhouse film made within a year, script, casting, filming, everything. It looks sloppy. It doesn't look good. And it's touching on topics that are less politically charged than the original 1970s.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's
the 1970s. Yeah, you've seen the 70s Black Christmas, right?
I've done a lot of research on it. I love horror, but I love horror from an analytical view. So I do more like reading about them than I do watching them. I think more so often I watch like, you know, people like clips online or people analyzing them online. So I still get some level of the experience. I know it's not the purest way of going about it, but I still like the thoughts that go into it. And yeah, no, I definitely agree. It's like the original Black Christmas is like a paranoia classic. It's great.
True, but there's an element of it that's, I think, resonant. I think it does something that even modern films wouldn't do as directly as this film does. And that's just frankly discuss abortion. Like, no hesitation. They just dive into the topic, have a very honest relationship with a couple discussing abortion. The boyfriend is adamantly against it, and the woman's like, well, it's my body. You can't tell me what to do with it. You know, and it's very believable. It's very realistically written, and it's very earnest. And the film takes her side essentially, but it's done in a way where it feels like a real organic conversation, and you can tell that the reaction that the boyfriend's having is unreasonable and dominating, though you also get where he's coming from. Like, it's a very well-written scene.
Yeah.
And it's well written. Unfortunately, the remake of Black Christmas, the dialogue isn't real. And the thing also is this: you have to believe the characters. You know, you have to believe these are real people having a discussion to believe the discussion is happening. When the discussion becomes just lingo that the filmmakers think kids are using, you lose them. Yeah, not even dated, but you lose them. Like, even at the dated means after the fact you lose, but even at the time you lose them, because, you know, and this happens with many films. Like, I think the great college and high school films from the 60s to now, they know that people may use certain terminology that like comes and goes, but like the bulk of their concerns are universal, you know?
Yeah. Are you telling me that no one uses Swifty anymore? I mean, come on, guys. Get with the times.
That's the thing. Any buzzword you're going to use in a film is going to date it outside of like the obvious, like Totally Radical Man, you know, something like that, you know, which is, and some films use, there was a horror film I saw recently, again, Amazon, Totally Killer, where it's like a Back to the Future, but like a slasher film essentially.
Oh yeah. I've heard of that.
That was fun.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it's nothing like Shakespearean, but it's fun. And like they use like 80s and they use like 2010 slang, well, 2020 slang versus like 1980 slang. And it's like they do it for comedic effect, and it's goofy. They make a joke about how weak 80s weed is, which I thought was very funny, but someone tries to get high and nothing happens to them. Because it's
I just want to say very quickly, I think you said it better than me when I tried to explain like my gripes with it, when I said like hitting me over the head with like a book or whatever. I think just saying like heavy-handed is like the better explanation for what I was trying to say. Like it's not subtle.
I was gonna say like
Totally Killer was the movie, by the way. Sorry, Totally Killer, not Totally Radical. My mistake. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I don't think I think we do disagree on some things here and there, but I think overall we are in agreement about the nature of like the heavy-handedness. You're right. That is exactly the stuff that has been killing things. Also, I've been seeing on this super chat, I gotta hit it. Izanagi, I find the DEI discussion have been tainted at points. I do agree that some people are putting the politics over the art. Yes, I like going to the Rings of Power example, just because it's the most recent thing that's talked about right now because it's going on. It's a very small complaint to have for a lot of people who are purists of the work, and I think discounting them in some way, I think, is unfair to them. People who who analyze Tolkien's work, but I don't think you're necessarily wrong, and I think you actually make a better counter argument than a lot of other people do, who just kind of dismiss those criticisms. Because you're right that he did pull from a lot of other cultures, and that'd be interesting to see reflected. I think you still probably could have done it in a less blunt way, where you just suddenly what is very much supposed to be heavily
what
based.
Do you expect me to say? Be subtle about. Like, listen, I'm from New Jersey, all right. We know exactly people.
Okay.
It's true. That's fair. That's fair. But like,
but like the thing also is, to your point even further, even discussions about DEI, people don't know what DEI means. The whole terminology that it's been taken as shorthand for something it's not is ridiculous, I think. Like, the term represents workplace harassment. Like, it deals with hiring practices. The way it's been taken into movie making discussions is ridiculous. It's like if I were to talk to you about workplace sexual harassment suits and say, oh, well, these filmmakers want to teach the sexual workplace harassment agenda. It's like it's just as meaningless.
I was gonna say, like, when it comes down to like movies and such, it's used in a way that shows disingenuous. Like, a lot of the complaint, at least from the conservative side, about like DEI stuff is that, like, one of the big arguments is you are underselling the merit of the individual. It's like you are saying that these people over here need to be lifted up or treated in a special way because they don't hit a qualification. There is the harassment thing, obviously, that should be covered under the Civil Rights Act, frankly, but obviously that doesn't.
If only that actually existed in a meaningful capacity, right?
But the but all the same, like,
oh my God.
But with all that said, like, the people are using it to, like, oh God, it's like such a multifaceted topic. We should probably move on, because I'm just like, I'm trying to think, where do I stab this from? Wait, no, we're way off. I think we're all relatively in the same boat. If one is at the bow, one's at the helm, I'm not entirely sure. We're somewhere else on the same boat. We can.
Well, this is why
we're still 2 hours in, so we got a lot of stuff.
Well, this is why I say,
and how a lot of the statements that we've gone through so far have, like, annihilate a lot that we wanted to cover anyway. So I think we have a little wiggle room.
Yeah, and I think also it's fair to say this. I think the vast majority of arguments would not happen if, and I said this before, if people met at a pub and just talked. I think the thing with the internet right now is that all of these arguments are so hyperbolic and they're so exaggerated. When in actuality, and again, they are spurred on by people who have a monetary gain by making you angry.
Right.
That's one thing that pisses me off the most. They are people very well known on the internet who get money by making you argue over pointless bullshit, essentially, like, is what it comes down to. It's the same set of buzzwords, like DEI, woke, politically correct, feminist. These are all the same buzzwords that mean something totally different, that are taken into a conversation and taken into account of something that they really aren't, to make you angry over something that isn't really an issue. I think there's bigger issues in the world than whether or not, the Lord of the Rings show has, like, a couple people of color in it.
Yeah.
But, like, especially in Lord of the Rings show, there's other and how it's described, like the way the rings are made. I think season 2's gone a long way to fixing most of my problems so far that I've had with season 1. I think season 2 is so far a vast improvement over season 1. Which is ironic, because I think season 2 of House of the Dragon was a great disappointment compared to season 1 of House of the Dragon. But, like, these are all things where it's like subjective media. And I think also it's easy for people to point it and go, here's the easy thing I can argue is bad with it, without deconstructing the fundamentals of why something doesn't appeal to you. But I do think I want to add one more thing on that I think is important, is how many people just get angry at certain media for making them uncomfortable,
Yeah.
For being challenged by it. it's not just being preachy or not. Some people just get angry at.
Oh God, I have a first-hand example with that. Fixing Ruby, my main series, where I basically take the Ruby franchise. I've in Volume 5, they go to a land called Mistral, which is very much, for lack of a better term, because this is how the writers just envisioned their world. It's so simplified. It's basically kind of Asia land. It's like every Asian culture just slammed into one major culture. So you've got kind of Korean, Chinese, Japanese influences all mixed together.
Because all those cultures are exactly the same.
Yeah. I've done what I could to actually expand upon that, and even actually added to it and fleshed it out. We have several different artists on our team that are from so many different locations. Pretty sure we have a couple of Filipino artists. We might have an Indonesian artist or two. But we have ones that are from all around Asia. So they actually added their own twist on it to actually give this really lived, this breathing world. And one of the things we did was we actually included an episode that was set at an onsen.
Oh my God, you were talking about the onsen.
You're talking about the onsen, which is like the most there was a split in the fandom. Not in my fandom particularly, but like anyone outside of my fandom, I got like called the worst names: pervert, a lolicon, you name,
I need some context. What exactly was put in this place?
Okay, so you know what an onsen is? Do you not?
Say again.
Onsen.
I feel like describe it.
It is a Japanese bathhouse.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay.
So I included a scene that's set in a Japanese bathhouse. The characters were naked, but it was a tasteful display. It was like, in fact, one of our artists kind of went overboard with doing the yang booba, and it's like, okay, we gotta reduce that. And so she stuck a duck in the cleavage, like right in front of the cleavage.
Okay, I can see that'd be a little controversial.
That could be. But the fact of the matter is, people don't like to acknowledge
the majority of the scene was incredibly friggin' tame.
Yeah, there's also the element
of like anime scenes like Gurren Lagann with its bathhouse episode.
Which
is way more explicit.
If you ever watched
like some people have a problem with the fact that it was included at all, not that like the context of why it was put in there, like the cultural context. They don't care about it because the only thing that they care about with onsen is the talking point on the internet that onsens are inherently sexual from an outsider's perspective.
That opens the door of the fact that nudity is seen as inherently sexual in Western cultures, things Christian influences. A lot of in as you say, in Japan, the bathhouses, everyone goes there. It's a common.
I was going to say one of our
experience.
One of our artists, actually the one that almost got possessed. She actually did research for it. She went to an onsen and got us like, not of the actual onsens themselves, because no photography was allowed in there, obviously, and that
makes sense.
But like in like the actual resting areas where like you could like sit around, get a drink, that sort of thing. Like she got plenty of photos for there that were great reference for us and like helped us fill out the scenes, because the entire point of that episode was a lower energy episode where a bunch of characters kind of decompressed and like got their thoughts together and conversed with one another and grew as characters together. Like it was all about the characters connecting and doing an activity together. It was not about like trying to get as much booba on screen. That was...
and then the Ruby stands came in. Everything changed when the Ruby stands attacked. Let's just say that.
Yeah. So basically,
you can see it controversial among people who aren't culturally aware. I can see that, but again, that's the issue of cultural things being lost in translation.
No, the frustrating thing was like, I'm in a server called like Ruby Critics, where they just do nothing but like criticize people who are into Ruby or just criticize Ruby in general. They also criticize Fixing Ruby. They really didn't like the onsen episode, and me and another person who is in the Sketchy Huntsman, the people that work on Fixing Ruby, we explained to them the cultural stuff that went into this episode, and that one of the people that insisted to have this episode in was Japanese. They did not care. They did not care at all. They're like, this is basically porn.
There was also there's a refusal to acknowledge that the first in the first 4 trailers for Ruby, the 4th trailer begins with one of the main characters committing sexual assault against a guy by grabbing his gonads. Like people
Yeah.
refuse to acknowledge that there is in fact a sexual dynamic to the RWBY like world. It's
To that direction.
and not to mention she
I
openly
should probably
drills over
also ask this
characters.
question too, because I'm a little behind on this. Obviously, sounds like I haven't seen your Ruby videos. I'm sorry, I haven't seen them because I'm not like.
No,
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
It's
yeah.
fine.
Are these like animated, or are these just like
Okay,
illustrations,
so
like villain illustrations, or
Fixing RWBY started out as purely just me talking. It's basically just me. It's a video. No, where am I going? Fixing RWBY is a critical essay, effectively, that goes through point by point things that did not work with RWBY and how they could be improved to be better, and basically fixing the story from there. I take some liberties, and I acknowledge that right in front, like expanding the regular season size from 12 to 16 episodes to about 20 episodes. And I acknowledge this is me getting an idealized path, but it's me trying to make the best version of RWBY based upon what I think they intended with what they've presented us. Like trying to interpret, they've given us this product. This is kind of what they were looking for. I'm going to try to do the best I can to achieve that vision and then deliver upon it. And I do make some more radical changes, especially after Volume 3. There's one that is incredibly controversial in the fandom with who I choose to replace a certain character with. But my argument has always been that they weren't doing anything with a certain character. Like, there's a lot of different arguments, but basically it started out just me putting PNG puppets on screen and moving them around and acting out scenes and visualizing them or otherwise using footage from the show. And in Volume 3, when I got to Fixing Volume 3, I actually put out a request, does anyone want to do art for Fixing RWBY? And I got about 12 people in response. And so for a couple of scenes, I had some art. Volume 4, we put out a recruitment drive, got even more people. That expanded, I think, to a team of like 32 people. And now we're currently working on Volume 7, and we are a team. Well, actually, we haven't put out the recruitment drive for Volume 7 yet, and that's still upcoming. But we are now a team that is almost 100 strong of people.
100 people.
Yeah, and so
that
like
is incredible.
We have people that do full animations of their own volition. I don't ask them to. I literally just give them scenes, and then people come back. Yeah, by the way, I fully animated this, and it's like, wait, what? Excuse me? So
that is incredible.
I think Volume 6 was, for the most part, I think 70 to 80, maybe even like 90% original images drawn by the Sketchy Huntsman, as opposed to anything that I necessarily cobbled together in Photoshop and Premiere.
And is this like a volunteer thing, or are they
it's
all
volunteer,
like,
completely volunteer. I make that completely
incredible.
transparent up front. People really love this project, and I'm very happy with it. But basically, by this, and actually, we've gone back and remastered Volume 1 with artists and with, cleaned up my script because obviously I didn't eloquate myself quite as well back then. I was very careful not to change anything because I own my mistakes as a writer, and I did make mistakes, especially early on. But like, it's one of those things that like we're making a product now that's even more accessible to people. And I think helps them see RWBY in a new light. There's been dozens of people, maybe even hundreds of people at this point, that have said, your version of RWBY has helped me reignite the love that I had for it after X happened, because there's several points throughout RWBY's runtime where people just fall off for one reason or another.
And hey, if you can do that, that's fantastic.
Yeah. It keeps me alive. It's great.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's just been those kinds of things are what keep me going with it. It's absolutely fantastic. Anyway, you're gonna say.
No, I was gonna say, I worked in a project kind of similar to that, but at a much smaller scale with Pokemon a couple weeks back, where we just did like a little hour and a half little video, kind of going, oh, how can I rewrite Pokemon, the anime? And like I was thinking, like, oh, it's kind of like that, kind of scale, but that sounds larger project, like a much larger, longer project.
Yeah, it has turned insane because Volume 1, I think, the fixing of Volume 1 had a runtime of like 50 minutes. It was something like really regular. I think the runtime of Volume 6 almost hit 6 hours. because like that's the natural
Yeah,
consequence
bro.
of a project like this is I'm now accounting for changes, no matter how small, made in prior volumes, and then also bigger changes as well. So by a certain point, like we're getting into volume 7, and volume 7 is not going to look really at all like what the original volume 7 looked like, just because now we have diverted naturally by domino effect.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
changed elements previously. Those
Yeah.
build, those adapt. Yeah,
Yeah.
understandable.
So it's kind of like it's gone from, well, I still hold it as a critical essay series. It has evolved also into a very significant AU in the fandom.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That makes me think, obviously, like I'm not super into the Ruby fandom, so I can't speak to the specifics you changed, but it reminds me of a in the Evangelion fandom. I'm not sure how into Evangelion you guys are.
I'm
There was
decently.
what's up?
I'm decently into Evangelion.
Okay, do you know what
Yeah, I
retake?
mean, I'm into the series. I haven't really seen the rebuilds yet. I need to finish those.
You were
but,
saying?
Yeah, I'm fairly familiar.
Have you ever heard of retake?
I have not.
I heard of retake. I think it's like a doujinshi.
Yes, it's a doujinshi. It's essentially like a fan fiction rewrite. Basically, Shinji's able to go back to a certain point in the series. Like kind of his mind is transported to a younger, and he's like has all the memories of how the show ends. So he's like, okay, hang on. I can avoid if I make a few different choices, things won't go belly up like they do in the main timeline. And it's interesting. It's like a little fan fiction project, but it became like a very big deal in the early Evangelion fandom, especially pre-rebuild.
Right.
Almost as though people loved it so much it kind of
I'll have to look that up, because I still have to
Yeah, I
show Twi
remember-
Evangelion. She hasn't seen
I
it.
Yeah, I
should
remember skimming through it like
Mhm.
a while ago.
I should emphasize that there are versions of it that are like just outright hentai. If that's a problem, there is an all ages version which cuts out most of the more explicit stuff, but that's more of a subjective opinion. I think I should just give that like warning right now. I personally prefer the all ages version personally. It gets very distracting, and you're like, okay, this.
I mean, like, I am not averse. I am by no means a prude when it comes to that kind of stuff. I don't.
No, neither am I.
But
like,
I would.
I'll be honest,
I'm curious if it gets in the way, because one of I'm working.
It gets to be a lot.
I was gonna say I'm working right
It's a little
now.
distracting.
My main video that I'm working on right now is a My Hero video.
I got my hands on the all ages one.
But like I'm working on a My Hero video, but the video that I'm going to work on after, not related to fixing Ruby or this original animatic series that I've been building, the next video I plan to do is a coverage of hentai visual novels. Like there's an entire bubble of hentai visual novels, and covering the writing in that, and like I'm gonna actually not touch on the sex scenes quite as much, unless I think they're like intrusive or they're particularly good at like conveying a storytelling plot point. Because I find like sexuality in storytelling, like the sexual element is a very underutilized one.
No, 100%.
But it's also like poorly utilized as well when it is.
Do you ever read? Oh, you ever watch Dream Hunter Ren?
No, I have not.
Or Rem. I forget if it's. No, it might be Dream Hunter Rem. Anyway, it started as a hentai OVA back in the 80s and became like a family-friendly magical girl series.
I mean, you don't
very
go that far
organically, bizarrely. It's great.
I was about to mention it, Isa. Legit, I will pay you to cover Fate Stay Night, given it has sex scenes added only due to editorial mandate. I am well aware of the Fate Stay Night sex scenes.
There's another Magical Girls show that actually got that kind of treatment too. The Magical Girl canon started off as a hentai visual novel. The anime was made like PG-13 or whatever. The show is actually pretty good. I tried to watch, I think that there was like a hentai OVA or something like that, and it shocked me. And I was like, I knew about it, but I still wasn't expecting it.
And the thing is also, like, I'm assuming we're roughly the same age. We all kind of grew up in a time where you went to like Suncoast Video and you picked up an anime. You didn't know what it was because the internet was that. you didn't know if you were picking up Legends of the Overfiend or Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
I remember
Luck
Princess
these days.
Mononoke watching that at my birthday party and then seeing the scene where the dude shoots an arm off and just like, oh, this wasn't in the TV cut that I saw.
I love that. No, I remember seeing Ghost in the Shell back when I was like in 6th or 7th grade. It was on TV. It was on HBO, I should say. So it was uncensored. And I remember, like, obviously 12, 13 years old. You love that stuff more than you do when you're like in your 30s. And you're like, oh my God, this is my favorite movie ever. And that you missed all intellectual discussion about like life and existence and the meaning of it. But like
transhumanism and stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, as a 12-year-old, you don't get half of that. Cool action. Ooh,
right,
cool.
That's a pretty heady thing. Speaking of heady subjects, though, do we want to get to the second section?
Yeah, we should probably. We are in the second section.
Do you mind if I just take a second just to grab something else? While
honestly, that's perfectly fine. I was going to grab another drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that was my plan too. I'll be right back. I'll say something whenever.
Try, Kai, you're in charge. It's the digital age.
All right, we have got to entertain chat, Twilight.
Yeah.
Well, everybody?
to the finding weird stuff at the video store, there were a couple of ones that I found, like Ixer Girl, something like that.
Oh, Ixer 1.
Yeah, Ixer 1. Though I think I got like the OVA version, like the sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah, the OVA version was what I picked up. And like, I'm like 14 or whatever, I pick it up. It's like, oh, it's a magical girl show.
Oh man. I think that's around the time that I first saw it, when I first looked up on YouTube, because when I got into anime, after finding out that Toonami was alive, and just playing all these shows I've never seen before, I just looked up any show on the internet and I just saw like these things called OVAs. I was like, what's an OVA? I don't give a shit. They have, OVA meant nothing to me. All it meant was just edgy shit. That's what it meant, right? So edgy action stuff. So I looked up whatever I could possibly find. Ixer 1 was definitely an experience. It wasn't as edgy as, say, Devilman, for example, but it was definitely that.
No, I think I don't think that I watched Ixer 1. I think it was Ixer Girl Exelion that I watched specifically.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that one is much less brutal than the first one.
Yeah. No, it might have been Ixer 1. Like, I don't know. All I remember is that there was a bit of graphic stuff.
Okay, quick question to clarify which is which. Is the main Ixer girl like a small silver-haired chick, or is she like a taller blonde woman?
I do not remember. The main thing that I remember about that was like the fights and the like just seeing the actual naked body during the transformation sequence.
Damn. Okay. Well, that would have narrowed it down. Right.
Yeah, it would have. It's been
the old
quite a while.
Chat.
Anyway, I am back. Hi.
Welcome back.
Is Ant back yet?
Yep, we were just talking about the adult anime that I accidentally watched when I was a kid because it was in the anime section at the video game store. The other one, or not the video game, but the video store. Another one was Blue Seed, the OVA, and I showed you an episode of that.
Yeah, that was the onsen episode, right?
Yeah, the onsen episode.
I was gonna say I watched an adult anime once by accident, and then it was never an accident afterwards.
There was another one that had like a much more tasteful sex scene. Like you obviously knew what they were doing, but you didn't see anything, I don't think, from what I recall. But it was like that stereotypical, they're surrounded by a blanket in front of the fire sort of scene. And that shocked me.
What shocked you? Sorry, step back here.
Being a child at the video store and then seeing an anime in the anime section and then finding out that it was an adult show.
Oh, do you remember the name?
I just finished talking about one of them, which was either Ixer 1 or Ixer Girl Azelian.
Hmm.
And another one was the Blue Seed OVA. And
Blue Seed. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
yeah.
I've heard of it.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen it myself.
And
you
another
ever-
one. Sorry.
No, go for it. I'm sorry. You go first. Sorry.
The other one, I can't quite remember what it was, but I think that it had like an alien abducting a guy in order to like be his lover or whatever. And I just finished talking about like the tasteful sex scene that they had in it, where it was like stereotypical in front of like a big fireplace. They have the blanket wrapped around them, sort of thing.
It was on Tenchi Muyo, was it?
Maybe. I don't know. Like I remember so little about this. Like it's literally just the one scene that I remember specifically from that show. Other than I think that it did have some sci-fi elements to it. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be Tenchi Muyo. But again, it's been ages.
Tenchi Muyo is a fever dream from my childhood. Like I remember so little about it.
Kitchen sink.
It is.
I love it.
It is so wild. For the longest time I got it confused with Oh My Goddess, and I've like when I finally saw Oh My Goddess, I'm like, how did I get those two mixed up?
How did I?
That is you know what happened with the manga writer for that, right?
No, what happened?
He cheated on his wife with a much younger, like it's like a whole.
Oh yeah, I think I heard about that.
And that's a big deal in Japan, especially. Like you can, it's bizarre. You can be caught for having, you know.
You're referencing the Rurouni Kenshin guy.
Yeah, you could be that guy and have his light slap on the wrist, but if you cheat on your wife, you're
blacklisted.
When you're famous, that'll be you know, if you get caught doing it, even though like in terms of the culture, like it seems like it's somebody everybody just kind of does it. It's just that nobody wants to get
Twy
caught,
and I had a long conversation. I know Twy probably has it in the canon. We talked about the abuse in Japanese performing arts circles. We should probably stray away from that because we have other questions we want to talk about.
Also,
that's a topic I have to do research on before I feel comfortable discussing anyway.
I think Cynthia might have gotten it. I don't know, but it could have been Chimera.
Okay.
Which is another OVA, I think.
Excalibur 2343.
I never saw it, but I know of it.
Says, we are not good boys and girls here. Masahiro Sakurai would be disappointed in us all. Yes. Anyway, so
I always love, you want to talk about good boys and bad boys. I remember reading an interview with Yoshiyuki Tomino, the guy who made Gundam, where he was getting really pissy about Makoto Shinkai and was like, all these.
Oh, I think I know the interview you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Like they just pine over each other. These boys and girls, these sexless marriages. And he goes into this explicit kind of like, why don't we just ever want to just? I'm like, you know what?
Tomino is he has no freaking filter. Dog.
It's great though. I'm like, but you know what? I don't disagree with him. A lot of media now so passionless in its affections. I feel like you need more explicit stuff sometimes to show the deeper feelings that, you know. Anyway, that's beside the point. I'm trying.
So
that's an old
the question
conversation, but
finally getting into like the meat of things. I guess knowing that you only made this in 4 days helps put a lot of things in context. But even beyond that, what level of research or what level of familiarity did you have with each of the people or critics that you covered in this video?
Varying degrees of familiarity. Sometimes it was a singular review I'd seen. Sometimes it was based on a more deep familiarity with their works. I think it's pretty clear who I'm more familiar with based on who I discuss more. And some people I just threw in because I uncomfortably know them and wanted to reference them in some capacity, but couldn't organically weave them into the conversation. A good example that would be John Del Arroz, I think his name.
Delaruz,
yeah. I personally have a lot of issues with him. I've conversed with him multiple times, and I wanted to find room to criticize him in some way because I just think he's a terrible person, quite frankly.
Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to use that as a segue to get into actually what's point 2.2, just because like. It's the one that I kind of want to get out there more in your defense than anything. The legal stuff, because I tried to nail you down in our text discussions. But of the people you covered, you presented allegations leveled against only 2 of them, and provided a third person who is in no way related to the discussion as far as I could tell. So by characterizing that half of the people that you covered had similar allegations, you are either defaming 11 of 13 people, or if you're considering the totality of the people you included in mentioning in this video, 3 of 25. That I just wanted to see if you had a refinement on your statement there, because that is just I want to just be elaborate.
It's a really shaky territory.
Yeah, it's called sloppy phrasing on my. That when I said half, I didn't mean literally figurative statement. It wasn't meant to be taken. That was one thing I was kind of surprised by. I thought it was clear it wasn't being like literally 50%. I was saying more like half of them. Not like literally half.
Well, even
but again, that's a matter of scripting where you think it makes sense, and then you hear people react to it, and you go, "Oh, actually, no."
Because like you said, half of the people that you covered that we've covered so far, which makes me think, okay, other than these 3 people, who else have we talked about that have these allegations? Right? Like,
that's called bad writing. But like again, that's something where it's like obviously in hindsight, I didn't literally mean half of them. That was one thing where I'm like, if I can go back and fix that, that'd be something I would fix. That's just
even then. I would like
being overly generous of the terminology.
I want to be more
specific.
Go
for it. I'm sorry.
I wanted to get into more specific. Like, who else among that crew do you know of that has allegations levied against them that are not the 3 that you already referenced? Can you list off, or do you have the opportunity to retract and just say that it was just those 3 that you referenced? I understand that may sound like kind of a backtracking thing, but I want to protect you legally.
Look, to be safe, I'm going to say just those 3 because I'm sure I've heard allegations said about other members I've mentioned, but like, could I tell you what those allegations specifically are right now off the top of my head? No. And because of that, I'm not going to accuse someone of something that they didn't do. I don't remember what they're being accused of.
I just wanted to, I don't think a actual defamation case against you would succeed. But
no,
the fact that someone could, the fact that someone could still try to launch one against you is very. It is like someone vindictive, like a certain flower field tending person.
She had a chance and she didn't take it. So I handed her a legal chance to sue me and she didn't take it. So I don't know. But she says she has lawyers on standby.
I don't believe that for a second with her.
Stupidity more than anything else.
I come from a very legal background. My entire family is filled with lawyers, and I coach mock trial. In fact, that's starting up this week.
I worked for a law firm for a time. So
So like just because the lawsuit wouldn't succeed doesn't mean that someone won't try and just legally outspend you, that sort of thing.
There's slap suits all the time. People can do whatever, and I can't stop a slap suit from starting. Anyone can start one. But like, no,
you could shut one down more effectively though. Like that's what it is. You can just point to this stream and say, "Hey, I said this on stream. I narrowed down my scope."
And again,
have that on the record.
And again, the 3 people I brought up: Lily Orchard, who has credible accusations against her, levied by her sister Courtney, which I believe. I am not going to
reiterate. Don't worry.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I made a
we've discussed it.
No.
I made a pumpkin old fashioned, so I'm burping. Actually, it's quite good. Actually, if you want to make one, it's pumpkin syrup and bitters and whiskey. It's not bad. Hey, fall season, you gotta make some fall drinks. I was the only guy who went to the job with like a pumpkin spice shaker because I wanted pumpkin spice lattes. It was spend $5 prices. I'm like, no, the pumpkin spice costs less than your pumpkin spice latte. I'll use the organic sugar bits, whatever. Anyway, so the other 2 people I levied accusations against because they have police reports filed against them.
Yes.
Are
Rikeda,
Nick Rikeda, whose children were found with cocaine in the system. And he had weapons and drugs and all that stuff.
Full transparency, I followed that pretty closely because I used to be a fan of Rikeda about a couple of years back.
That's probably why. That's probably when you guys said I blocked you on Twitter, right?
Yeah, that could have been it. I have a lot of opinions on a lot of stuff that, like, regardless, like, I followed him and and for a time then I tapered off. Like, I just, lost interest. I didn't have the time, whatever. It wasn't doing anything for me. It was just really just wasting my time ultimately. But ultimately I thought he was a stand-up guy. And then, like, 2-3 years later, I hear all this come out and I'm like, what the hell? And I'm looking at the reports and I'm seeing how he's reacting to it. And I'm like, you are breaking every single rule you said legally that people should take about just shutting the fuck up. Like, what the fuck is going on with, like, that is one of the most, like, don't meet your heroes type of turnarounds I have ever seen. Because I thought he was a fine, like, if not, an acerbic guy, I thought he was actually kind of a upstanding family guy. And it's like, oh God, what did you do to your fucking kids?
Well, that's the thing. I never liked him. So on one hand,
I completely believe that. I completely believe that.
I would say, I told you so. I knew he was terrible from the start, which, I mean, I'm biased. But, like, there's certain people, you know what I mean? Like, you can, how do I phrase this correctly? I don't want to sound like I'm being, like...
You get a vibe from people? You get a vibe?
Yeah, some people just suck. You just hear them talk, and you see how they respond to people, and you see their interactions, and you just go, okay, this person, maybe they're not, like, doing anything wrong necessarily,
but they're definitely somebody you don't want to be around,
Yeah, I don't want to associate myself with this person. And he personally attacked me from writing. Now, again, with CBR, I was paid by the article. I was assigned pieces. I didn't have any control over what I wrote sometimes.
Oh, yeah, no, that sounds awful. I don't blame you on that.
Yeah, the editor tells you to write something, you write it. And so, attacking me personally to write, like, so I'm biased in that sense. That's my fault.
I actually kind of level a little bit at CBR because, like, they're putting names on articles that you technically, like, didn't, like, fully write. Like, that's that's skeevy.
I should probably get into that a little bit. The article, I mean, and again, I'm gonna probably do a video eventually because I have a lot of pent up frustration with the organization ValNet. The company, you write for them, they assign you articles. And then they have once you write your article, it's no longer yours. You have no say over what they do to the article. So they can change the headline. They can change the content that you wrote, but your name's still on it. So there's a person assigned to the article in the public's eye who, by all accounts, did all this. And every publication has editors. They all have refinement processes. But usually with other publications I've worked with, the writer is involved in the editing process to some degree. I'll give you an example. When I'm was writing for Anime Herald, for example, the editor there, Samantha, who's a fantastic human being, she would say, hey, or one of her editors would say, hey, we think this could be refined. This doesn't work. This can go. This should be added in. And they'll tell you what they're going to change. And they'll be like, okay, that sounds good. Or, hey, I don't know about that. And they'll listen to your feedback. And they're very, very engaged with the process. That's a publication that I have nothing but kind things.
Sorry. I just, the phrase, like, oh, she's a fantastic human being. I was waiting for the follow-up. But she's a mediocre porcupine. Like, no. I don't have a bad thing to say about anyone who works. No, it's just like I find the phrase a fantastic human being is like, well, what? Like, so are they something else that they're not fantastic at?
No. Listen, the internet has brain rotted you to genuine care. Okay,
it has. It
has brain rotted the fuck out of you, dog.
Yeah, I'm seeing people mention anime feminists too. Yeah, they have a great editorial staff. Dread Central has a great editorial staff. I had nothing but kind things to say about all people there. Regardless of any disagreements, what have you, I have nothing positive to say about anyone at those publications. And with CBR, the editors were not. They were fine. The editors were sometimes, but the problem was the company. The editors. I have nothing against the editors. It was corporate interest. Always, it was the corporation. I'm not going to hold any individual editor accountable for my personal grievances because it was never their fault. They were given directives just like I was by the company. And so they tell you to cover a popular discussion point, any controversial issue, you cover it because they're going to pay you. You can quit, sure, but it's a paycheck and it's part of your byline and you can use it in your portfolio for a better job later on, which is what I did. But there were articles I had to write, which I, regardless of my opinions, I wrote them. My name was on them, and so they were easy targets for people online to criticize clickbait, which is what he did. So I'm biased.
Yeah, no, I don't blame like especially considering I know I can already tell just from discussion and from how we work. I think of different political persuasions whatsoever, and I understand that he's very acerbic to people on one side of the political aisle. And anyone of the cultural like zeitgeist that he's particularly picking at. So I don't blame you whatsoever for thinking that he was a bad guy from the get-go. I completely get that. Not to say that I overlook bad things, but like it's different. It's different when like half of your monkey brain is on one side of I put it monkey brain because I do have a rational brain. It's like treat everyone fairly. That sure.
Yeah. Well, again, that's the big thing with the internet in general, right? Like you are the main character of Twitter for a day, or you're not. Like the way it works, the way it's structured, is you are incentivized. No, you're not just incentivized. You are encouraged. To engage in this media. You in this discussion, you have to have an opinion today, right now, whether you know all the facts or not. That is the story. You must know in 5 seconds everything. Or your opinion is wrong. And that's just the way the internet's structured. It's not an individual thing. It's just how this is laid out.
It's so bad because like, when I was younger, I was a much more gung-ho, politically active, kind of back before about middle of college, getting on fights on Facebook all the time. It was just, I look back on now like, you're a fucking idiot. That's just that you were just like, there was some dopamine high that you were chasing because of the engagement and the back and forth, and you feel vindictive satisfaction of trying to one up one. It's like I'm right there with you that I hate that. Like, as much as I love the internet, it has bred this dopamine chasing high of trying to one up your fellow people without really engaging with the giving arguments and trying to find like some kind of reasonable or practical application of philosophy.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing also, and that's my big why I made the video in the first place. I feel there's a lot of people who take advantage of that for monetary gain, who encourage this fighting, and I think it's just dangerous. I don't think it's productive. I think ultimately it's making people chase, like you said, a dopamine high to get angry at people. And like over movies. And I think the big thing also that I think motivated me to do this whole video, I think I did a better job with done, because again, they're more focused and more specific. The whole thing with Star Wars especially has deeply bothered me. Like that I think is the big thing that motivated this video initially, seeing over the years the harassment directed towards the Star Wars cast.
I'm not
talking executives, I'm not talking business, I'm talking like the actors paid to play a role who had no involvement with creativity beyond how they portrayed their characters. And they were, you look at like Kelly Marie Tran, for example, who did Rose Tico from Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. She's played she's hired to play a character. She plays the character as written, as directed, and she gets like
I think that is I completely commiserate. That is a miserable thing that had happened. I don't I do not condone that whatsoever, and I think it's really fucking stupid because as a writer I'm like, she's not the one that wrote the character. Like if this were like an ad-lib comedy and she like bombed it all because her ad-lib was bad, I mean maybe you'd have a case where it's like, oh, your ad-lib was shit. I mean fine, but like I don't think she had any control over that. What was in the actual film.
Yeah, not to say a logging the riot would be any better, but it would be more sensible.
Oh yeah, it has like honestly, like, I think piling on Rian Johnson makes a lot more sense because
I wouldn't pile on him either. But like I'm just saying,
no. That man wrote one draft. That man wrote a one draft.
Rian Johnson is a lot. I'm not going to get into it
right
now. I'm gonna save it for a video. I am a defender of that film personally. I think Rian Johnson is a very intelligent filmmaker. I think the problem is he wrote for the franchise. The Star Wars fandom just wasn't interested in general. Well, half weren't in that discussion. I think that if he were a Star Trek film, he would have been lauded as one of the best Star Trek writers ever. Because I think certain science fiction fandoms are more receptive to that kind of style of storytelling that Rian Johnson brings. Brick, I think if you look at Rian Johnson's filmography, almost everyone agrees that everything he made, save for The Last Jedi, is peak. Brick, Looper, Knives Out, Glass Onion. These are like
what I've discovered
high
with him
points of these films.
Is that he's an excellent director. I do not think he's a very good writer. That is my opinion.
I'm curious. How come?
Contradictions. Oh God, I would have to dig up the whatchamacallit. But obviously, Looper.
That's a whole other freaking debate.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for like a well-organized debate. Maybe we'll come back to another discussion on that.
Yeah, but like,
did he direct or did he write Brick? Because Brick was amazing.
He wrote it. He wrote.
Oh, yeah. Brick is really good. We did that for the other podcast.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. That was supposed to. Fat Man was supposed to come on with us to watch it and discuss it with us.
Fat Man's is a friend of ours that's a fan of yours. So
let me before I say that, let me 100% confirm it with him that before I fully, I'm positive he wrote it, but I want to just confirm before I totally take that.
But I just
don't want to be a liar, do you?
No, I want to make sure I'm totally right.
And this
he wrote it. He wrote the film.
Like I enjoy Looper. I enjoy The Last Jedi. I like those films in terms of like I can sit down and watch them and have a good time. But I fully recognize I think the writing in them does a lot of disservice to themselves. I can't remember The Last Jedi stuff. Looper is a little bit easier in that the rules of the time travel make less and less sense as it goes on. And if obviously he has that scene, which is a fun scene, between Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Bruce Willis. They're like, oh, we sit in here drawing diagrams on napkins for hours. Like, that's fun, but it's like, so you're acknowledging this movie makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, and the nature of cause and effect are kind of pointless. It's like, as someone who loves time travel, that movie's time travel is abysmal, and when you're making a time travel film, that's kind of the thing you gotta get most right.
Time travel's a tough one. Like,
fairness,
I'm a critic of Back to the Future. If that tells you anything, I did a whole video breaking down why Back to the Future time travel is bad. I still love Back to the Future. Like I very much draw the delineation between my critical mind and my enjoyment mind. If I don't like something and it's written poorly, you have done fucked up hard.
Raymond hates that I want to put time travel in my novels later down the series line.
You see, the books are actually the books I'm working on have no time travel whatsoever. It's because it's just a mechanic I just find frustrating.
It is always exactly 3:20 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. It's always something going on. There's always some component you got to keep in mind. Time travel stories are best when you have as few variables to focus. Like the rare occasion we get like something like a primer where the time travel makes uncomfortable amounts of sense if you have a chart. It's also just hard to sit through because the film is so frustratingly pedantic.
Pete, do not bring up Kingdom Hearts time travel, please. Look,
does Kingdom Hearts chase me everywhere I go?
Oh, well, you're here with Twilight. We should mention Twilight's other big thing, and also mine as well, and a little bit of Kaiser, is Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
You say like I didn't grow up with
Hearts Raymond any day of the week, if that tells you how much
I'm a big Kingdom Hearts fan. She is bigger than I am.
I like it. I'm not going to act like I know everything about its lore. I was always more into Final Fantasy because Kingdom Hearts kind of pushed me into Final Fantasy fandom when I was like in school, and then I just never left, which is a dangerous place to linger in. Because even then, I know I'm like, there are people who are like way more into it. That's the thing also with online fandoms. Like you think, oh yeah, I really like this thing, and then you go online, you realize, oh, actually, no, there's like some super fans out there.
They're on another level,
Yeah, and you guys kind of defer to them if they have information about it.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to comment on, though,
Mhm.
in regards to what you were saying about, the sort of like cycle of dishonesty that are being spurred on by all of these,
Yeah.
big reactions and things like that online, that sort of just kind of
Mhm.
eats itself. Um, I think that's a very true thing, and I think it's a valuable thing to, bring a conversation about. If any of this is any indication, right? I
Oh, wait,
think
wait, wait, wait. You mean
that
you
go
like
ahead.
conversing about this topic? The thing we
Oh
haven't
yeah,
talked about for the last 3 hours?
well, unless my short-term memory is, going off, or something.
100%.
but what was it? I think it is very valuable to cover. So
Mhm.
I, so I think whenever I think I said this in the video, and I even say this in like one of my videos, which I made about like another YouTuber. It was like a small section of their video about like a relationship in Ruby or whatever, and I said that if you're trying to speak to something that you think is an issue, is very imperative to be as accurate about it as possible, which I feel was a large part of why there was such a disconnect, especially with us with your video, where
Mhm.
with the way that you handled your coverage, because it felt like in a lot of ways you're commenting on things that are supposedly happening, but not only were you, it seemed like it was barely all the proof was barely all that much in the pudding by the very end, but also in essence, in some ways, it kind of felt like you were falling in the same traps.
Well, you can see the thing of that is, you're right. That's the big issue with the
Yeah.
video. The video bit off more
Yeah.
than it can chew, and it didn't incorporate enough visual evidence, and it was as a result. And there is, unfortunately, a degree of concern I had making this video first that proved
Mhm.
ironically to be true in more ways than I realized in less than 2 months after making said video. My
Mhm.
concern when making this video was that one of the people involved would copyright strike the video if I included too many clips of them in it.
Mm.
I say it's ironic
Well,
because someone did copyright my videos and
sure.
less than
Well,
2
it
months
wasn't
later.
for, granted, it wasn't for this one, but
No, this is the only ones they didn't touch.
yeah.
And what's so baffling is that everyone else involved with this video responded but her initially.
It's because she
Right.
hasn't. It's not her name's not in the title. That's why.
Yeah,
Her
that's
face is
essentially it.
though. She's in the thumbnail of the video.
I mean, yeah, but like, let's be honest. That's assuming that Lily actually goes out of her way to like see these freaking things, like for the most
Bizarre
part.
to me is that-
Up until when Psy came up,
Oh, yeah.
everything else was radio silent.
But what's bizarre is that even after I fell into her radar, she still has never acknowledged this video exists, which I find so funny.
I mean,
She's
yeah,
obsessed with the video leak. The net,
dude. How do you think I feel, man? I made a whole ass freaking half a feature length film talking about why she's wrong about the Mary Sue trope. I added her in the motherfucking title, and she still hasn't freaking said anything to me.
He just
Senpai
wants
noticed
senpai
you.
to.
Listen, Kaiser.
I want
Kaiser,
more hate. I want more hate in my audience. Okay.
Kaiser, you don't want Lily Senpai noticing you in this case. It's exhausting.
Oh yeah, listen, not in that sense. I don't want any of my shit to be taken down. Although I am planning something very special next month that might be get a very interesting reaction, depending.
Does any of this have to
stay
do with
tuned for
June?
that.
Any of this have to do with June the King by chance?
Oh no, I'm leaving that to him. I'm leaving that completely
yeah,
to
no.
him. Okay. Listen, there's going to be two bombs, all right, one after the other in the next 2 months. June is
Ooh.
Nagasaki. Aaron Tempest is Hiroshima. That's all I need to say.
All right. Need to
Oh,
go
my
to
goodness.
like the severest. Okay, all right.
That really took a turn I
No,
wasn't expecting in the conversation about, like,
I-
goofy movies and gay horror films. But okay,
I was gonna say I was already
No,
worried with the current climate on YouTube mentioning the word bomb at all, and now you're just going, yeah. By the way, nuclear.
Yeah, no.
I'm-
I don't speak in terms of nuclear options on here.
No, listen. With what June is going to be, I'm hoping, because I'm very familiar with his work. I'm pretty damn sure that nuclear is going to be the most apt term for what he's got cooking up. From what I can understand. But in terms, next month, what I have planned is gonna be more media centric. Nothing, that spicy, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So
All I know is that next
if
month
I
I
get,
have-
so if she decides to pull a fit over it, then whatever happens. Spike Spiegel,
Yeah, but I think the thing is I'll be honest with you. I feel like she's like completely lost the plot recently. Like she's
Yeah.
going into full blown
no,
overdrive
she
with all the
is
critics.
broken. Yeah.
I wouldn't say broken. I'd say freaking out. Like it feels like every day I keep getting like sent messages saying, "Oh, hey, Lily said this about you on Tumblr." What?
Oh no, I'm in Size Discord too. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so you've seen the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I get tagged in things. I'm like, what is this? Like, I haven't talked about you in like I made a like she's conflating like anyway. This is not a Lily video. I can go on.
Yeah, we're not talking
Right.
about the Lily Orchard, the reigning shadow boxing champion.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, like,
But
do
you-
we
but
do
you're
we
right,
even
actually-
need to go into the Lily section of this coverage? I don't think we do. at this
No, I don't
point.
think you have any
Yeah,
issues
I
with
think
that.
there's a really mean-
Going though into your original question though, Celtic, you mentioned the three criminal allegations. I've only mentioned two.
Delarose, you're right. That was the
Yeah,
thing.
Delarose is the one where I felt the most. I felt like I kind of almost slipped that in there. No one's mentioned it. Like very few people have pointed out that I showed his police report. Because I think few people care about him. Is what it comes down to.
I didn't even know who the guy was. So I mean,
Where did
dislike him.
I?
I dislike him the
Me
most.
neither.
Of everyone
I
in the
barely
video,
heard those people.
of every single person in the video, I like him the least. By a lot.
All right.
He personally is, in my opinion, someone who is just a very he's kind of like one of those guys whose names you don't know about, but he has his hand in every single like pie. He's been involved in this crap since like for decades at this point. And he's the guy who runs all those blogs at every reactionary sites. He has I don't want to say millions, but he has a lot of money from his daddy. He uses to funnel into his causes. When I first got in the scene as a writer, he tried reaching out to me in my DMs, trying to like kind of use me as a useful idiot to his benefit. And at first I'm thinking, oh, this guy, I don't know what this guy is. He seems nice enough to me, whatever, who cares? But then people say, he's a piece of crap. You know that, right? Like, no, I don't know that. What are you talking about? And then I learned more about him, and he has a history of just exploiting people. And he has friends with people who are actual Nazis, like not like, oh hey, this guy's like a Nazi. No, I mean like actual goose stepping, like I don't mean figuratively, I mean very literally. And like that kind of changes your opinion of the guy. Yeah, he's friends with a guy named Vox Day. He's worked with him professionally for years.
I've heard of
Vox Day.
I feel like I heard of Vox Day before.
Yeah, no, he's
I don't
involved with
remember.
the sad puppies. If you've ever heard of that discussion, that was like a
No.
big controversy in sci-fi. That was a big reactionary group in the sci-fi literary community back in the 2013s, 2014s. If you know who Chuck Tingle is,
oh yeah,
Chuck Tingle,
No.
yeah. So they basically tried to wage war on the Hugo Awards, which is a big award system for sci-fi literature and fantasy literature. And what their initial argument was that modern day science fiction is too political, and that they wanted to go back to more pulpy, fun sci-fi. Which on the surface you're like, oh yeah, celebrating adventure, right? Like you mean like the more action-oriented stuff. That's not so bad if you want to advocate for those groups. The problem is when they said too political, they meant that black people winning the is what it boiled down to.
Oh God! Don't tell them what happened with the first woman that won the fucking Hugo Award. That's a legendary story.
And they really hated. Oh God! I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on her name. N.K. Jemisin. They really hated N.K. Jemisin because Vox Day wanted to become head of the science fiction writers Science Fiction Writing Guild of America, whatever, and N.K. Jemisin beat him out by a popular vote. And he got really angry that he lost and threw a big temper tantrum. And this went on for several years, but it culminated in one where they decided to completely destroy the Hugo Awards by making them look ridiculous. They wanted to nominate the worst possible outcomes, the worst possible authors that were so ridiculous that just by virtue of them being there, and the way that it works is that authors can nominate other authors. It's by committee. So they decided to create a voting pool to get Chuck Tingle in for best novelette, I think it was. Chuck Tingle at the time was just known as the weird guy who made all sex stories.
Oh yeah, Chuck Tingle. I love Chuck Tingle. He's hilarious.
Oh no, I agree. He's amazing. But this is back before he even made a public appearance. He had never made a public appearance at this point. This is like early in his career. So this is like at the time they figured, oh, here's this guy. He makes all these perfect stories. He's perfect. He's exactly what we need. Now, keep in mind, this group also overlapped a lot with Gamergate. So they were really hating on Zoe Quinn and all that stuff. So Chuck Tingle, at the time, never made any public appearances. He refused to show up to the Hugo Awards, but he sent someone in his stay. He sent Zoe Quinn to represent himself and make the other people who nominated him look ridiculous. They were planning just to troll them right back.
Oh,
like that's one of the greatest Chuck Tingle troll moves.
I never heard of this guy before. This is insane.
And there might be a couple details I'm forgetting, but like those are the core events. And after that, the movement dissipated because everyone was laughing at them after Chuck Tingle trolled them like that because he can't recover from that.
That's and then he went on to write several books that are like getting fucked in the ass by the Hugo Award I didn't win is like what the fuck? Because that's how Chuck Tingle rolls. I love that man's just audacity. It's great.
He is on, and I mean this completely without a hint of irony. I love him. He is amazing. He's an expert troll. But he's a troll in the best possible way, where he knows precisely what to say to mess with you, but also does a lot of good with his platform, which I love. This was a big thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that largely covers the legal stuff at the very least. Like I think we're basically the stuff that I was worried about most. We've gotten that out of the way.
Right. And I want to emphasize the two people whose police reports I showed. Those police reports are public record. They are not private. None of that is doxing. None of their personal addresses were on the documents. It's just these are publicly accessible documents.
I have a habit when it comes down to like police reports of I reserve judgment until the trial date, and the judgment. We get the court documents. Even then, if I'm particularly involved, I look through them. But all the same, I always do say, if they are guilty of the things that they are alleged to have done, Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, with Deraz, I can't believe Delarose. I am bad with pronunciation on a normal day. Give me 3 drinks and I'm even worse.
I was gonna say people were like, you're calling me Celtic, not Celtic.
No, there we go. I'm so sorry.
I'm fine with it. People aren't.
No. Look. My pronunciation's terrible on a regular day. It's my most common criticisms. Like, did you say that correctly? My friends gave me so much shit when I screwed up this Warhammer race name. I said it out loud because I've only read it. I read it out loud and they're like, what are you saying? They gave me so much shit for that. Anyway, the point is, with him, Delarose, he had a restraining order filed against him by his wife and kid. Apparently he was accused of striking his wife after the wife tried to get in the way of him striking his kid. And the order was upheld by the court. So that is complete. That is not a trial in progress. That is a restraining order that was maintained.
Wait, am I dead?
Yeah, your stream is paused.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Your stream is
paused again.
Okay, got you. I don't know why that happened. I didn't minimize it at all. Like it's still working.
No, there you go.
Well, we are. I want to say like we're kind of squeezed for time because we're like, the most we can do is like another hour and 45 minutes, and that's pushing it all the same. Um,
I'm
Yeah.
fine with however long it takes. So you know,
Yeah.
whatever you guys want to do, you can do.
well, I just wanted to like start dipping into some more specific stuff. I mean, admittedly, a lot of stuff has been alleviated from earlier answers, so we don't have to go too deep into it. Um, so we've already covered like going through more specific stuff like why open with CinemaSins, or why not use a serious media critic. We went over the thought process you had there and where you may have tripped and fell in relation to that already.
Yeah. And a lot of these issues boil down to just being pressed for time and biting off more than they can chew for the project. And again, I do think that the big thing I think anyone watching this should take away is that my later videos are strong result of this video.
Sure.
Their issues, their mistakes you have to make to. I feel like my errors in this film helped me improve as a video essayist. I think that's a really important thing to point out. Not to make any excuses, not to say, "Oh, hey, I never criticize me because I'm right." No.
Yeah.
But more to the point, if you have an issue with it, you're probably justified in your perspective.
Right.
It's just,
Yeah, sure.
also will say it's the same thing. Probably say it's just as wrong, depending, of course.
One of the things I wanted to point out actually from the start, and something that chat has been kind of pushing out again. I think this is like the bigger thing. Like freaking what was it? Most of the other examples of the people that you were talking about, you've already said that, yeah, and generally speaking, you could have like there was much more refinement in terms of like how you use the examples, how you clip them, things like that.
Mhm.
What I wanted to cover was you said near the beginning of the video about just some guy, about not calling him a homophobe. Do you remember the article on CBR and Mary Sue that you made?
Yes, I do recall the specific discussion and the specific probably can bring where the article does call him the only conclusion you can draw from it is homophobia. Is that correct?
Right.
So
Yes.
that was pointed out to me
Yes.
after finishing. That was an error in my own research. I forgot I had written, and because I was pressed for time, I didn't reread the article in its entirety.
I figured I had that impression. I just wanted to really make sure that we have that on the record.
No, that's an error on my part. I'll just say it outright. I think that he, that particular guy, because I made another video that responds to his comments again just this past weekend, actually, with my video on for Bi Visibility Day. I think his arguments were very problematic. I think that I disagree with a lot of what he said fundamentally. And I think that his response was extremely exaggerated for given the material we're talking about. I think fine-tuning it into more specific things that can show.
One minute, you're cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah.
Am I cutting in and out?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Are you like leaning back and forth from your microphone at all? Is that like something that's happening?
No, I think this happens in my Discord. That's the
Discord is discourse,
Okay,
Discord is not helping us today.
We'll try to fight through it.
And that might be on my end too. But what I was saying was my most recent video on my channel this past weekend did a video for Bi Visibility Day, and I referenced that just some guy's video a second time, and another video he did as well. I think that his opinions I firmly disagree with, and I'm not going to apologize for disagreeing with him.
Oh yeah,
no
one is expecting that. It's just
No,
No,
I hear you. No, I understand. The inaccuracy is the problem, and I agree it's an inaccuracy. Again, this video was a bunch of errors and a bunch of being pressed for time. The core of my argument, though, I don't disagree with. I think that he was extremely hyperbolic with his perspective. I think that he used his platform to criticize, a writer who, quite frankly, was being assigned to write something by assignment. And he used that before he even making that video against me. So I have a personal bias there, undeniably so. But I also think it's a bigger discussion among the LGBTQA community where you say a person can't say problematic stuff if they're part of it. A person can be a part of the community and still say
110%. Like, yes. I also hate that a lot of times too. Like, for example, right? Freaking, what was it? So I made a video. This is Ruby related. So you can just, in one ear, out the other, the important thing is one of my biggest videos was talking about this lesbian relationship within the show between Blake and Yang and
Mhm.
why I think it didn't work very well. Everything I said about that video was strictly about the writing, right? It was talk about, hey, this doesn't work because X, Y, and Z. And I even gave so many caveats that say, hey, if you enjoy this, that's cool. You're Gucci, in my opinion. Then there's like this guy.
Oh boy.
Then there's this guy, and
I know who you're
Twilight
talking about.
and Raymond know about this guy. I'm not gonna say
Oh.
that,
Uh-huh.
but basically, there's this guy who my very first really big hater, who I love with all of my heart, all of my trolling heart. Okay. This guy who is big mad about my video, who was saying this and that about me, about my take, like beyond just saying that I am wrong, of course, which I can take those any day of the week, that's fine, but saying that I am all these ists and foes and things like that. And then I pointed out to them that, like, there were, and not only me really, but there were several people in the comments, some of which being LGBTQ and different
Yeah.
diverse populations all over the place, kind of talking with this guy and saying, yo, you can disagree with him about, we're talking about a fucking cartoon, dude. Like, are you saying that I'm freaking homophobic now by saying this shit? And this dude legitimately said that, yeah, if you agree with Kaiser, you're an Uncle Tom, basically.
Oh.
So, like, yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's so insane. And like, he says I have the authority to say it because I'm a part of this community too. And I'm like, boy, get the fuck out of here, dog. You gotta be
not
shitting
only
me.
that, not only that, but on his blog on Tumblr, he made a reference to our first Ruby Bumblebee criticism video that we did for JYCT. And he mentioned me and how he didn't know anything about me, but like he was so condescending towards me just because I was associated with Kaiser and Raymond.
Oh yeah.
And basically just treating me like I'm a dumb little girl who doesn't know what they're talking about just because I disagree with him about Bumblebee.
That's very condescending in general, but like,
to be fair though, Twilight, at least he didn't threaten to beat you up.
If he remembered that it was me who posted your initial Bumblebee video on Tumblr, I'm pretty sure that he would have been nastier towards me. I'm pretty sure.
And like, obviously I can't speak to the specifics of the video. I can't respond. I may even think that the video was garbage. I couldn't tell you. But like,
all right, sure.
I think the engagement online, as I said before, people jump right to fighting when discussion I think is more productive.
I was going to bring it up there. It's that video of the two dogs that are yelling at each other through a glass door, and the minute the owner opens the door, just they immediately just get very calm, just staring at each other. Just like I think that's internet discourse in like a nutshell.
Yeah, because I think people get really eager to just yell at people like online, and it's like it's not productive.
Yeah,
and there's so
more
many...
to your.
Sorry, I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
No, I cut you off. I was just saying that, like, I was just saying that, like, freaking more to your point from earlier, that like, I totally understand that, like, people often can use their identities as shields from criticisms for saying or doing some really really shisty stuff. So like that I understand 100%. And if you have enough on the table to really say that about any of the people that you covered so far, maybe in like a future video or things like that, I'm 100% behind you there, provided that all your facts are in play. I have no issue there.
And I think, and again, I think to that point, I think 2 videos I've made since then, not counting the Lily stuff, which I think is, I think that speaks for itself. I think that's kind of like that's a dead horse. Keep hitting. I think 2 videos I've done since then that I think really do showcase that what you're describing. It's my Star Wars criticism video, which was released around the time the Acolyte was in like the middle of it, where I go through a bunch of responses to the Acolyte, and it was accompanied by a stream I did. Actually, that's one thing I did too that I thought was really I streamed a lot of my reactions and then took from that stream as evidence directly, showcasing, okay, here's the clip in question. Here's my immediate response to it. Here's my thoughts on it. And direct response to what they're saying. Here is in context of the greater argument. That I think worked really well for that video. And it did all right. It didn't do as well as this one did, but it did okay. And my most recent video I did about the bisexual Spider-Man video, which itself was basically a follow-up on a fairly goofy article I wrote for CPR that got a lot of negative attention. And kind of going like, okay, was this argument really that goofy? Like, essentially, the idea that, you know, and kind of going, okay, here's the article, here's my, or basically I rephrased the article essentially first. I just kind of made it sound like I was saying it right now, framing it in a way that was kind of straightforward and saying, oh, well, actually, this is an article I wrote about 5 years ago. And here's what I said, here's my conclusion, and here's the response to it. And like I showcased some Reddit threads responding to it. I showcased just some guy's video again. And I kind of went, you know, he's responding this aggressively, but like, what am I really asking for? You know, is this so unreasonable? Is this so irrational? And why is there all this energy coming in response to a pretty non-offensive statement, you know, essentially? And the specifics you can always argue with them. I've gotten a bunch of waves new responses to this video of people who clearly just saw the beginning of the video and clicked off of it. And you know what? That's all well and good. You're allowed to you're allowed to see a headline of something and just react quickly. You know, whatever. But no, I think those videos are strong as a result of this video not working the way I would have liked it to have. Because I can go, okay. I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
Oh, no, well, I did you, but I think it's because, like, you know, sometimes I get a sense that a lot of times we can circle around a little bit. So I just want to bring us in a little bit of focus with another question, which is that you said earlier that you, you know, want to make another video or maybe stream where you go over sort of like the responses of this video.
Yes, I think like tomorrow I'm going to do some
clarifying. Okay, yeah, clarifying your stances and things of that nature. Are there any sort of like future plans? Maybe it could be that video or a different video where you are basically sort of remaking it kind of from scratch, like this whole, you know, YouTubers are lying thing.
Yes and no. I'll explain why I'm saying that. No, in that I probably would not make one video remaking it, but yes, in that I would take segments of this video and expand it to because I feel like the big issue is that I tried doing too much in one video. This is not a one video discussion point. If I were to just make the same video again, that would prove I learned nothing from this experience.
I think it could be a one video discussion, but it would have to be like a 4 to 5 hour.
It depends on how and what it depends on what you're really focusing on. Like the main thing, I guess, of like main focus of like the topic of the video is just YouTube, not only just, you know, people being wrong or whatever, but actively being dishonest for whatever purposes these individuals see fit, right? And I think focusing on that while having about like because I said before that like it's sort of weird how you saw that like it's sort of weird how the video was divided with like so many what's that, Raymond? Okay. That's cool. That there were so many right-wing examples, quote unquote, and then there were like only 2 of the left wing. If like you remade the video, have it be sort of like more focused on the dishonesty angle, and you know, have like 2 examples or maybe even 3 examples of both sides of the aisle or whatever, that would probably go much better in the long run.
No, I agree.
You know,
again, the problem is too many things.
You know, much more. Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the problem is with this whole thing is that I'll say something and then I'll hear stop and then it's like a little delay. It's one. Don't you love don't you love online communication? No, but to your point. No, but to your point, I agree. And the thing also is with that is it would be a much more narrowed, much more focused specific argument. Again, the problem is this video was too much in too short a space, and it was too short a period of time spent working on it. that's a big issue. And I think, the other issue is, of course, that responding to all of the response was impossible. Realistically, you can't. And that's the thing also, I think, too, with the online discourse as well, responding to every single person's response to what you're saying. It's like, well,
Oh yeah.
And the problem also is with this video is I was kind of writing it as I edited it. As you can see with these big text blocks popping up.
Yeah, that was.
I got
that
that
explains
with what you said
explains.
earlier. That immediately put this shit into
Yeah, no, it was ridiculous, and that was a matter where it was like I was rushing everything, and I was fucking adding shit in along the way as it occurred to me, which was a stupid idea.
Now the reason why I've cycled to this particular frame, and
the Ray is Mary Sue one, right?
Yeah, this is the Ray is Mary Sue one, and the reason why is this comes across less like a rush job and more, honestly, bad faith on your part, and it's something that I just want some clarification on.
Okay, what part about this?
Well, when you were editing Literature Devil's part, you cut out the middle section of his clip, which I believe, if I understand correctly, actually elaborates on his argument in a way that your argument doesn't match. Like, he actually does make countermanding points to the argument that you make in his video, and it feels like they were deliberately left out. Now, understanding that you were rushed, I can understand you maybe just heard a sound clip that you clung onto and maybe missed the rest, but it feels, at the very least.
No, I think I watched the whole video before. Specific.
Well, we have some time codes. If I'll load up his video as well on the side here, because it's somewhere in here. We have a long list of videos you ended up covering. Was it Ray is a Mary Sue and Luke Skywalker's not?
Yeah, I believe so. That might have been it. Yeah, okay. That's it.
Pause. God, that's also a long fucking video. Okay, what time code was that? 1744?
That was the other issue, too. I felt like his video was I remember cutting things to make it more focused on the specific showing the entire argument, because I felt like it was just, if I remember correctly, my mentality was, okay, this is going on for too long. Let me just get to the points that are to discuss.
So here we go. This is going to go for about 35 seconds.
Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon. I can't hear anything with...
Some move. Can you not hear anything?
I'm not able to hear anything.
Are you guys hearing things?
I'm not. I don't have the stream audio on. That's the thing.
You can just go into his live right.
Yeah.
Oh, dumb. Obviously, of course. My
mistake. That's why I have it.
There we go.
All right.
Oh yeah, no. Okay.
All right.
Now do it. I'm
starting
so sorry.
from so for those who, I don't know if it's on screen or not. This is starting at 2040 in Ant's video.
Fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith
if you look in the bottom right, there should be a volume slider.
Yeah, there should be.
My volume's almost full and I can't hear it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay.
Okay, well, man, is there something like an audio share audio? Yeah. Share audio is not clicked. Okay, that's on me.
Explain it.
I did not realize that was a thing now on Discord. Thank you for notifying me of that, Discord.
Yeah, I'm like, otherwise you've been like, yeah, I don't get.
All right. Second, third verse, same as the first, a whole lot louder and a whole lot worse. All right.
There we go. Also, I think we lost someone.
Rey fixing
we lost Kaiser.
He's dead. He's fine.
Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon, since Han had it.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Uncle plucked it. I thought it was a mistake too, puts too much stress on the hyperdrive.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed.
Okay, so that was that clip. This is it in the original video, which I believe does actually address your point.
Okay, let's hear it.
biggest grievances often referred to by the Star Wars faithful, Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic. But we don't know this for sure, because again, this skill was never hinted at. After all, there's a big difference between breaking things and fixing them. For example, even someone without technical skill likely knows what is and isn't valuable on a car, and so any scavenger might know the value of particular ship parts. But knowing what parts do and what pieces are worth doesn't mean she knows how to fix the ship she takes them from. Unless you think someone picking through a dump for something they can trade for cigarette money is also therefore a top-notch mechanic. And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely. All they had to do was introduce Rey as a scavenger in the morning and an employee at a local mechanic shop in the evening, kind of like how Rocky Balboa was a boxer and part-time mob enforcer. Instead, it became another instance of she's just awesome. Then we go back to the scene where Finn rushes in to help Rey fight off her attack.
Okay, I think that gets the point across, because it is, I think he has elaborated on his point when you tried to say she was aware of it, but what he's saying is like, just because she's aware of it and she is a scavenger does not equal having intimate knowledge of mechanics.
Yeah, but that still doesn't counter my argument. And I'll explain why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Because the focus of the argument is that she was able to she was aware of how this addition impacted the mechanics of the Millennium Falcon's engine already. It affected the hyperdrive. She knew exactly what this device put stress on and all that. So she understood how the mechanics impacted the engine. That demonstrates knowledge of the engineering of the vehicle. So the problem is, through the dialogue, we're shown her knowledge. We're shown that she has some skill or experience with mechanics and how these parts impact everything. Do we need to see her going through mechanical school beforehand? I don't think we need that. I think the problem is that, yes, she is a scavenger. Yes, she understands how to breaking things apart. But I think this video does a disservice to her by saying, hey, she demonstrated through a dialogue that she has machines work, how they function.
Well, I think that you're not making a bad argument on that ground. I would argue it's a weaker piece of writing to justify it. It's justification. I acknowledge that, but I think it's weaker. I think showing, not telling, like it is a step below telling us she has or I guess step above. It's a better version of telling, not showing, but it's still kind of telling us instead of showing us she has this knowledge. And you also don't articulate that argument particularly well, especially when you cut out the further context he tries to give elaborating on that. I kind of feel like you directly being like, well, you elaborate that just because she's a scavenger she doesn't do this, but this line of dialogue indicates that she has an intimate knowledge. I don't think you conveyed that quite thoroughly enough to really convey your point.
That's a subjective interpretation. But well, let me also say this too. Yeah.
Yep.
If I were to include that part, would anything in my argument actually change mechanically? I'd still say the same exact thing in response, because it still doesn't counter anything I said. Including the whole clip would have just led to the same conclusion. You can say, oh yeah, this changes the argument, but really, what does it actually change about the flow of the dialogue or the flow of the discussion? It doesn't counter my point afterwards. I'd still make the same point. That's where I get a little confused with why this particularly is the big sticking point with some people. Because what it essentially did was it showed all that he really said was that her being a scavenger doesn't make her a mechanic. Okay, but that's not what I'm addressing. I'm addressing her dialogue, saying she understands how the mechanics work. Yes, it is a weak point it's not a strong point of characterization. It's not showing us. It is through exposition. But would my argument really change if that was included?
I think the issue with the scene ultimately kind of comes down to the dialogue in and of itself. Because, like, she's saying, I bypassed it. It's like, no, you didn't bypass it. You just ripped it out. Like someone just digs into a plant and just rips the plant out by its roots and said, "I fixed the garden." It's
I bypassed the soil.
And look, here's the thing: if your argument is to get me to say that Star Wars' mechanics in its ships is somehow this vastly intelligent,
No. Farthest from that.
I don't think we are.
No.
I think the issue is that, like, the thing is, the dialogue in the movie demonstrates that she has experience with mechanics. The argument that Lit Devil here is trying to push is that there's no evidence in the text she has any knowledge of mechanics. The argument here is, and that dialogue proves that she has understanding. She understands how this functions.
And
so
to your
my
point, I
argument
would say, sorry.
that's all good.
To your point, I would actually say that, like, yeah, she does have a knowledge of mechanics. She doesn't have professional level. It's more like she self-taught sort of thing. So she's rougher around the edges with it. Whereas Han, I think, has a more like refined aspect to his looking after the ship and fixing it up and stuff. So he goes very by the book, very what you're supposed to do on a technical level, and then she's just like, find the problem, just rip it out.
That to an extent, certainly, but I think another element of it too is that the problem was added after he left the ship. You know, if you've passed around, if you've lent something to someone else and they've changed it mechanically on some level, you're not going to know. You're not going to know the specifics of how that little change has impacted everything. But someone who was there when it was put in might have more firsthand experience with that.
Right.
Again, we can just.
I was going down less to the actual content and more your argument. Like, you arguing it here makes a lot more sense, but the way you put it in the actual video didn't feel quite as strong. And if you had acknowledged the expansion of his argument, and even like kind of dug at that, it's like, oh, you're focusing so much on the scavenger angle of her. You're not focusing on the actual words being said. Listen to what she's saying. She is aware of these things mechanically, and it's demonstrating her knowledge through that. What you said was that she is aware of the problem. That did not convey to me that she is aware of the problem and why it is a problem. I think even that slight change in your script could have made it a lot stronger. And I think by also tackling more directly his acknowledge, and also maybe even acknowledging the fact that he attempted to propose a fix to the situation that he thought was a flaw, would have shown some better faith on that. But let
me ask you a question. Sure. Can you keep playing the clip of my video for a few seconds?
Sure. Let me make sure I'm here.
Also, sorry for slightly derailing the conversation into like the specifics of what's going on in the show instead of just focusing on the video.
No, that's good.
Now, to be fair,
I think if you play my clip a little bit longer, I think a few of the things are addressed later on. But if you disagree, that's fine. But
we'll see.
I just want to show the full case.
There were modifications made to the Falcon since Han had it. To fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon since Han had it.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Unkar Pluck did. I thought it was a mistake too. Puts too much stress on the hyperdrive.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed the compressor.
And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all information she's seen firsthand, so naturally she knows this.
Rey is introduced with unexplained expert fighting skills, technical skills, and magical expert.
You can pause it for now. This is
But you see how we can misconstrue what you meant in that circumstance.
100%. And that's the thing, too, I think, with some of the responses structuring. When we are getting responses, and this is nothing against you, the way we respond to media online, when we pause and stop, sometimes we forget just what the conversation is in the video. I think the way it flows from one straight argument, I think it can be better? Absolutely. No argument there. Sure. But I do think that my full thought is communicated in the full picture. But when we stop and go, sometimes that gets overlooked, or sometimes we naturally just, hey, we stopped to talk about it. We lost track of what I was even saying initially, you know? I think that's a factor with how we digest these.
Yeah,
But
well, like because I had never heard, or at least I don't think I have heard that counter argument to the fact that Ray spouting off this way and explaining the problem and why it would be a problem in that way is indicative of her knowledge of that. But I think part of the reason why I had never even considered that in my own mind was I was thinking, how do you know all of this? And that's where, like, I think I would still argue I lean on Literature Devil's argument a little bit more on this. Like, I agree with him on the argument. And if I had my choice, I would have actually made Ray much less like fighter pilot savvy, like she ends up being, and much more mechanically savvy. I actually think I have a whole dynamic for rewriting the trilogy. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But like I get your argument. I don't think it's the strongest argument to make, or should I say, it's not the strongest. It's not. The evidence exists. I don't think it's the best written evidence. I think it could have been stronger had they taken some element of his suggestions. But I acknowledge that you were trying to prove a point. I just think it was conveyed poorly.
But to your credit, you did put it in your video, yeah. But like a little bit aside from that, even without that being the case, going back to what you said about saying like, oh, even if I showed
Cutting
you,
out again.
the full clip from Literature Devil where he further elaborates on his point. Hello?
Yeah.
You're back now.
You're back now.
You're good now.
Okay, cool. So
damn it! Damn it!
And we lost him. And he's gone.
But yeah, you laying out your argument here really helped us understand it better. Yeah, it just goes down to your delivery here. And again, I am more than willing to let you attribute that to the rushed nature of things. I think you have taken more time with it.
Yeah, no, and biting off more than can chew with this video. Again, this is something I think, and I've said this before. I'm so sorry, guys. We'll get to your point. You cut off there entirely. What you were saying.
No, I'm so sorry. I want just quick. I guess I'll just truncate it quickly. I think that even if it wouldn't necessarily change your argument, I think in terms of, especially optically, it's always better to like just generally speaking in terms of ethics, because I've made response videos several freaking times, and I'm actually making an addendum to one right now, which is a response video I made towards a video by Johnny Two Cellos and Kaiser Neko from Team 4 Star. Is that I think it's always best to show like
as much of their argument as possible.
Still, just the argument. Yeah, much as my argument is like possible. Yeah, steel man it really. I think it'll come off like much better, so it feels a little less like, okay, you're kind of purposefully taking these things out of context nor make them look a little worse to make your argument seem stronger. Not to say that's the motivation, but that's how it can potentially come off as, outside looking in.
No,
that's
yeah,
the kind of thing.
And I think the thing also is in general with this as well is the big issue I've said over this video was very flawed. And there are obvious things to take away from it as a creator to move on for the next one, to do better on the next one. I've discussed also doing just a video in the sequels, just in general. There'll be probably like a 3-hour video. How many discussion points there are, but the sequel trilogies of Star Wars, sequel trilogy, singular. But like again, this is a matter of this. I think I have a different philosophy though. With certain clips, I don't want to spend too long on any one point in general. I like to move from point to point because I don't want to spend too long on a single. That's just an argument. I don't want to waste people's time too much by dumping too much information on them too much.
I think
you want things to be efficient.
I get that at the same time, but like I mean,
there's a balance.
I know how you've talked about like Literature Devil. You mentioned that he is very verbose, and you've also mentioned Mahler very verbose. You think that they're being superfluous. I stand by them quite a bit because I think what they are doing is very much cementing their arguments with how much they talk. I understand for a lot of people that can get dry, and I do understand that there is the necessity to try and keep engagement by locking them in, but with like being faster and more more kind of snappy with it. But I think there is also a virtue to being like, okay, I have laid out this point, this point, this point, this point. Here's my conclusion now drawn from these different points, and we can further tie that conclusion into a future thing. I think thoroughness has a space in the critical dissertation.
I think the problem is, though, that I don't think what they're saying actually helps. That's my issue. It's not. The thing is, I don't think length inherently is the problem. It's how the length is used. That, to me, is the big sticking point I have with a lot of these long views. And again, Literature Devil has made videos that are not nearly as long as mine. I've made much longer videos. The problem is not the length. The problem is how that length is used. I think a lot of what Literature Devil says is I think his arguments kind of circle a lot. They kind of go in spirals around certain points that I personally don't think he fully proves. That's my big issue. I think he kind of just says, here's this information. We don't know this for sure. We have to, and it goes in cycles and cycles, but I feel like it doesn't, like he lingers too long on singular specific points, and if you really listen to what he's saying, he's kind of saying the same thing.
I disagree. But then again, I don't think either of us can really prove our point without like sitting down and watching a full video and like going point by point.
This would need to be a whole reaction of itself to prove my point. But I think just from my observations, let me rephrase that. My observation of his videos, and I've streamed responses to his videos before. My opinion is that his videos very they don't really, they take a while to get to the core evidence that really proves his thesis, and he spends a lot of time hyper focusing on stuff that just isn't all that effective. I think he could benefit from an editor who could just root through everything and go, this isn't really helpful. This really isn't proving your point. Highlight these ideas. Because I think there is an argument to most of his videos, but I feel like he gets so caught up in like other details that are superfluous to his point that it doesn't really benefit him, in my opinion.
I won't while I disagree from what because I haven't kept up necessarily with Literature Devil too much. I won't agree, but I won't disagree either, because I do know there are some people that probably could benefit from an editor to shore things down. But I from what I have observed of him, I think he actually makes a lot of fair, cogent points. And I think the spiraling is a sort of intentionality to like, we're always bringing everything back to the core point, and then we're expanding out into this other side and bringing it back. And it's a level of different argumentation. Now, if that doesn't appeal to you, or like you find that he's not making, obviously you find that he's not making the most cogent of points, and when he goes out into the expanded loops, I'm not gonna, we can't prove one way or the other right now, right here. So I'll just respect your opinion on that and respectfully disagree with you.
I'll give one example real quick, just so I can solidify my argument slightly. I just remembered. There was a video he did on X-Men being political, and he was talking the thesis was the X-Men were not political when Stan Lee wrote them, which, okay, that's not too much of a controversial statement. Stan Lee kind of fell into the metaphor by accident. But he makes this statement about all Marvel fans saying that X-Men was born political, that Stan Lee made it as an allegory, and that Magneto and Professor X were allegories for MLK and Malcolm X. Something that most X-Men fans do not actually think is the case, because Stan Lee did not base them on Malcolm X and MLK. That's just something that fans applied. So we're like, okay, so you're going to go into that discussion. You're going to already he's saying fans believe this. So I'm assuming, he's going to show examples of fans saying that. And he's saying Stanley didn't say this was the case. So we're like, okay. And that means he's going to show Stan Lee saying this isn't the case. Basic setups for an argument. Instead, for the next 25 minutes, he's complaining about Kelly Sue DeConnick, an author who is fairly recent in the Marvel sphere, who I don't think has written all that much X-Men. And it's like, well, if we're writing about the X-Men, why are we talking about Kelly Sue DeConnick writing Captain Marvel? What does that have to do with Professor X and Magneto? It's one of those things where like
Okay.
it's like 20 minutes on this. I mean, he does other points along the way, but they're all kind of more aligned with the Kelly Sue discussion. And
Was that your example from your video? The one
No, this is a different. This was something else or another stream I can just draw quickly. That's an example
Oh
of.
yeah, I was
and again,
told that like I was told you were trying to like watch that as like a stream, but you couldn't finish it, right?
Yeah, I couldn't. It was just I just it felt like I was wasting my time. I clicked ahead and it was like 30 minutes. An hour-long video.
Yeah, I don't think I
about
ended up
Stan
watching
Lee.
that one. I see. I have no interest in the X-Men or Captain Marvel, so it's like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna pass. So that's one that I just missed. I think.
Oh yeah, no, and that colored my opinion of the guy from that point on, because it's like I'm watching this video as a reaction to X-Men takes, and I'm watching it for the X-Men take because it's titled about the X-Men, and it takes like
it feels
how freaking long to get to the X-Men. It's like, dude. And again, maybe it was a bad video. Maybe I just had a bad first impression. But I'm like I just get. I don't know. That to me really that bothered me.
You started out on the wrong foot, and at the very least, things didn't improve. Which
that was one of the recent videos.
There's only so much that I can really say because I've only seen like 5 videos from the guy myself. So
I don't even think that I've seen that many videos of Literature Devil, mainly because like I do like the style of like the topic of the content of like breaking down from like the writing and the nitty-gritties and all that kind of stuff. I love content like that, but I think at that point, and then I kind of just forgot about him, but at that point I was more looking for like actual technical writing videos and getting into like AuthorTube and all that kind of stuff. So I started I started to watch AuthorTube instead.
Other people in mind for that.
Super chat. Jake the Surgeon, may this contribute aid in your crusade, brothers and sister. The Emperor protects. Hey, he got the actual gender breakdown right.
Yeah, because Critter's not with us anymore, only in spirit.
Yeah, unfortunately. If you're wondering, the co-host that was on with us, she has time conflicts, so she's no longer one of the main hosts. Unfortunately, but we have her little rat here with us. That's what she's.
But whenever we speak up, we always stand on this little tiny green rat.
It's a running joke in our videos.
Oh, I see.
So let's see if there are any other big topics. I guess one of them would be. Let's see. You had a fair point on how Just a Robot. Him being like, how is that woke? I remember that. That's what I was like. Yeah, we were all scratching our head like, how is that woke?
It's like just because a woman is the savior, like that's it's like that's the closest I could figure it out.
No, that was Jar.
I do understand.
Said Just a Robot. Yeah.
I'm a bit more.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Twilight. I'm sorry.
No. I think I misheard Raymond saying just some guy instead of just a robot.
Oh,
no. He's talking about Just a Robot. Yeah. I will say that. What was it? I'm a bit more familiar with I'm much more familiar with Just Robots. I'm probably the most familiar with his content out of all the people that you were explicitly covering throughout the video. And I will say in that video, he didn't really elaborate on what he meant by that being woke. He did talk about why he thought the plot line sucked in that Terminator movie or whatever, which, okay, whatever, fine.
Yeah, Dark Fate. I thought Dark Fate was all right, personally, but I don't. If you don't like it, that's
I don't know either way because I haven't seen it, so I'll just leave that there. But I will say, though, that there are a couple of videos on his channel. They're pretty easy to find. You just type woke in his search bar and you can figure them out, where he does actually come up with some kind of definition or barometer that he uses to refer that to. So it is likely possible that he probably just thought, okay, hey, this is a term that I use a lot in my videos. I already explain what they meant, so I'm just gonna use this here, and for those who are already initiated, probably
intellectual
necessarily say that's
almost like shorthand, right?
Yeah,
almost like short.
Yeah,
you say, right? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
shorthand basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I defined
Yeah.
this video. I defined this elsewhere, so I'll just use this definition from here on out. And I guess that is probably a failing on him for not being like, I define it over here. If you want to understand that, go watch this video. Like, even though I
Oh,
find
yeah,
I find
100%.
that lazy too. Like, I would be like, just define it here, at least the shorthand. And
Oh,
then
it's
say,
definitely
"Here's more."
lazy. I just wouldn't call it dishonest.
Would you
And
do
the- and the
that for
problem-
every single video every time that you bring it up though? Because that would get very repetitive.
Oh, maybe I would just create a sound clip.
I think the other thing also is it depends on how you phrase it. You know, it's probably good to, you know, I don't like, again, and this is a personal perspective from my video essay writing and video creation.
Alright.
I don't use a term so frequently that it would be like every repetitive. If I'm doing a video, it's a new video and it's usually a different topic, a different idea. It's like, you know, I don't know.
Discord. there we go.
I kind of wonder if you get to the point where you need to define the word every single video because you use it every single video, it's almost, you know, maybe that's the problem. Maybe you just need more variety
Super chat
at that point.
from Jake the Surgeon
I mean,
says,
like with my video, I briefly explained like why I was using the term legacy instead of systemic and all that kind of stuff, but
Mhm.
that's specifically because that was like the one time that I felt like I had to talk politics because I fucking hate talking
Oh, yeah.
politics.
Amen
I
to
just
that.
want to talk about the writing and all those story stuff, man.
Oh,
But Lily just makes me.
Well, the problem also is Lily
Well,
doesn't actually
she-
understand any of the politics of any
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
videos. With
Yeah.
Magneto, she
Mhm.
especially with your video to Magneto, to your point, like she deeply failed to communicate the ideas, all that.
Yeah.
Jake the Surgeon says,
she
Dark-
especially with
guys,
again, I know you're not like a super deep in the X-Men
Testing,
lore,
testing.
so I'm not gonna like,
Mhm.
oh hey, why didn't you mention such and such? Yeah, and that. But like the fact that she came up first, claiming to be an expert on the topic and
Testing,
created
testing.
so many ideas, that is to me a much bigger failing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
testing.
Um
There we go.
and, like, the
oh my
main-
god. Sorry about that. We have a super chat I wanted to read out quickly.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to get past it. Jake the Surgeon, Dark Fate unalives John Connor to replace him with some drywall and misses the point of Sarah Connor. Your opinion is duly noted. We are not going to go into the details of Dark Fate.
One day I'll do a video on that too, because I think Terminator is a franchise. Deeply have a lot of strong opinions. I think
Dude, I have
nothing
I,
after.
Jake
I have a
Surgeon can
reboot
make
of
his
it in
own
mind.
freaking response.
I would
video.
love to do a reboot of it. I have a really cool idea for a reboot of Terminator at some point, but it would never get made. Anyway,
I still haven't seen the Terminator anime though. I heard that's really, but I haven't watched it yet.
No.
I didn't even know
Oh
they
yeah,
had
there
one.
is an anime.
Yeah,
Fuck, I've been wanting to watch it. I just
I heard it's
haven't.
good.
Nobody's been talking about it. And I
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet.
Dang.
That's the thing. Like no one talked about it after it came out, but I heard it was really good. So I'm like, is it just good or is it like one of those like no one watched it because it was on Netflix? Like what's going on? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like from my impression, it's probably the latter. But you know, it's something worth definitely looking into because you know, sci-fi stuff is always my jam. So
oh yeah, sci-fi is great. And I see in the comments people saying like, oh, I think you didn't like time travel. Yeah, I don't like time travel. Terminator is great. Shut up. It's great. No offense to anyone who said that, but
Guys,
love Terminator.
I
It's
love
great.
time travel. I hate most time travel stories. or should I say, I hate them on the level that they try to do their time travel. So I mean, you gotta just recognize you gotta swallow the pill if you want the cool stuff you like sometimes.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
there's very few stories I think that like use time travel mechanic. It's really interesting. I think Primer is like a great example of time travel done right in a story, but it's also such a boring movie to watch.
Primer
Like,
is a freaking experience, man. It's like it's up
It
there with
is.
Tetsuo the Iron Man in terms of just what the hell am I watching for like
Different angle though,
Different angle,
side
definitely.
of that spectrum. Because like
Yeah.
I feel like if Primer is the boring business suit sci-fi, Tetsuo is your drugged out friend trying to explain machine fairies to you. Like
admittedly, there were parts like Tetsuo the Iron Man is an hour-long film, and it felt like 3. I don't know how it pulled that off.
Tetsuo the Iron Man's fascinating. I'm biased. I love that film.
Same.
That's like to
I love
me
it
like
too.
my kind of insane gonzo nuts film.
Seawit says, would you rather go into deep lore of Blaze Blue or Fate first? Fucking Fate first. At least I have a grounding in human civilization.
I feel like Blaze Blue lore is also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that lore is particularly bizarre.
Dude, I've talked about it.
Too.
Yeah, I tried playing one game and the opening, like, it just drops you the fuck in. It's not even like Dark Souls at least holds your hand and is like, all right, here's the origin myth of our story, and here's where you are. All right, now figure the rest out, fuckwit. Yeah. Meanwhile, Blaze Blue is like, I don't know where you are, figure it out. So trying to get more points in, because I think that's a nice coverage for Lit Devil at the very least. There was something in here about like how you actually went beyond his argument about Rey by bringing in reference from TLJ and Rise of Skywalker when he was very cleanly doing a comparison of New Hope and Force Awakens. Like, he was very clear that was his definition of analysis. Even with that, I think the rushed nature of the video probably accounts for that, because I don't know if you were analyzing it that deeply.
No, I think I was also using the strokes as well to sum up a bunch of arguments, which again is a failing on the video's part.
Yeah,
and my part with working on. Again, I'm not above saying that I do not intend on rebutting every single criticism, because I kind of agree with some of the criticisms of the video.
If honestly, you don't have to keep saying that, like, oh, it's because of this. Just say, that sucks, and we can just move on.
100%.
Yeah. If you have a defense of yourself, though, go free ahead. I'm not gonna shut you up there.
No, I'll defend my point where needed, as you saw level. But I don't think stuff like that I'm going to defend. Like, that was an error on my part, and I hope that later videos have avoided that error.
So, one thing that I wanted to get across that you don't seem to draw a delineation between is things like reaction content and criticism as well.
Yeah, reaction content's a little tricky. I don't think reaction and this is no offense to reaction content in general, until I've done it, Yeah. I don't think it's as thought out as the sit down video, because it's your first gut feeling, and I'm not going to hold someone accountable for saying, like, let's say someone watches a movie, right? And they say, oh, well, why didn't this happen? And what really was the case was they missed something, and they explained the thing that if they had noticed the one thing, it would have filled in the blank, and that would have been that. I'm not going to hold someone account. I'm not going to point to someone and say, I did not notice that thing. That people just miss stuff sometimes. I'm not going to be a dick about that.
Yeah.
But if it's something where they've put it on paper, they've really thought it through, that I feel is worth more of the critical response. Because if you're putting in the work to be more critical, then you should get that same critical analysis from your audience. Case in point, this video,
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, because like what falls under that is your coverage of Star Wars Theory, Tyrone Magnus, Heel versus Babyface, and I believe Shadiversity. All four of those
and
are
a little bit of Jar too.
Who?
Just a robot?
Right, yeah, just a robot. And well, true. Although I didn't. Well, no, just a robot was a produced video, I thought.
No, he's an actual critic. Yeah, he's not
that's a video essay.
Yeah,
that was a video essay. That wasn't.
Okay.
So those, I just to kind of hit them all. Star Wars Theory was giving a very honest opinion on what he was personally bothered by in Andor. Tyrone Magnus was giving an honest a reaction to a trailer and discussing an article. Heel versus Babyface was just reacting to the pronouns thing, and that was actually completely unrelated to the point you were trying to make about doubling down, because it was the initial incident, not actually doubling down. And then Shad was actually a reaction. He apparently walked back. So
he was reacting to the fucking Mario
pants.
trailer.
The pants thing.
I don't want to just wave it down on you. Obviously, I mean that's 4 big points to hit, but like we're trying to get it a lot in there before we run out of time.
Well, so Tyrone, if I remember correctly, that was the one where it was talking about the Acolyte, correct?
I think so.
Well, that was not a reaction. That was not even the trailer. I think it was an article, right? Wasn't it respond? If I'm remember correctly, wasn't it an article? the Acolyte was going to have a fight scene that topped the Phantom Menace?
Yes, I believe that was. So it was his reaction to the article.
Well, then that's less a reaction and more a response. I consider a reaction because he clearly went in knowing what the article said and was like a reaction. I feel is like I've reacted. So I think that's a little different in my opinion. But I can see the blurry. That's what
Well, I was gonna say like of the three that I am aware of, that's the one that I know the least about. So like I'm willing to give you benefit of the doubt, and I don't think you're wrong when someone's talking about an article. Like you're typically not caught up in a moment. You're actually taking a little more time with it, and typically you've read it beforehand because obviously you're covering the article. So I can understand some frustration. I still think it counts a bit as a reaction, but you're not entirely off base with that. It's the other three that I think are a little more questionable.
Yeah, and I'm not going to argue that they're not questionable. So the other three were, make sure.
Pushing our
Shadiversity.
Yeah, me. There's somewhere in this video.
Prince Speech wearing pants. Well, the Star Wars Theory was a review. That wasn't over. That wasn't so much. Well, no, it was a fame. Okay, that was a follow up to the Andor episode.
Right. Your discussion on that was that he was mocking it.
I played the clip again, but I want to make sure I hear.
Yeah.
I respond to it.
Nothing.
Well, we have just the raw clip. Or do you want the because I don't have the time code in here.
I'd like to hear my response to it first. I just want to make sure I follow.
Okay.
Or I say
Pete,
myself in the way it's
Pete, quickly, where's the time code for it?
Yeah, Pete, where is it?
Oh wait, there it is.
Actually, hold on. I might. Okay.
Okay.
Your thoughts and approaching each and every film with the intention of criticizing it. And more than criticizing it, mocking it.
Kind of a forgettable show. Look, acting was great. Cinematography was great. The writing was good. But it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
This isn't like Mystery Science Theater 3000 riffs, all right?
I hate my haircut.
So
look at my stupid hair. It's terrible.
Don't
terrible
worry.
Fucking haircut.
Don't worry. Your bookshelf is far more distracting.
Okay. You gave me so much shit over that stupid bookshelf.
You see that is mockery. what we just watched of Star Wars Theory, I don't think is mockery. I think that was him just being like he was giving his his opinions on set design. So I don't know why you put that under the mockery label. I was just kind of baffled by that.
It's because again, this is a case where I clipped this one short because I was afraid of getting copyright struck by someone. I used a very short clip because I felt he would be dictionary and try to copyright strike the video. That's the doylistic perspective of it. Is it a fair statement? Probably not. Okay. But I do think that the full clip does illustrate more of that, where he kind of goes in like where it's like Star Wars it's supposed to be all smooth and stuff, but it has screws in it. I think that was kind of looking for something to mock and ridicule about the show. I think a little unfairly. I felt like, and I still do think he's reaching with it. I think that's one of those things where like he's reaching, like you can see that and go, this sounds like honesty. I see that and I go, he's reaching for something. He's looking for something to criticize to continue.
If you want my thoughts on it, I think he was getting pushback because I don't really know too much about Star Wars Theory until he started covering Andor and people started dissing on him because a lot of people love Andor, and I think he started to get a lot of pushback because he wasn't having a good time with it. He wasn't enjoying it. And I think what we saw there, giving him best faith interpretation, is him trying to figure out why he didn't like a show that everyone else around him was calling good. And I remember hearing some follow-up discussions with him where he was like, well, the reason he brought up screws, which he got mocked over a lot about bringing up screws and I think bricks in Star Wars, like brick buildings being kind of out of place. He brought up that like it didn't feel Star Wars to him, that there was something about the aesthetic of those elements that did not gel with his understanding of what Star Wars was supposed to be. Like that was his elaboration on it. And what I think we're seeing there is him just struggling to find an explanation for his viewers as to why he didn't like a thing that they all loved.
That's a fair read of it. That's just not my read of it. I'll be honest with you. I get what you're coming from. I get what you're saying. I understand your perspective on it. I'm not trying to say it's not the case, but I'm saying, like, when I see that, that's not how I interpret it. I interpret it as someone reaching for something to criticize. That's just how I view it. And, that's one thing where I'm not going to agree with you on that one. But I also get where you're coming from.
Okay.
For me, I see him just kind of going like, he's looking for something to criticize, and it feels like he's not addressing the work as the work terms.
If I can maybe try and bridge the gap a little bit, I don't think that's necessarily out of the realm of possibility either. It's possible he's looking for a way to justify himself, and that, like, in doing so, he is looking for a thing to criticize. But all the same, it comes back to, I don't think it's mockery. I think it's just a poor example. Like, if maybe a better example in that series, that footage that you got, but that clip in particular was just a poor example to prove your point in there.
Maybe it's like, Raymond knows famously I don't like Digimon season 2. And that was something that I criticized since I watched it back when I was like 10 years old. But obviously, 10 years old, I don't have the best understanding of how to do media criticism. So it's like I'm trying to find a way to explain this thing that I don't even understand why I'm bothered by it. So I'm like trying to figure out what it is. I obviously came to the wrong conclusion back then.
Yeah, you're sort of like throwing darts in order to, like, express your thoughts.
Yeah.
Look,
like,
the problem is Davis, Twilight. The problem is Davis.
It's always Davis.
Yeah, the problem is Davis. The problem is, like, Blackmore Greymon. The problem is the thing that I ended up focusing on was, like, shipping. But the shipping wasn't the problem. It was things that were surrounding it, but the only thing that I could cling on that I understood was shipping. So that's what I clung on to, even though that there was so much surrounding it that I just couldn't put into words.
Yeah, and again, and I want to emphasize again, all people have different perspectives on media, and you're not obligated to like anything. No one should be feel like compelled or forced to like media everyone else likes. I'm not trying to say that. Mm-hmm. But I am saying this as well. My perspective on this, particularly with Star Wars Theory, is that I'm biased because I've seen his response to other pieces of media. At this point, I've been exposed to a lot more Star Wars than, and that has further cemented that I feel like he's reaching, just based purely on his general body of responses to different pieces of media.
I'm curious, now, what have you seen him respond to? I mean, just to kind of get us.
Unfortunately, I've done a few. I did a video on Star Wars, his particular work, and I kind of showed. So when Star Wars Rise of Skywalker first came out, his initial response was positivity. He actually liked it the most out of the entire sequel trilogy. But with each subsequent video, he got more vitriolic, negative about it. And people are allowed to change their opinion. And I changed my. But I couldn't, watching the gradual, not too gradual change, it felt a little bit like he was playing it up a bit. And with the recent release of The Acolyte, it felt like he and several others were playing up the negativity around The Acolyte before it even came out, like almost like a big performance. I think the show was just fine. It was whatever, nothing great, nothing bad, just a whatever piece of show. It felt a lot like he was playing a character, and maybe this is also my bias, having seen more of his more recent stuff, well, along with the older stuff, kind of seeing that transition from very energetic critic to kind of repeating himself in every single discussion, saying the same points, saying a lot of it. And yeah, you can make the argument without the context. It sounds like a review, but given the context I have with content so far, I feel I feel like I approach it from a perspective of someone who's kind of playing up his grievances for the sake of
Would that not
performance.
fall more into the lines of grifting over mockery then?
You see, the problem is I hesitate to call him a grifter either. And that's the tricky part. You know, I don't think he occupies any one space fully. I don't want to call him
he has a story that defies convention. He is good writing.
There you go.
He is a subversive masterpiece.
There you go. No, but like he's like, okay, so what comes down, I don't decide to, I like my own language. But no, it's like, in general, it's like, you know, not all people fit into one simple category. That's the problem with this video I have looking back on it. It's too simplistic. It's too putting things into boxes in a way that I personally, in hindsight, don't agree with. That's my big takeaway from it. It's too narrow in its scope because it's too big in its ideas. It's presenting too many details and trying to oversimplify it by fitting it into a narrow scope of ideas. That's my big takeaway looking back on it. That's what I want to avoid in my future videos, because it's too. It's trying to paint everyone with the same brush when the reality is far more complicated. And I think each specific critics here have different issues that are very different.
And I think like when we did our reaction to it, I think like that ultimately does speak to what our overall like criticism was exactly that. Because like we pointed out, like we're confused by this because we don't understand because he didn't give enough context. Like we wish that you would have spent a little bit more time with this, and like understanding that the video was rushed like made a lot more sense in that, because that was mainly our criticism of the video.
Yeah, no, yeah, and again, it's not an excuse to say that either. Because I don't want to act like the video got made. I put it out. You know, it's not like, oh, hey, woe is me, I didn't do anything. No, this video was rushed, and the results speak for itself. But you know, I do think it is misleading on my part to oversimplify the discussion by pointing everyone in the same brushstroke, and it's something I've tried to avoid. I think the biggest response you can get to criticism is doing better with future productions.
Yes.
And I think this is a case where this is a stepping stone along the way to developing material, in my opinion, anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, I totally understand that viewpoint. And if you know, all is fair, if that's very true enough with your future work, because I haven't had the chance to check that out, but I'd be definitely open to it, to viewing it in the future and just, you know, giving my own 2 cents at some point. I think the whole thing about you know, how putting people in the boxes because, you know, of the fact that like a lot of these issues can be very complicated. It kind of reminded me of sort of like the big discussion within like the Naruto community, you know, post the ending of like the manga, the original ending of like the manga and stuff, where like, you know, a lot of people who were deriding the series were saying that, oh, Naruto was about, you know, hard work beats natural talent, you know, part 1 or whatever, which is sorry, I was bringing it back to like how I viewed that whole Star Wars theory clip. So I see them the way I see people who say that, like they are trying to figure out what the issue is, going in the dark, they pick a thing, and it's sort of like, yeah, this is probably it. It's a genuine reaction, and you might have issues with, you know, what they have to say, but I don't, that's sort of why of the framework that I'm coming in with as to why I felt like, okay, this is just him having a genuine reaction, because this is something that he didn't know how to verbalize what he was saying. You know, sort of like that, because a lot of people that were saying, oh, Naruto was about hard work beats natural talent, what they were really saying was that latter parts of the story were like incredibly like bombastic, and the battles weren't like how they were before. There were too many freaking plot twists. The fights are overly long. The Great Ninja War, more like Great Ninja Board. Those are the things that people actually want to fucking say. But then they latched onto this thing, which seemed to them like a sort of like a catch-all term for all of those issues.
Kaiser, I'm
going
to be completely honest. I've lost the plot because I don't follow Naruto at all.
I follow along. I see what you're saying.
Basically, it's exactly what I was saying with like my gripe about Digimon 02 was like I couldn't figure out exactly what the problem was, so I just latched onto this one thing that I also had an issue with that I could discuss, and said that was like my main issue when that actually wasn't true.
No, yeah, and again, I've had that same experience. I've tried my best to avoid that personally, just because I feel like, in general, I feel like I'm very with myself in terms of like my opinions. I always try to question, okay, you didn't like something. Why didn't I like this? And I kind of cycle and cycle and cycle. And that's why I tend to like to wait a little before responding to some things. I'm like, okay, let me just internalize this. Let me think about this. What didn't work for me? Whatever it might be. And again, that's why I emphasize a lot that media criticism is subjective. You like what you like and you don't like what you don't like, and that's fine. I think the issue is when you use a large platform to communicate your ideas. That's where things get a little more dangerous. Not dangerous, complicated, because you are positioning yourself as an authority on it. And to use Star Wars Theory specifically as an example, he positions himself as the biggest name in the fandom. What he says is what the fandom says, and he's positioned himself like that way multiple times, that he's like the ringleader of the Star Wars fandom. And so when he makes a statement, that carries an extra amount of weight. I think that he needs to be, and this is, I'm not saying anything about what anyone should do, but I think it's important to be a little more cautious when saying something like that, because when he says something, he can have ramification. There's a whole controversy right now because he's getting angry at people criticizing him, whether they're justified or not, who knows, but he's sent his fans against a ton of people. That's
okay.
That's dangerous.
You gotta be careful here. Has he actually sent them, or have they, based upon his opinion, done things of their own volition?
That's where it gets tricky. It's the murky middle ground, right? Like he's kind of pointed out to specific writers at Forbes recently who criticized him and pointed out why this writer in Forbes was terrible. And then one of his fans got a hold of the writer's phone number, personal information, and threatened to dox them. Did he directly do that? No. But he did inspire a wave of people acting, which led to that. And then the question becomes, how accountable is someone if their fans act? I think to an extent they're not legally accountable, no, but their words are creating an atmosphere that leads to people doing things that are dangerous. And so as a big content creator, you got to be careful with your language.
Will you hold yourself to the same degree? If someone of your fans watched your video here about YouTubers are lying to you and doxed or otherwise in some way detrimented the people here that you covered, would you take responsibility for that? Okay, and how would you do that?
100%. Well, for one, I would try to do as much as I can to. If that means deleting the video in question, that means the video in question. There have been occasions where I've said things without realizing that they could have implications outside my expectations, and they've had results that were outside my expectations, and I've responded accordingly. I once, this was years ago, made a tweet responding to someone who engaged in what I perceived to be bad behavior. Turned out I misread the situation entirely. And not only did I retract the statement, I tried to make sure everyone as knew as possible that this was an error. And this was years on Twitter. We're talking like 2017, 2016. This is before I had a platform, really. But still, I screwed up something, and I did my best to try to remedy the problem as best I could, no matter what it took. And that was like before I had, I think I had less than 1,000 subscribers. I wasn't even the only person involved, but I still did my best to try to remedy whatever issue there was. And that's where things get tricky. I think that you need to be very careful with big play before levying an accusation because especially if your fans are, angry, they have anger, they're pissed about something possibly legitimate. It just seems like you have to be very delicate with situation in that kind of delicate position.
Speaking of a super chat from Burger Weister, and my God, pull up videos and respond to people. Okay, I
confused by that.
I'm confused. I think that's a little more aggressive, and it's like them telling you how to do your job. Guys, come on, not.
I responded to him, and he responded back to me. He said, "I don't care who has control." He said he's responding to criticism. I want him responding to criticism rather than fighting ghosts. This is pathetic. He is responding to criticism.
Yeah.
He's responding to our criticisms.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I thought this was a discussion about criticism.
Yeah.
This is what we're discussing.
Now, if you're talking about like other people outside of this channel, then like he already said he's planning on making a big thing about it anyway.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's
Like,
coming anyway.
He already said he's planning on making basically an addendum to this video.
Yeah.
So you got what you wanted, dude. You know, big claps to you.
Yeah,
you know? We did it.
Like, if you want to like actually go through like this entire stream, he's admitted that there's several major flaws in his video, and like that takes balls to come on a stream and do that, guys. Like, give him some credit here. This is
100%.
like, I know he still stands by quite a few of his critiques, but like all the same, like even admitting one flaw on a stream is really impressive, and doing multiple times, and we go through the reasons why and explain the different process. Like, he is doing the right thing here. I don't think he needs the extra lip.
I think what they want is me just to respond to the EFAP response, which isn't what this stream's about. It's responding to your video.
Yeah, it's responding to us, and let's not let's not be let's be clear. I did end up watching EFAP's coverage of this video. And you know what? They said a lot of similar things that we did. Like we're not actually all that different. They said some things that were different, but like overall, we had a lot of the same problems, and he's addressing a lot of the same problems.
Yeah. It was the same with the Sitch and Adam video. Their reaction stream as well. Like they had a lot of similar criticisms as well.
So it's like that's he is answering the criticisms just because it's not. Just because it's not the guys that you want him responding to doesn't mean. I mean, I'm making a presumption based on that, but just because we're not directly responding to like pulling up videos and going through and needling him bit by bit, saying, "Oh, you got this micro detail wrong." We're having a nice conversation, and this is how you do criticism. You have to be like when you're talking face to face someone. You're nice to them. You don't hold them to the grindstone unless you think they have something that they said wrong, and you do it very politely. You'd be like, "Hey, look, I'm gonna hold you accountable for what you said." Like, I just did that. Like, would you do that for your video? Yeah. He answered that, and he answered that very honestly. Now, ultimately, I actually disagree to some extent. I understand it's complicated, but I disagree about the ownership of who is to blame for fans going out and doing things. But I understand your perspective on that. And definitely, I'm very much you have to make a call to action kind of guy, or at the very least, will someone rid me of this troublesome priest type guy? Like that's when you have to really take responsibility.
And that's a clear cut example. Yeah. Again, here's the problem: all of this exists spectrum. This is not a term of absolutes. Like if someone I don't know, if someone said like I hate this blue dress, and someone decided to take that and like just burn every blue dress everywhere. It's like, well, that person had there's no reasonable world where someone would expect that to happen. Like that's not remotely the same thing. That's not their. It's like blaming the Beatles for, Charles Manson, because of the Helter
Dress Slayer.
or it's like blaming the Beatles for the Sharon Tate murders because Helter Skelter, the song. Like, yeah, it's ridiculous. You can't reasonably expect that to be like connected.
Right.
But, if someone says, hey, this particular person is doing a lot of bad things, and is doing bad things, this one person, and you harp on it, and you harp on it, and you harp on it, and if something happens, that's dangerous. Even with what I do, if someone to hurt her, it would be in partly thanks to what we're saying. I would like to believe that I've done a very good job saying I'm focusing on her ideas, but someone could reasonably be motivated by what I'm saying to do some harm to her, and that's awful. That'd be horrendous. I would be so horribly guilty. I'd probably stop doing anything on YouTube if I felt that.
We do have an interesting question. Here, Periodic Pete, he was actually, he's planning on doing a video on you. I don't know if it's this video.
Wait, who?
It's a friend of ours, Periodic Pete. He actually helped us.
Periodic Pete. I mentioned him earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
actually helped a lot.
He helped a lot.
He was prepping to make his own video.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But like, he had a good question to raise towards you: is are the writers of early Game of Thrones responsible for the harassment that the Joffrey actor received, since they attack him over how horrible his character behaved?
No way. With a creative work like that, that's completely disconnected, because the human being is not the character. The character is a fiction. The actor portrays that fiction. People who attack an actor based on a fictional character they play, there's no connection, and they're not at all responsible for that. That's entirely the parasocial relationship that people have with the actor, and the degree of harassment they direct to him. That's no one's fault but the persons themselves. That's something I'm more strongly about.
Oh, God.
Okay.
So to follow up on that, though, how would you say the circumstances would be different if, say, for example, Kaiser made a video about how Joffrey Baratheon, I think that's his name, is such a bad character. He's a shitty guy. He's a not good guy, right? And I make it very clear that this is about the character not being a nice dude. Mm-hmm. But hypothetically speaking, would the circumstances be different if, like, say, somebody made a video about him, and then somebody, without any sort of direct prompting from the creator, were to do commit any sort of harm towards the actor?
Well, again, because you're focusing on the character, not the person. That's the difference. Joffrey Baratheon is a character in a book as well as a show. The argument is that you're looking at a fictional depiction of a character. Anyone who conflates the fictional narrative with a real person who is not the character, that's not right. That's outside your realm, and it's not at all remotely connected to criticizing a character.
Yeah, and some people just have a really hard time distinguishing fiction from reality.
Yeah, and that's dangerous sometimes.
Yeah,
like I criticize Lily for that.
Yeah, 100% also.
Yeah, definitely. So, like, the last point in this sort of this chain, I suppose, is that would you say that Star Wars theory has, made criticisms toward the specific people behind the characters, and you believe that that's why, there's some people just from his fandom going after them or something like that?
No, because he's criticizing a writer, like a writer in Forbes.
Okay.
Not a Star Wars writer, like
him
totally
No, I'm just saying in general. Sort of. You were talking about how his general etiquette with his platform, right, and how that can potentially cause harm. So I was just wondering if you were basing that off of anything specific.
I was basing it off the recent Forbes thing. That disturbed. I think it's concerning when any major, especially when like a person with a major platform attacks an individual writer for a publication. Forbes is obviously a big publication, but like that to me struck me as very personal, a very personal response to criticism that I felt was just not the right response. Even if you feel like they're unjustified, it's not. Yeah. I felt that was a wrong. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying there's a little bit of back and forth of that too, where I've seen like articles about people like going after YouTubers for their responses, and I think it's shitty either way. Like, just leave each other alone, guys.
Yeah, like I think people should be able to offer criticism of a person's material. I think specifically the material that they produce, because it's not the person. By you criticizing this video, you're not criticizing me personally. You're saying this video is
right.
I think when that starts to blur is when you start saying the person's bad. If you do that, you got to have like an actual direct. That's why kind of my Lily discussions, discussing the allegations. I don't want to talk about her real life allegations because.
Oh no, 110%. Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I talk about movies. I talk about movies. I don't talk about like true crime. I don't talk about ongoing investigations. I'm a movie guy. I'm a movie book film guy, and the only times I mention real life is to get past it. Outside of the time I show police, for their crimes. But beyond that,
Sure.
but that one exception aside, yeah, no, everything else is pretty straightforward stuff I try to focus on.
Well, hopefully dragging ourselves away from Star Wars theory just a bit, because we have a few more.
I do want to just quickly say before you get onto that like that's exactly the reason why I didn't really talk about Lily's allegations either. Literally the only reason why I brought it up in my video at all was because she directly said something that could apply to her in a backfiery kind of way. Because she said, like, anyone who believes who is a victim of abuse has the right to kill their abuser. So I brought up her sister who made the allegations. Is like, okay, so do you believe that your sister deserves to kill you then?
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like just applying their logic, you know. And anything also, as I should mention right now, is that Libby's not to see that we're extending. Let's be perfectly blunt. She encourages anything bad happening to anyone. There was a clip I saw the other day of her, and I posted on Twitter from streams where she was fantasizing about Psy getting hit by a bus.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, it was a couple days ago. It was,
that is a circumstance where, like, if something did happen, I would readily say that on some level that is definitely
she didn't even have the decency to say in Minecraft.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, bro. Not even in Roblox, man.
And this is one of those things where it's like, you know, we look at it from two perspectives, right? Like, we're holding ourselves to a very high when other people are not. You know, that's my opinion of it. I think to hold ourselves that standard's good. We should do that. It's a great thing, but let's not forget that the other people involved, they're not always doing that. And even if, like, the specific examples we're talking about, maybe we're taking the wrong messaging from, you know, maybe all of us are misreading a situation, hypothetically. There's very few ways to misinterpret what she said. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, 110 fucking percent.
I was gonna say,
like,
Lily
she hasn't gotten that masked off. She hasn't gotten that mask off since, like, the Josh Scorcher days. It's that bad.
Lily is someone that you really have to work to get any kind of good faith in there. Did Ant walk back his? We're not talking about his In Praise of Shadows video.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Manga
Common just came into the chat. Yeah.
What about In Praise of Shadow?
I honestly, I have no idea. I remember In Praise of Shadow's name. I don't remember any of the context. Anyway.
Oh no, I know who he's talking about. I can address that real.
Oh God.
When In Praise of Shadow made his infamous video, I watched the first 5 minutes and was like, oh, this is interesting. So, and a tweet, and then I kept watching. And I'm like, wait a second, actually. You know, I'm not so sure about this video anymore. This seems a little... I didn't even get to the Wendigoon part.
He's the guy
that I remember you made it. Yeah. He made the whole Wendigoon stuff. Yeah, I remember that you made a tweet saying something about, like, oh, you know, I don't know why everybody's just shitting on Zane.
Yeah.
So
then
you're
I kept
saying
watching.
that was before you kept watching. Oh, God.
Yeah, I had just started the
Makes
video.
sense. Makes sense. It checks out.
Yeah, because I got to the part where I started backing off was when he started criticizing writers who I actually had talked to before in the horror community. And I'm like thinking, like, wait, what is going on here? Why is he saying this? Because at first I was like, oh, there's a lot of controversy around. Because I actually watched it when it first came out, and people were like, oh, it's so controversial. I think, oh, okay, you know, just a normal video. I don't get what's going on. And then, like, 20 minutes in, I'm like, it totally changes gear. Really, like, what is this? You know, it really threw me off.
So, I mean, not that I don't enjoy these diversions, but we're 20 minutes away from basically when I have to hard cut. So I I wanted to at least touch on some points here. Your criticism of Critical Drinker, are you aware of the situation that went on with the Critical Drinker, like in terms of his why he changed the thumbnail to his Prey video and all that such?
I believe it. Well, my interpretation of it, if you know something different, please correct me. My interpretation was that he changed it after the movie came out, and the response was different.
No, to our understanding, he changed it because people kept going to his trailer reaction or his trailer commentary more so, thinking that it was his full review, and thus his change in title was to clarify it. And ultimately, he talks about, there are more notes in here. He didn't change the video, which I think you did note. It was in one of your little side notes that he didn't change the content of the videos, which I believe you gave him kudos for.
Yeah.
But he is he's a surprise. You realize that his review for the movie. Sorry, you were trying to say that he changed his mind on the movie after it came out to the positive reception. Yet his video came out, a fully produced video came out 3 days after the film came out.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused what you're...
Right, sorry. So to clarify, you assert that he changed the name of one of his videos because the public opinion around Prey had changed, and he had initially been negative towards it.
Yeah, but my criticisms were more about the comments he made about the native people. That's something a little divorced from opinions on the film.
Okay. Oh, you know what? We have. Let me see if I can find it, because like I want to make sure we're getting.
Yeah, I think you'll see what I mean.
Because I remember that. I definitely remember that, and I remember everyone was just sort of like, okay, where is that in here?
I think it's towards the middle, second half of the video. I'm pretty sure. I think.
Star Wars.
No, that's not it.
Criticism.
No, not there. I think it's around here. I think. Maybe.
There it is.
Oh, wait, there you go. There you go.
Jerk reaction as fast as possible, even if they have to eat their own words later. Consider the critical drinker, who was so fast to capitalize on the release of Prey that he didn't even realize people were kind of hyped for this movie.
Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger and his pumped-up buddies, armed with state-of-the-art weaponry, got wiped out almost to the last man by just one of these things. Then what kind of a chance has a 100-pound girl with a bow and arrow got against it?
Oh, I remember this. This was him making a straw man. That was his straw man, where then he immediately follows up and says, well, in the original film, it was a bunch of soldiers up against a hunter, but now you have a society that's built around hunting. That's an interesting premise. Let's see what you do with it. I remember that distinctly.
That could be the case. I've honestly, with this particular video, I forget that specifics of the edit right now off the top of my head, but I do think that my issue was with this response, what he said next.
Okay.
And then the movie was pretty good. The moment he saw this, all the old videos he made about Prey were changed. Titles, thumbnails, altered.
Just a little bit of scripting. All the videos, all one
really
video.
Just one. Yeah, it really is one. Yeah,
it's only one.
Also, I'd like to point out that no hunter-gatherer society of that time period would have tolerated this kind of bullshit from one of their own. Those ideas would have been literally beaten out of her. This is 21st century Hollywood's idea of what nomadic hunter tribes acted like. So strong female character takes her suspiciously domesticated pet dog.
And you know what?
No, that's definitely the.
Yeah,
we're on the same point there, I think.
Yeah, I remember distinctly, like, we discussed that in our reaction, where because I actually have an understanding of like the history of dog domestication and stuff like that, I was able to describe like how that happened and all that kind of stuff, and how Drinker was very ignorant about it. So yeah.
But no,
that was the real crux of my issue with that video, like his whole thing.
Yeah, so the first half of that basically was like, the first half was the issue we had mostly, where he changed his opinion in response to the positive reception, when it makes more sense that he liked the film, did a 3-day turnaround, and then people kept going to the wrong video, so he just fixed the names up. Like, that just seems like the best faith interpretation. That's how he's explained it, and from what I've seen of him, especially in like on live streams,
yeah, especially recently, he does not give a fuck about public backlash. Like, as far as I'm aware.
Oh God, like
especially lately, yeah.
The crowd that he normally appeals to, I know, he did not like Wolverine. He did love Wolverine and Deadpool. Meanwhile, you've got like the EFAP crowd who are much more hard on the film, and he was like absolutely surprised by it. I think he's just a very, for better or for worse, I think he's actually a pretty honest guy, and apparently that the latter half of that proves sometimes worse.
Oh, you could just, I mean, like on another level, I guess, example, you can talk about his takes about, I think, The Boys season 4, which a lot of people gave him shit for.
Oh,
Despite
did
the
he
fact
like
didn't
Boys season
even
4?
watch the damn thing.
He didn't
No,
watch
he
it?
hated it. I mean,
he hated it.
well, he didn't. No, he didn't even watch it. He was responding to like he was talking about like, oh, why he think the show fell off around season 3, and that he's heard a lot of the criticisms that people said about The Boys season 4, and he was talking about that. I watched a response video to that one, and from what I could tell, yeah, he was kind of talking out of his ass, and a lot of people thought the same. But it is such an obviously like, you know, dumb thing to say, to the point where I'm all like, I don't think he's the kind of guy to really care about the backlash. I think he's just gonna say whatever's on his mind, regardless of whether it makes sense or not. At least from what that tells me. I don't know about your experience, but that's just my impression.
I feel like he's just kind of, I don't know. Like I feel like he runs the gamut of kind of saying I think he's kind of a professional troll sometimes. From my perspective. I think he just says some things just to piss people off a lot.
He probably, like, you know what? I wish I could disagree, but I don't think I can. I don't know how often it happens, but because I don't really like Critical Drinker is not really, he's someone I have followed, but it's like I don't really watch a lot of his videos because ultimately it's like not a lot of them interest me. I'm just like,
yeah,
fine.
And I will say this too in response to him as well before I forget it. It's not a super important point, but I did react to another. It was a Dune stream I did a while back when Dune first came out. And I expected his Dune opinion to be negative. It wasn't a bad review of Dune. I think he talked about Star Wars too much in a review about Dune, but you know, he has a way of phrasing his is appealing. I just think that he kind of is more about the showmanship of his video than necessarily giving you real in-depth perspective on what's up with it. I think.
Yeah, I think he's just much more. I'm giving my thoughts. Like I always, whenever someone does that, I always imagine it's a more surface level thing. I would never come to him for a deep dissection of things. I don't hold him in that regard. I just like, oh, did Drinker like it or not, and for what reasons? All right, whatever. Maybe I changed my mind. Maybe it doesn't.
My concern always gets when someone like just echoes what one person says everywhere as though it's the opinion. Like I think.
Oh yeah, I hate that too.
Yeah, and I think that's the ultimate point of this video. That the end of note of it, I think I still stand by. You know, at the end of the day, just form your own opinion. You know, of these pieces of media. Like don't just like listen to other people what they say, sure, but like don't make it like the echo statement that you say everywhere else. I think is the best way of putting it.
Well,
like
that transitions actually really nicely into the conclusory questions, which is the group 3, and it goes to your last statement, which is watch the movies you're complaining about and form your own ideas. And now you've elaborated on it. You added a very important part to that, which is go ahead and watch the videos, fine, but watch the content too and form your own ideas. I think that's a healthy message, but that's not kind of what was conveyed because for one, it defeats part of the purpose of critical dissertation, which is one element, consumer protection, consumer judgment. It's allowing
that's also fair.
Yeah, a consumer to watch a review of someone that they trust the opinion on and gauge whether or not, well, do I want to spend my hard-earned money on going to this piece of entertainment or not? So it came off on that particular beat very dismissive, I guess.
Well, I think also the question becomes, what are you trying to, with consumer, being informed as a consumer, what are you trying to be informed about? There's a website called Does the Dog Die at the End? Very important website that everyone should reference. Does the dog die in this movie? Yes. No. If you want to be protected as a consumer, that's very useful. Do you want to see a dog get hurt? I mean, I'm kind of indifferent at this point because I've seen enough horror films and survival films to see it enough times. But like, if you're very sensitive to that, or you just had a tragedy in your life with your furry son, yeah, that could be a lot, and it's useful. But like, what protection? and mind you, if you want to watch a good movie, a bad movie, you know, that's also fine too. You know, I would question why you're only going to watch blockbusters, because most of these review the biggest films every year, and I would like to see Critical Drinker or someone like that cover an indie film or something.
He does all the time. I'm aware, actually. I'm pretty sure if you go through it, he has covered indie films. I remember that being a
like which ones?
Oh, I do not remember off the top of my head, but I remember there was actually kind of
someone in chat will probably say something.
But I was gonna say, like, Your Movie Sucks actually had some criticism against Critical Drinker. He went on to talk with Mahler, and I think it was, I don't know if it was an EFAP or just like a side stream or whatever.
It was an EFAP, yeah.
It was an EFAP. And like they were just going through. Yeah, no, he has recommended all these indie films, going all this down the list. It's just they don't typically blow up quite like his blockbuster videos do.
Okay, so I'm looking at his most recent last couple of months. Penguin.
I can
Agatha.
only attest to what I have heard, because again, I don't troll through his backlog. I've only know that that is a critique that has come up against him before, and it has apparently been refuted.
Okay. I'm looking at these. I'm seeing a lot of superhero stuff, a lot of Disney. I do see Kingdom, which is an older film. That's pretty good. You know, that's more independent. Borderlands. I'm seeing a lot of film blockbusters, but I'm not seeing something like, say, for Long Legs. Oh, the Iron Claw. Okay, that's something there. Okay.
Manga Common wants to know what you consider an indie film.
A film made outside the studio system, big studios, in terms of production.
Would Shudder count as big studio or no?
What?
Would Shudder count as big studio or not?
Shudder is owned by AMC, but they're not a production company. They're a distribution company. That's different. Distribution is different from production.
Well, no, that's true, but they also, like, as I understand it, Shudder does play a hand in helping produce some films.
Yeah, but they're more co-financing. The sole production company.
Does Rebel Moon count?
Rebel Moon is Rebel Moon is such garbage.
I love it. I love it. It is so bad. I love it.
It's subjective.
Yeah, so when I say independent, I mean something that was not financially backed by Disney, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal. I would say
AT&T.
Well, AT&T is no longer a game anymore. That now with streaming, it gets a little murkier, because like Netflix distributes a lot more films than it produces. So if you see a Netflix original, like, doesn't mean Netflix put the money up for production. It just means it bought the distribution rights. Like, there's a few examples.
The Amazing Digital Circus just got picked up by it.
Yeah, a great example of that. In purely independent production, Netflix had nothing to do with production, but all to do with its distribution. So yeah, I guess a film like a company like A24 is a good example, because even though A24 is, I think, owned by a studio now, they're mainly focused on kind of promoting and distributing films. So that was the big model for. But like looking at this in the last. Okay, Civil War, I guess, is the most recent. He mentions Falling Down, which is a much older. Atlas was a Netflix-produced film, so not quite the same thing.
User 225 tempted to send Spy X Family spoilers to Lily Orch. Do not contact anyone discussed in this video. This is. Please. I hate that we do have to say that, but please
don't touch the poop with Lily Orchard. Yeah, it's not.
Well, especially that.
Look.
You are playing the game of gods, bro.
When it comes to people like Lily Orchard, they're in a zoo. You look at them, you don't touch them.
Yeah, and there's nothing to gain from it. Like, you're not gonna get. You're just gonna want to touch the. Or if you do that, and what's that going to do? You just get your hands covered in poop on both sides, and no one's going to want to shake your. You're gonna walk around like the smelly kid in anywhere you work. People at work are gonna ask, "Hey, why are your hands brown?" Or you know, and that's why. Why does it have cake levels of crap on it? And that's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
Yeah. No, listen, you're right. I think we're on the same page here, on the same toilet paper, you might say.
So
there you go.
So Yeah, just kind of touching on that, like, also people coming to reviews. Some people come to reviews for clarification or maybe even confirmation bias on things that they have watched. So it's like there's that element of your statement that seems kind of off angle. Because I know one thing that's easy for me to reference is I did, and still to a degree like The Last Jedi, but I also knew that there was something wrong. And just one day, I don't know if it was Mahler or if it was someone else's complaints about the video popped up in my feed, and I watched it and I'm like, oh yeah, no, now all my feelings, I understand where they were coming from. Like there was all these unsettled things that my brain was picking, the classic, I didn't notice it, but my brain did. That kind of all the things fell into place. And it's like, oh, so that's why I walked out of the theater not as happy as I wanted to be going into the film. And what I find interesting is I can still enjoy, like now I can actually enjoy The Last Jedi even more, having understood the flaws with it, because either I can willingly headcanon them away or enjoy the funniness that they bring, like the laser knife that vanishes.
Well, the thing also with that is a good review should allow you to. I think a good thing too is a healthy perspective, critical analysis. If I were to revise this,
you're cutting
to
in
have
and
a
out
more
now.
healthy.
You want to?
Am I cutting out?
You want to repeat that from the start?
Okay, I thought that was.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. So what I was saying was, if I were to revise this video, my argument would be that I'd want to mention the healthy relationship we have with media criticism. I think it should be reevaluated because we should probably go with these and say, hey, have a healthy divide between the critical analysis that you're seeing online and your opinion of the film itself. Form your own opinion with the film. Try to watch it, but use maybe critical analysis as a reflection, as a mirror, as a way to analyze it through a different lens, to recontextualize your own feelings, if need be. It's something where you have to have a healthy divide. My concern is when people hear a review and that's their opinion for life. They don't re-examine it. They don't reevaluate it. They just kind of take a look at it and go, this is my opinion now. That's it. With this particular review, that's an oversimplification when writing it and drafting it. Way too much of an oversimplification. Undeniably so. The problem there is that you need to screw up to know how to say it right, in my opinion. That's the case. That's my only response. I think that the core of the video I stand by in terms of this messaging at the very end. I would redraft it.
Okay. You know what? That's absolutely fair. And I think we're going to start winding down here, but I think you actually put that really well at the very end there. Like honestly, I would be excited to see what more you can do with this premise, like now that you have more of this experience. I don't know if I'll end up agreeing with, any or all of it. We'll see. But like hearing you talk about how this was made and where you were coming from and your different thoughts, I'm much more compelled by this overall. And I want to thank you so much for coming on and talking about this. This has actually, I think, been a very, very informative talk.
No, yeah, I agree.
Thanks a lot.
No, thank you. And again, nothing you said is worse than anything I told already. Like, for example, I've had to look at myself this entire time. It's horrible. It's like looking into a disgusting mirror of pain. Oh,
here, I'll move you to a frame.
Especially you're gonna need a long shower. You're gonna need a long shower.
Terrible. My hair was awful. And again, I can't say my hair
here,
frames. I'm playing with it because I hate how it looks. Here,
I'll move you to this frame.
Absolutely.
There we go. And much more tasteful.
There we go.
Much more tasteful image.
Honestly, better hair than I've had in that video.
So wait, on the left or on the right?
Actually, no. I put it that way.
User225 says, what do y'all think about the state of Star Wars? I'm excited to see them push past episode 9, but it feels like Disney lacks confidence in a vision. Acolyte got canned after one season. Like, what is the point? Dude, that's a massive question. We are at the end of the stream.
Big one.
I don't think we could go into it.
I'm not really a Star Wars guy. I'm good.
I'm
good.
Honestly, like my shortest. I would love to see like a hard reboot. Just let Disney do what they want to do with Star Wars without any of the baggage from anyone, including the good stuff. So it's like, let them just do their own thing. Just do it and like just say, our own new continuity. We'll go for it.
No, I'll tell you this. What I think they should do is just go for a year-long break. Just nothing.
Yep.
After Andor,
Definitely.
just go on a long, no TV shows, no movies for like a year.
Let
just
it
to
die
let
for a
people.
little bit.
When I even because look at what happened with Marvel, right? This year was a
Uh-huh.
gap year, basically. What did we really have? We had a good cartoon. We had Echo, which was very grounded. Most people didn't watch it. I thought it was pretty solid. We had Deadpool and Wolverine, which is, I think almost universally liked. And we have Agatha All Along, which, despite some criticism, is doing a pretty good job of being a witch story. But none of it feels like superhero stuff. And now people are hyped about Captain America and Thunderbolts. Just one gap year was enough to get people back on board because they weren't being bombarded by it. Give it a year. Give people time to miss it. Like that's my opinion.
That's the sort of thing. Like, it's the kind of thing that Ruby definitely needed somewhere in the middle of its run. I know you don't have much of an attachment there, but like,
Kaiser,
one of the bigger
it took them
issues in
2.5
regards to-
years to get Volume 9 out.
and it's only because they were forced to. They were forced to make that choice. Not because they wanted to, okay?
I still find it
Then that's
funny.
the thing.
I still find it funny that almost the entire fandom was like, well, that happened. Let's go back to fighting about Volume 8.
Yeah, exactly. But basically, except for Volume 8 and 9, I believe, every single Ruby season was made like a year apart from each other. Which did not do the show any goddamn favors.
Honestly,
whatsoever.
a break between 3 and 4 where they really would have gotten their footing would have been so much smarter.
My
And they had
God,
all the
yes.
excuses to say, look, in the wake of Monty's passing and the fact that he won't be working on Volume 4 at all, they could have just gone like, hey, we're going to take our time. We're going to sit down. We're going to make sure we do this right. We're going to make sure we have all these assets. And then we just learned that Rooster Teeth is a shit company.
I'm just looking at Mangaka's reactions. So
better than Genlock.
God.
Yeah,
Genlock.
100%.
That one I
Genlock
did
is so
see.
garbage.
That one I did see
Don't.
to its completion. I thought, ooh, cool, Max is great. I'm so excited.
We
I watched the first season.
I was
going
gonna
to
say,
glad I didn't watch the second.
We actually
I watched it until the end. Oh my god.
I got to see the first episode early, and I was actually really excited for it. We got to do our live reaction well ahead of time because someone leaked us the footage. And it was just so bad.
I just don't know how you have that cast with that much backing, with that much talent behind it, and you still find a way to fuck it all. It's a miracle. It should be studied in a lab.
It really should.
110%.
So,
which is why I am never going to cover season 2 unless someone pays me.
Okay. So, as we wrap up, Anthony, if you want to give first plugs, anything you want to shout out in particular about what you're working on right now, or?
Yes, actually, I would love to do that. I'm going to do kind of addressing more criticism. I wanted to spend this week really analyzing a lot of critical approaches to my videos. Maybe not specifics. I probably won't play too many clips. Sorry, certain people in chat who are begging me to play clips because I think I addressed all the core things here that I could have addressed then. Quite honestly, I didn't even expect to be this much in depth, honestly. But in general, like I want to address more criticism because I feel like with my content and given I've been focusing on someone else, I've just want to respond to it. I have a video coming out this Friday that's very just about horror films, and then most of this next month will be horror films. Essentially, almost all of Halloween, I've just been doing collaborative projects about horror films and horror storytelling that I'm really excited about. All of which are going to be obnoxiously long. So if you don't like my short videos, well, you have that going.
Alrighty.
And that's about it. And my channel is pretty easy to find. Just Google search my name, you'll find it.
Yeah, it should be linked down below. with all the like the YouTube tagging system, however that fucking works.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Kaiser, you have anything you want to hit?
Oh, right. Let me see. I'm still working. I think I mentioned this before, and I've been saying it for the past few streams. I'm still working on my next the video for this month. Things have been kind of crazy throughout this entire month for me, just because of IRL stuff. So I haven't really. I've gotten to the video editing stages of the new video I'm working on, but it's going to take a little bit. But luckily, it's a shorter video to remind people in case y'all forgotten is an addendum to my last video about my response to Johnny Tuccello's. Much like this night tonight, me and Kaiser Neko talked in DMs after I made the video, and I would like to share with y'all just what the general conversation was, what things we agreed on, what we disagreed on, concessions, apologies, all that good stuff. So I would love to share that with y'all. Hopefully I can get it done by the end of this month. And again, got a Lily video, very special one next month. And then the month after that, it'll be an Arcane video.
All right.
So stay tuned for all of that.
Twi?
Also support me on Patreon if you have the time.
Twi?
Well, I got my Lily Orchard response video out now. That's been out for about a week or so. So I'm very excited about that.
35K views. Let's go.
I know. I am so floored by how well it's been doing. Like, oh my god. But now that I've got that one done, I'm going to be doing my second Digimon video, and I might do like a remaster of my first Digimon video and then put that out with edited clips, maybe even redo my audio and then put it out like in 40-minute intervals leading up to the release of the first part of my of part 2. And then, since a lot of people have asked, maybe I might do another Lily Orchard video after that. We'll see.
Alrighty.
Ooh, okay, you gotta let me know which one you're responding to.
So, on my end, I'm still plugging away at my Hero video. I'm about an hour and 20 minutes into the relatively final edits. After that, it's just like really small tweaks to make sure everything is nice and pretty. So that's slow going. My God, there was an entire night where I just was trying to find one goddamn panel, and it took me over an hour.
Well, it took both of us an hour because I was helping too.
Chapter 3. It was in Chapter 3 the entire time. Pisses me off.
Yeah.
Always in the early things.
It's
always in plain sight.
It's like, oh yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I've been working hard on that. I'm writing Fixing Ruby Volume 7. That's still slow, but I've been trying to do at least 1,000 words a night, which, considering that, episode 2 was 8 pages. It's a lot.
That's gonna take forever.
Yeah, it's taken a while. But then also there's merch down in the links below, I believe. The merch store for Celtic Phoenix. And then also Bad Fanfiction Night this Friday night, 10 p.m., where we're continuing to read Sith Resurgence by a certain Lily Orchard. So I hope you're all interested in joining us to hear some of her exquisite character development. I think that's it. If no one else has anything else to say, I think we'll end it here. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a good time. I will once more thank Anthony for joining us and having a wonderful